Well, good day, everybody, and welcome to day two of VentureBeat Transform 2020. Yesterday, you joined us in your thousands, literally, not figuratively, and from everywhere across the world. And we learned so much about the current state of technology and automation. This morning, we had over 100 VIPs gathered for our diversity and inclusion breakfast, which was an exceptional conversation that will be continued on the main stage later today. Of course, be sure to join us tomorrow live. You don't want to miss day three of VB Transform, the IoT and AI at the Edge and Computer Vision Summit presented by NVIDIA, which will be followed by the second annual Women in AI Awards. Okay, so what about today? Well, today we turn our focus to a conversational AI summit presented by Cloudera. First of all, we obviously would love to thank our sponsors, Data IQ, Capital One, Intel, NVIDIA, Modzy, Cloudera, Two Hat Security, Dell Technologies, Inference, Anaconda, Conversica, Samba Nova, Xilinx, Globant, and Dot Data. Of course, we also want to thank NVIDIA for presenting today's show, the tomorrow's show, the IoT and AI at the Edge and Computer Vision Summit. And indeed, we want to thank Capital One and Intel for being our Women in AI sponsors. And of course, we have an amazing virtual expo area. So be sure to visit this during our 3 days here at Transform. Now, next up, of course, we need to thank our Women in Tech media partners. They are many and varied. We thank all of them so much. And we'd like to thank our media partners too, ODSC, Trialabs, and AI Agents. Now, of course, you're going to want to follow the conversation everywhere. You've got lots of different places that you can catch what we're doing with VB Transform. And of course, it's all grouped beautifully with one of those amazing hashtags. You can use the hashtag yourself. Make sure that you're sharing your thoughts, your ideas, your learnings. Share your pictures, like take pictures of what's going on the screen. I know it's not quite the same as taking pictures of what's going on the stage, but it's pretty close. Make sure you grab everything, share it out there to the world, let them know what you're seeing today using hashtag VB Transform. Now, don't form is going vertical. We've got we have finance, we have retail. You 40% discount on all if you purchase by midnight Friday, July 17. Just use the code VB Transform 2020, and all you have to do is go to vbtransform.com to make really good use of that. Now, of course, so that you do not have to travel far virtually, everything is happening here on the main stage. We don't have lots of different stages for you to go to. We've got a full program today of incredible and amazing speakers, awesome content coming up. Of course, as well as the content on the main stage and the Q&As on the main stage, we do have the offstage Q&As as well, where you can go and get involved with people. And you can ask questions in Slack. So do that. Make sure you get your questions into Slack. We'll get through as many of those as possible during those main stage and offstage Q&A sessions. For those of you that are registered with online access and VIP passes, we're encouraging you to take advantage of the many different networking opportunities, such as the breakout sessions for speaker Q&A, virtual roundtables, and discussion groups in Slack. For VIP, one-to-one matchmaking service this year. A link has been provided for you in your email inbox and be found in the VIP Slack channel for you to see end users and solution providers. And as they say, let the matchmaking begin. By the way, we on time. I worked out all the issues we had yesterday, and apologies for those. We'd like to announce a fun contest for you. If you visit at least 5 expo booths, and you must actually visit them. You can't just wander looking at the signs like you do at a regular conference. You have to enter the booth and you need to talk to our partners. Your name, if you visit at least 5 of them, entered into a drawing to win $1,000 in hard cash and 2 complimentary tickets to our next Transform event. We're going to announce the winner live at the end of Transform. And just a special note here, and I'll remind you of this through the day. If you get into the virtual expo area, you need to click on the broadcast button in order to be able to talk. If you can't find it, go to full screen mode, expand your screen. It really is there. I absolutely promise. I've seen it for myself. It's conspiracy theory. This isn't Area 51. The button's right there. I absolutely promise for you. And we would like you to tell us about yourself on today's Summit Slack channel. Here's what you do. We want you to take a personal video clip, 60 seconds or less, and speak to the following. It should only take you like a bit of craft. Just share the session you like the most. Share your AI story. Share who you are most inspired by. We're going to post these in our video hub and share during our breaks. Basically, just put it in there. Any file format is fine. Most smartphones will take an MP4. But go ahead, do that 60-second or less video clip. Tell us what you like the most. Tell us your AI story. Tell us who you're inspired by. Drop it in the Summit Slack channel. And that's how we're going to get to know you and how you're going to get to know everybody else today. So without further ado, it gives me absolute great pleasure to ask the VP of Global Customer Success and Support at Cloudera, Lyndon Hillenbren, to deliver.
Good morning, afternoon, evening, everyone. My name is Lyndon Hillenbren. I run Global Customer Success and Support at Cloudera. I want to first thank the VentureBeat team and acknowledge all the other presenters and content, and as well as you, the audience, for the continued hyper-focus on the progress of conversational AI. I'm very excited for what's teed up for day 2, including sessions from Adobe, Capital One, Globant, Google, Amazon, and Twitter. All of these companies putting together their incredible capabilities that they've been working on for both their external customers as well as empowering their employees in these critical and uncertain times. Today, you're going to hear from these companies about how they've applied new conversational methodologies in the AI space to solve problems for their business in new and interesting ways. I'm excited because of the balance between the business problems we need to solve and how that's being executed through specific new conversational capabilities. For a group of us, our jobs are not to understand the details of how a problem is solved with AI. Our job is to understand that customers have the best experience using our software and to maximize that experience. Support's no longer a world where you can wait for something to break, and that's the world that I live in. Then have the best technical minds to solve that problem. Support's now about constantly working to understand how we can ensure customers keep using our software and maximizing their engagement within our software. We have to reduce that friction, and conversational AI is a fantastic way to do that. We need to acknowledge one very important fact. We know customers' expectations have rapidly changed over the past decade, so that enterprise software is simple and easy to use. But in addition, our customers' expectation of how their interaction with our customer service teams, internal and external, has also radically changed. Our customers much prefer to have bug or incident-free software. If there is an issue, they prefer to self-solve it. And then in worst case, they want to have as little human interaction as possible to solve that problem and move on. Once again, all about product engagement and getting value out of your products. Customers certainly don't want to speak to me or my team as much as I like to think they do. That brings the world of conversational AI to the forefront and makes these capabilities paramount to ensuring your customers have the best experience with your software. You'll hear from many speakers today. As an example, my colleague Adam Warrington in the following section, one of the original architects of our proactive support capabilities at Cloudera, will talk about how we've started down this journey. We still have about 80,000 case-based interactions with our customers each month, That friction point is exactly what we've worked to nail down with conversational AI. As we've introduced this methodology into our tech stack, we see leveraging this technology in two parts. Number one is the tool, and number two is the engine. And today you'll hear from other speakers as they have plenty of chatbots that can be deployed to converse with your customers in a matter of minutes. And we've come a long way. That said, the engine or the intelligence behind that bot, we believe is a difference maker. So we've leveraged our new platform to launch our new chatbot experience. And we've learned that both having the ability to deploy a chatbot quickly, as well as build a intelligent engine that allows us to power that chatbot. It's allowed us to boost our knowledge results by 300% for our customers, drop our time resolution by over 90% in some cases. And within our platform, we focus on the speed of gathering data and the speed of training that model. So without being able to deploy a chatbot in a very simple manner and building this engine behind it, I don't think we would have been able to execute on a critical part of meeting our customers' expectations when it comes to service quality. I'm extremely excited about the future of the intersection between AI and the multitude of platforms that are being developed around these capabilities, some of which we'll hear in detail about today. We are focused on ensuring we learn everything from the community so that we can keep providing the best experience from our customers. Hopefully, that's really what you take away from today in these other companies and how you can apply those practices within your business. That's why we're here, to share our story and participate. I believe it's extremely important today to listen to how these leaders have put conversational AI at the forefront, what tangible business outcomes they've been driving for their customers, and how the technology they're using has allowed them to rapidly improve their ability to service their customers. Thank you for your time today. Enjoy day 2 and stay safe. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Lyndon. And now we're going to get straight into our program. It's our first Fireside chat, 0 to helpful in 2.2 seconds. It gives me great pleasure to welcome Senior Director Engineering at Cloudera, Adam Warrington, and he's in conversation with the host at TWIML, Sam Charrington.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. I'm Sam Charrington, an industry analyst focused on machine learning and AI in the enterprise, and host of the popular TWIML AI podcast, a show I launched as This Week in Machine Learning and AI some 4 years, 400 episodes, and 8 million downloads ago to chronicle the many examples of innovation happening in the field of artificial intelligence. I'm super excited to be here with you today at VentureBeat Transform, along with Cloudera's Adam Warrington, to explore one such story focused on conversational AI. Before we dive in, Adam, please introduce yourself, Cloudera, and your role at the company.
Great. Thanks for having me, Sam. Hey, everybody. My name is Adam Warrington. I am a Senior Director of Engineering here at Cloudera, and I primarily focus on internal systems using data to make our company more efficient. Cloudera is a company that sells data software and a data platform that focuses on the modern data lake architecture.
Awesome. So you're not here representing Cloudera as a vendor, but rather as a leader who successfully deployed an enterprise conversational AI system. Let's dig into your use case a bit. Let's start with what drove you to explore conversational AI at Cloudera?
Yeah, great question. So like many other companies in the industry, we're looking at ways constantly on how we can improve our customer experience. Chatbots and conversational AI technologies are a really interesting way for us to provide more efficient responses tailored to our customers and the questions that they might have. In this particular case, we were focused on the support experience for our customers. And so we were exploring ways that we can more efficiently answer our customers' support questions. When they run into issues with the software that they're using, are there ways that we can provide relevant answers to their questions more efficiently? And chatbot software was something that really kind of stood out to us as a channel that would be useful to explore. Here's what we found. We were primarily looking at off-the-shelf chatbot software, right? We're not a company that sells chatbot software, as you said, Sam, right? So we were looking at off-the-shelf chatbot software, and what we found was that most companies that start using chatbot software, they tend to dip their toes into the water at first. They don't go full steam ahead and deploy out of the gate some kind of conversational AI type system, right? The way that these things usually work is you'll deploy a simple use case initially, and the chatbot software, especially the stuff off the shelf in the market today, it will learn over time based on how the customers and the users of that chatbot are utilizing it, and the signals that you can take out of the chatbot software itself. So we were kind of interested in how we could possibly use our own data sets and technologies that we had internally to do something a little bit more than just dipping our toes into the water. We were more interested in getting off-the-shelf chatbot software that was extensible through APIs, and using this wealth of data that we have here at Cloudera, about interactions that we've had with customers, support cases, community posts, all this type of data that we store internally. How can we leverage that to provide real answers to our customers out of the gate without some third-party chatbot software having to learn our domain and our space? And so that's exactly what we did. We were able to integrate those systems, a piece of off-the-shelf chatbot software, as well as our modern data lake architecture that we run internally. And we were able to bring to our website a piece of chatbot that could, based on descriptions of issues that our customers input into the chatbot, could then return relevant answers that, with a high degree of probability, we think will address the customer's needs.
Awesome. What a great story. You mentioned some of the signals that we typically get from these off-the-shelf conversational AI software. And we often hear about features of dialogue systems like entities and intents, but much less about how we can make these systems intelligent and ensure that they're delivering relevant information to their users, which is what your effort focused on. Can you take us a little bit deeper into how you went about tackling this challenge for your project?
Yeah, I can. So here's essentially what we did. We took data sets of customer issues as well as solutions to those customer issues. And our goal was to extract out the semantic context of those issues. So if you, for example, think about a support case, right? In a support case, you're going to have a lot of back and forth dialogue with the customer. Part of that back and forth is going to include, the description of the issue. Part of it's going to include things that are more, have more to do with sort of the management of the case itself, like, hey, when can I get an update on this case? Or, can we raise or lower the priority of this case? And so what we were able to do was we were able to build models that could understand what parts of the support case were actually technically relevant to that support case. And so that was our goal, was to build these models, whether it's support case or community posts, that could look at that, understand which words, which sentences are relevant to the support case, as well as then extracting out the solution to that support case, whether that solution is a knowledge base article, or product documentation, or another community post, or something along those lines, right? And when you're able to actually do that, what you have is this library of descriptions of known issues, right, that you've extracted out of this content, that when you plug a piece of chatbot software into it, where somebody is giving as input a description, you can do similarity between those things and return similar relevant results as we have done in the past through this historical data set.
Now, when I hear machine learning models, I think of fancy technologies like deep learning, or for folks that are really familiar with the cutting edge, transformers. Was this a research effort, or was this a straight engineering effort?
This was a straight engineering effort. There was some amount of research, as is the case in many engineering efforts, but the vast majority of this project really was about engineering. Our goal wasn't to deploy the latest cutting edge, machine learning models, deep learning, et cetera. What we actually found, we experimented with a few different models in our ability to extract out, this technical semantic context from these data sources. And we found that simple models like naive Bayes, for example, work really, really well on this kind of problem space. And as we grow and mature, this particular approach and this particular implementation, we very well could go and explore more advanced techniques, more advanced models as we add more types of signals into the system. But out of the gate, to hit the ground running, using something simple, we found that you can actually provide very useful results to the customers very quickly using these kind of approaches.
When you talk about the utility of the results, often we think about relevancy as a subjective type of metric. How did you measure the results of your efforts in terms of that relevancy? And did you have some kind of target or baseline that you were evaluating your results against?
Yeah. So, with a machine learning problem like this, you're breaking the problem down into subproblems, right? And so one of the subproblems is, how do we understand what's technically relevant to our data sets? And in this case, we use our subject matter experts, right, to label and train a data set, this data set that we have internally. And so we process the data into normalized form and then hand this off to those subject matter experts and ask them to manually label and classify some of these data sets. The work can be a little bit tedious, as is the case with many machine learning projects, but you don't need, in this particular case, millions and millions of things categorized and labeled. After about a week of some effort, we were able to have a great data set that was labeled that we could use then for training and testing. And our goal was to hit right around 90% accuracy for this. And we were able to do that. We got 90% accuracy for that. Now there's the derivative problem downstream, which is, what we actually want to do is we want to provide answers to the customers that are relevant to their problem. It's not just about understanding what's technically relevant and what's not. And there again, we're using our subject matter experts to measure those results initially. Since we're hitting the ground running and not basically using a large historical signal from our customer base, what we used instead were our support engineers, our experts, to ask them to really kind of measure, okay, if a customer describes something in this way, are we returning relevant results? What is the expected solution? Using ways that our customers have described them in the past from that library of data sets of community posts, as well as support cases. So all that to say, we used our subject matter experts internally. And as this project continues to go on in the public space, we expect to get more signals from our customers that are actually using the chatbot now, right? And so we'll start to use those inputs, those signals from our customers to really expand on our test sets and our training sets to improve the quality from where it's at today.
So you're able to achieve your technical goals, but it sounds like one of the key achievements of this project was the overall time to market. How long did this effort take actually? And assuming you were able to move quickly, what were the prerequisites to moving this fast?
Yeah. So from inception of the problem statement of trying to use our own data sets and our own technology to augment chatbot software to return relevant results based on customer problem descriptions, this took under a month. This took a matter of 3 to 4 weeks for us to actually roll this out. That might seem unbelievable, but there's a couple of reasons that we were able to iterate so quickly here. Number one, we run a modern data lake architecture on top of Cloudera's own technology that we sell to the market. What this means is all of our data sets are already in this data lake. All of our processing capabilities already exist on top of this. So everything from analytics to operational databases to our machine learning systems and things like Spark. We're able to access these data sets through these different technologies. And what this means is we were not only able to do the AI and ML portion of this, but also the operational portion of plugging those same models and data sets into the chatbot through its APIs. We were able to accomplish this very, very quickly. And so, on top of that, we were able to leverage pre-existing machine learning work, right? And so that's sometimes a long pull, like categorizing data, testing different models. It turns out when you're running all of these machine learning projects on an architecture like this, you can share work that has been done in the past that you didn't necessarily expect to use in this way. And so some of these models were already built. We were working on these types of approaches for making our own internal engineers more efficient in finding solutions across our product stacks when our customers run into issues. And so when we were looking at chatbot software, we said, oh, wow, we already have these models. We already have all this processing. It's all on this same data lake where all the data is. Let's experiment, see if we can actually make this return relevant results the way that our customers describe issues through a chatbot. And it turned out very, very well. So, the prerequisite for being able to move this quickly is making sure that you're not building, data silos, right? That you're not doing work in siloed areas. When you kind of put some thought into it, you're running a modern data architecture, you're able to actually leverage that work in the future, possibly for use cases you never expected. And in this case, it led us from, within a matter of weeks, going from the inception of a problem to actually rolling out on our website.
Fantastic. You mentioned at the start that one of the desirable properties of the approach that you ultimately took was that you could get your chatbot to achieve some degree of intelligence more quickly than what you saw with off-the-shelf solutions where the system evolved over time. But I imagine that you still want your system to evolve over time. Can you have your cake and eat it too?
Yeah, we absolutely will evolve our system over time. When we set this up, we're taking in all the signals, how our customers are using the chatbot, how they're interfacing then with the results. Are the results relevant? Are they still going and opening a support case after they get those results? Do they reference what they did in the chatbot when they open up those support cases? We're planning to use that all as signal to continuously iterate on this model. So, possibly once a month, maybe even at a higher cadence, depending on the types of iterations we're looking at doing, we're going to be rebuilding our models, rebuilding our indexes to, take into account those different signals and provide higher quality results to our customers. And so, it's an ongoing effort, Sam. These types of projects are ongoing, especially once you prove that the business is going to get, value, the customers are going to get value out of this sort of approach. You want to continue to double down on those investments and get more value, provide better experiences to the customers.
And so does this project and what you've achieved with it, does it give you a leg up in tackling future conversational AI projects?
Yeah, that's what we're planning. We're looking at basically these metrics of how customers are using the chatbot, other areas of where customers are kind of exiting the chatbot, possibly opening up support cases, possibly reaching out to marketing, or whatever channels that they're actually trying to accomplish or reach through the chatbot. We're looking at that as part of those signals. And so, we're going to grow our use cases beyond just describing issues, right? We would like to be able to help our customers through a variety of different ways. This is just kind of where we started, Sam. And we started with, an area where our customers, we think our customers are going to get the most value and continue to be impressed with our company and the service that we provide to them, and also allow us to run more efficiently and invest, more resources in the areas where it's needed.
So at the end of the day, what advice would you give to a technical or business executive that's looking to get started in this area at their company?
Yeah. So, first and foremost, don't reinvent the wheel is advice number one. Look at off-the-shelf chatbot software. But my recommendation is, if you're not just going to use something as is off the shelf, if you want the ability to expand and extend and to use your own subject matter expertise that you have internally, look for chatbot software that is extensible, that has good APIs, and is easy to expand upon. Then you have to look at the problem you're trying to solve, right? And work with your subject matter experts internally at your company to understand, do we actually have data sets? Do we have ways that we can approach this problem where we can utilize our own data sets, our own knowledge to expand and build some facet of a conversational AI type of system on top of off-the-shelf chatbot software. And then third, I would just recommend looking at data architecture. If what you're finding is you go down these roads and you're hitting blockers, oh, we have to get this data over here. Oh, it's going to take us months to, experiment with this thing over here and then move it. That kind of thing is indicative of the fact that there might be a data architecture problem, and you want to be able to move fast and very agile. And so, in parallel to this, I wouldn't recommend holding off on all chatbot stuff, and all possible chatbot type work, until you have a proper data architecture. But it would be, I would advise that taking a look at that data architecture, making sure that you do have a modern data architecture that allows you to operate in an agile way, will make building these kinds of systems much, much easier down the road.
So understand your problem, understand the data that you need to solve it, and use it as an opportunity to advance your data architecture if you don't already have a modern one in place. Adam, thanks so much for this conversation.
Thank you, Sam.
All right, and we are back with Q&A. I would encourage our live audience to submit their questions via the Slack channel. I'll be keeping an eye on those and making sure that Adam gets those. To get us started, Adam, tell us a little bit more about the team behind this project. Who were the folks involved in making this happen?
Yeah, great. So, you can't do any sort of AI or machine learning project without some subject matter experts in the particular area you're trying to tackle. And so, part of the team is the team that is experts on the types of issues that, our customers could encounter with the product and the types of answers, right? And so you want a team of folks who are able to label data, help measure the relevancy, help measure the quality of that data. And we were able to leverage many of our support engineers and other types of engineers who sort of understand our product set and understand what's technically relevant and what's not. And then as far as the core engineering of the project goes, it was a small team of engineers just leveraging much of what we already had set up, leveraging our data lake, leveraging the data within it. Prior models that have been experimented with for other use cases, and wiring a lot of that together, optimizing it for this particular use case. So you're talking about one data scientist and one engineer who's really working on the operations full time over those few weeks to make this happen. And then some auxiliary engineers as well, to hop on to solve specific issues and areas that we might have needed some extra help in. So a relatively small team of engineers, and then a larger team of subject matter experts to help with data categorization, data labeling.
Okay, great. Great question came in via Slack. While deploying AI models into production, how do you balance speed versus accuracy? And this is interesting because speed can mean so many things, computational efficiency as well as iteration cycles on the part of your team.
Yeah, this is a great question. And so you have to find that balance for the particular use case, I think, at the end of the day. In this particular use case, we're talking about a chatbot that you're going to want responses and answers to the customer questions in a relatively low amount of time. And there's additional overhead between the API calls of the chatbot into our internal systems and back. And so the speed isn't just about the models, but it's also the speed, of the operational system itself. And so we had to do some fair amount of optimization there. I think we found the right balance. We didn't try to necessarily get the say 92, 93, 94% accuracy on the model itself. I think we found a really good balance between getting to that 90% accuracy in the models and the speed of the system, but it's entirely dependent on the use case.
Great. One of our viewers is looking for some additional insight into your decision to use naive Bayes for your model. And they particularly mentioned that the popularity of BERT and transformer-based models. And so how do you kind of make the trade-offs between the type of approach you used?
Yeah, so what we found with our data set was we got to that 90% accuracy that we were looking for. That was the goal really quickly with naive Bayes. And with the timeline, we wanted to get a chatbot out really quickly. And so we just went forward with it. It doesn't mean we're going to stick with naive Bayes long term. We're starting sort of our next iteration on this project. We're going to consider many more types of models, many more types of AI and ML approaches, because we're using also outside of AI and ML, different types of NLP and search techniques as well behind the scenes, since we're trying to understand language and context here, right? And so we're going to revisit all of that. We were able to hit our goals relatively easily, easier than we actually expected, and so we decided to go live with it. But it was a balance between sort of the speed as well as sort of what our initial thoughts on what would be useful for the product. But because we did that, I think we have a lot more room for improvement if we put in the time for experimentation on using different models and approaches.
Awesome. That's a great insight. In a lot of ways, the difference between a business project and a research project is in the business side, you're starting with a result and you're taking the simplest possible path to get there.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Adam. Great session.
Great. Thank you, Sam.
Well, thank you so much to both Adam and Sam. That was a wonderful conversation. Now to talk about how Adobe's 22,000 plus employees are leveraging conversational AI and automation bots during COVID-19 and the shift to work from home. It gives me great pleasure to welcome to VentureBeat Transform CIO and Senior Vice President of Adobe, Simfard, who will be in conversation with our very own Head of AI Content Strategy, Hari Sivaraman.
Hello and a warm welcome to everybody. I am Hari Sivaraman, the Head of AI Content Strategy for VentureBeat, and today I have with me Cynthia Stoddard, the Chief Information Officer for Adobe. Cynthia, welcome to Transform.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Great to see you again, Cynthia. So tell us something about your role as a CIO. What does a day in the life of the Adobe CIO look like?
Wow, that's a great question. I love my role at Adobe, having responsibility for both IT and cloud operations. And I would say that the role of the CIO has been changing a lot over the last few years. We're no longer simply a back office function. We're driving a strategic direction for the business. Operational excellence is a huge focus of my team, looking at reliability and scalability and, moving to the cloud through digital transformation and, thinking about scale. But I would say that one of the key elements now within the CIO role and what I spend time on is thinking about automation and artificial intelligence and how it can help us, achieve that scale and, look at, different operational issues and anticipate failures. Machine learning is really important right now. The emerging technologies that, that we have really allow us to transform the organizations and deliver value to the business. And if you look at, integrating both AI and ML with automation, it really gives us tools in our toolkit that we've never really had before, and allows us to add considerable value to the business. So I think, part of what we do is look around the corner, look at these technologies, and then find opportunities where we can reinvent IT. And what I mean by reinventing IT is really taking IT out of the equation so that we can focus on business value and, focus on, helping drive synergies.
Cool, great. So you touched upon AI and ML, and obviously that's talked about as being the mega trend of the century. People call it the new electricity, the new fire, and what have you. So talk to us about how your role as a CIO has changed after AI and ML, what it was before, and how has AI and ML really affected your role as a CIO?
Yeah, I think how it's affected my role as a CIO is really in how we look at, putting solutions into play. As I mentioned, we need to really look at taking IT out of the equation. I would say before, within the IT organization, we did projects. I mean, we still do projects, but we did projects in order to solve issues. And, you found that business people had to wait in line to receive capabilities. With AI and ML, we can really look at these problems in a different way. We can look at them and say, how do we apply the technology to use the automation in order to solve the problem and take some of that human element out when it makes sense? And also, how do we look at, in making our business people more self-service and taking IT out of the equation so people don't need to stand in that IT line. What I found is that the focus for the CIO has really changed. And, what we need to really look at is, having, being focused on that business and having the strong business acumen and really working hand in hand with our business partners. And that means being more collaborative, right? Being more collaborative and, coming together and looking at, problems within the C-suite that we need to address. And then being comfortable with entrusting our business with technology, not just saying you're going to wait in that IT line, but giving them the toolkits and those self-service frameworks where they can handle those business problems with the right tools, the right security, and the right governance. And then I would say that the last area that's different is really having, stronger communication skills. This is communication skills to lead the team, and it's also communication skills to help the business understand how AI, how ML, how these new technologies can help them.
Gotcha. So let's switch gears a little bit and talk about conversational AI, which is the theme of the day. Conversational AI is one of the most popular applications of AI, if you will, because it helps organizations scale. It helps organizations fulfill their customer service demands very easily. So talk to us about how Adobe has leveraged conversational AI in its business.
Yes, that's a great question and what I love to talk about. So when COVID escalated in early March, here in the United States, we were forced to shift our entire global workforce of over 22,000 employees to work from home. And we basically did this over the weekend. And we knew our, conventional IT support channels wouldn't be sufficient. We knew we were going to have to look at different ways of doing things. So one of the things that we did is, we have Slack, we use Slack, and we started an Adobe work from home Slack channel so that the IT team could support the employees that way. So our thought there is that the employees would create a community and become self-sufficient. Behind the scenes, we had our help desk people, helping out with the conversations and the, answering questions and things like that. But we quickly observed that there were questions that were supported very frequently, and we wanted to optimize this ability to support these FAQs. So we came up with an AI ML chatbot that uses natural language processing to interpret questions, posted by employees, and responded, and be able to respond to these questions. So this could be something as simple as directing an employee to an FAQ site, or a site with knowledge-based articles, or actually interpreting what they were asking and then providing the answer to the question. So from there, we then took it to email, because what we found is that people were moving from phone to email, and then looking at the different email that we were getting in within the help desk. So we used some AI bots within there to look at the emails and then say, how do we take the emails using natural language processing and actually direct them to the right area? So what used to happen is, the emails took about 10 hours to be answered. So we were able to direct them to the right place within less than an hour. So we were able to really get our customer satisfaction up by using the bots.
That sounds awesome, Cindy. So if there's a new company that wants to, or any company for that matter, that wants to take the plunge and build a conversational AI solution, what would some of your advice be to them? I mean, what were the lessons that you learned? For instance, one of the things that people often complain about is it's really difficult to get the right talent together to implement an AI solution. Data scientists and data engineers, especially as in the Valley, they're like gold dust, right? So how did Adobe go about doing it, and what would be your advice to somebody who wants to take the plunge and build a conversational AI solution?
Yeah, so a few lessons that learned that I would like to share. So you mentioned talking about skills and being sure that you have the right skills. One of the lessons I think that's really important is letting people experiment with the technology. When they can experiment with the technology in a safe place, then they can learn and they can understand what business problems they can solve with a particular technology. So what I always like to say is we need to give people the opportunity to have time to learn and have time to think, right? Because we're so busy during our day with emails and everything else. We need to have protected time and set it aside. So let people experiment, in those labs and do that. So with that said, I would say that another lesson to consider is being able to walk before you run, right? So start out small. When you think about that problem, don't think about the huge problem to solve, but think about a small problem. We thought about, just getting into, the questions that were being asked within our work from home channel and how to make that better. So start with a small problem, start with something manageable, because then you can get your arms around the technology. You can get the value out of that small problem. And I'll say that getting value and seeing the fruit of, solving a solution at small scale motivates people to try bigger and harder problems. And also education. Education is absolutely key. So making sure that people understand how to use AI, the right way and the wrong way, and how to put those practices to work.
Great, sounds great. So Cindy, talk to us about what you think is the future of conversational AI, because obviously it's a technology that's been spoken of so much because for a reason. One of the main reasons is the millennial generation, or the Gen Z, if you will, the buyers of the future. They choose to interact with businesses using a chatbot rather than talking to somebody on the phone. So where do you see conversational AI going in the future? And what do you see as some of the big trends in conversational AI?
Yeah, what you say is absolutely right. It's, people enjoy, even myself, I enjoy, talking to, chatbots, because you can do it at your own time. So I think that is going to become one of the, primary methods of communication, especially as we're, stuck in our houses and, we don't want to have that much contact. It's hard to do phone calls. So I think, looking at chatbots and maturing them is going to help out a great deal. Within our organization, we're actually looking at partnering with finance to say, hey, can we create a chatbot for payroll questions and things like that, and other questions that come up in other areas of the business. I could see, a chatbot, for virtual customer service manager to help out there. So there's a tremendous amount of, different types of applications that we can look at. If we think about looking at the ability to understand questions, determine the intent of the question, and then respond accordingly. And I think the natural language technologies, are getting there, and it will allow us to process those different types of problems that we have. Also, I think that the chatbots could integrate with RPA, robotic process automation. So as we look at injecting more automation in our business process, you could also inject the bots in order to, help out and direct and solve questions and problems that way.
Cool, great. That sounds awesome. So I also was reading about how you set up a center of excellence for intelligent automation, AI, RPA, if you will. Do you want to talk to us about some of the use cases that you've implemented there? How you've generated ROI out of it? How do you see the benefits rolling out of that?
Yeah, we definitely can talk, or I definitely can talk about that. We did a center of excellence a little over a year ago, okay? And we actually started working with our finance group, procurement specifically. And, we were looking at, robotic process automation and different technologies, and looking at some of the activities within the groups that were pretty manual intensive, and what we refer to it as eliminating toil, right? So let's see how we can eliminate toil. So we looked at different technologies and decided the best way to approach this was to have a center of excellence that actually laid down the platform, the standards, and to some of my earlier comments, the tooling so that people could be self-sufficient. So we manage the platform, we provide the tooling, and then we allow our finance and procurement and other users to actually use the bots to look at different business processes. So we've done it in catalog ordering for hardware. So this is one area that we experimented in, and it eliminated about 76% of the work of creating purchase orders for hardware. So we've done it there. We've also looked at it and used it in our contract creation process. And that particular one, we've eliminated about 82% of the work. So, when we look at this, when we look at the eliminating toil, we actually look at it in a way that we're adding virtual workers into our workforce. So we don't look at it as eliminating workers. We look at it as supplementing our current workforce with virtual workers. So the virtual workers can do some of this mundane toil that I'm talking about, and then our human workers can do other value-added activities. And it's worked out really well, very well. I mean, we used it also in our wire transfer area. So I can go on and on about different areas, but that the COE has actually added value. And it's been a great partnership between our business users and the IT organization.
Awesome, Cynthia. So any final words of wisdom from you for somebody who is sitting on the fence thinking about whether they should implement AI or not? Because you talked about some of the value that you have been able to generate by using these technologies. So any words of wisdom to sort of knock them off the fence? What are the things that they should consider before they take the plunge of going into AI?
Yeah, so a few things to consider. As I said before, making sure that you give people the opportunity to understand the technology, right? Giving them that think time, giving them the training. But something that else that I would add to that is change management is really important. New technologies are always scary to people, and they can be scary in different ways depending on what the role is and how the technology is going to be used. So I really think it's important to, work with your business users, work with your IT organizations, because sometimes it's even scary to IT, so that they can understand the technology, they can understand the use, and they can understand how their role is going to change, how their jobs are going to change if they're going to change. And really get that up front, because those change management components are even more important than actually getting the technology running.
That's a great answer, Cynthia. So, I mean, I can totally relate because I've heard that myself from a lot of people that sometimes the fear of changing things is what prevents people from sort of going into implementing new technology. But that's a great answer, and I'm sure that'll help a lot of people who are looking to implement AI in their businesses. Okay, great, Cynthia. It was a fantastic session. Thank you so much for your time. And we hope to see you again at Transform soon enough.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you. Hi. Okay. So Cynthia, let's take some audience Q&A that's coming in. I see a couple of questions on my Slack channel. The first question is, what was the feedback from your 22K employees when you implemented your Convo AI solution? What was the best thing they loved about it? And what was the worst thing that they hated about it?
Which, can you just repeat the solution, Hari, one more time? Which solution?
Yeah, so the conversational AI solution that you implemented for your...
AI. Yeah, so I think what the feedback has been very positive all around about our work from home technology. I would say that what people like the best is that the time to get an answer has been reduced dramatically. In some cases from 10 hours down to less than an hour. So they don't have to wait anymore in a queue. Basically, they get the answer right away. With email, we are able to route to the right queue and get them there a lot quicker. So what people like is the responsiveness. I would say if there is an improvement that people want, they want more of it, right? Because people don't like to wait around to the traditional methods. They want instantaneous response, and that's what we're trying to do with our employees.
Great. Okay, so the next question I have here is, do you see work from home as normal? And what are the different ways in which AI can facilitate this?
So can you just repeat that one more time? I'm sorry, Hari. The first part is that do you see work from home? Sure. What?
Do you see work from home as the new normal? And what are the different ways in which AI can facilitate this?
I think that work from home is going to be part of our life forever. I don't know if I have a crystal ball here that I can look into the future and say that it's totally the new normal, because I think we're evolving with the COVID situation, and as things progress and things change. So I think we have to keep that in mind. I do think that what we have learned is that as a remote workforce, there are certain jobs and positions and everything that can be extremely effective, and that we can use technology in order to do that. Part of that is AI, part of that is collaboration tools, and a host of other things that we can put into our toolkit. So I think that working remotely or working from home is part of our agenda, I think forever, but I can't say it's going to be the new norm, because I think we're going to evolve as the situation evolves and technology evolves as well.
Okay, cool. Next question. What kind of hurdles do you see in getting users to use conversational AI to its total capacity?
So I think the hurdle is really the hurdle that you have with many technologies is change management. You have to be able to get people comfortable with the technology. And, as we've done, we've started small on our, our work from home channel with easy questions. And in other areas that we're applying AI technology, we've also started small. So if you can start small, people can understand what it does, how it, what the impacts are, and start to feel comfortable. If you start large, then I think people get put a wall around themselves to be a little bit afraid, and then it really shuts them down. So starting small, explaining, being very conversational with them on the change management curve.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question. How do you do ROI calculations for a project? Do managers have a budget to play with for the year, or do they have to build a business case to sell it internally?
Oh, wow, that's a great question. I could probably spend hours talking about it. But yes, people are leaders. My leaders on my team do have budgets, and they have a budget for what we call, running the business or providing that everyday support. And then we do look at return on investment from different technology initiatives. And, we look at it from the pure numbers standpoint, but we also look at it from more of the soft savings, which is, what is the impact on the customer? What is the impact on the employee? What strategic value does it have to position us for the future? Because in some cases, it's really, really hard to put a financial number on a benefit. And if you try to do that with everything that you do, you're not going to actually experiment with those strategic technologies that'll set you up for the future.
Great. Thank you very much. I think we're out of time. Unfortunately, we can go on and on about the discussion, but thank you so much, Cindy.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much to Cynthia and Hari for an amazing and rousing conversation there. They will not be going to an offstage Q&A, so we're giving you a chance to rest your fingers just for a moment. Maybe you could use them to share using hashtag VB Transform on social media instead. How about that? Now we're going to get straight into our next session, talking about the power of personalized proactivity in AI assistance. We are very, very pleased to welcome to Transform the VP of Conversational AI Products at Capital One, Ken Dodelin, and he will be in conversation with our very own founder and CEO, Mr. Matt Marshall.
Hi, I'm Matt Marshall, founder and CEO of VentureBeat. And I'm here talking today with Ken Dodelin, VP of Conversational AI and Messaging Products at Capital One. Thanks for joining us, Ken.
Thanks for having me, Matt. I'm excited to be here.
Ken, you built a conversational AI agent called Eno. It's apparently had quite a bit of success. Can you tell us a little bit about what you've done there and your metric for success?
Sure. So at Capital One, I've got the privilege of working with a team of technologists and designers and data science practitioners. And we got together several years ago with a vision toward building an AI assistant that would work on behalf of our customers and take some of the complexity out of money, do some work for them, and make things easier. And so we started, funny enough, in SMS. And the story goes that we were noticing that, like every other bank, we had a fraud alert that would send you a message when something fishy was detected on your account. And that alert, which was written in some pretty robotic bank speak, would ask the customer to type back, confirm or deny. Confirm if this was your charge and deny if not. And banks have variations of this. And what we found was that about 15% of the replies that came back were neither confirm nor deny. And customers were sending us back things like, yes, yeah, that was me. Yep, thumbs up emoji. And even, yes, that's the purse I bought last weekend when I was in Philadelphia visiting my sister, which is helpful, but we didn't understand any of it. And so that kind of hit the light bulb for us of, wouldn't it be great if we could understand natural language coming back to us from customers. And so we built our own natural language understanding model, deployed it in SMS, and lo and behold, we found that we could understand 99% of customer replies rather than 85%, which led to faster response times for confirmed fraud, a better customer experience because they're understood, and it's been a big success for all of us.
Great.
Since then, by the way, we've evolved the product quite a bit, which I'm sure we're going to get into.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about your latest involvement and the signs of success there. How do you measure success going forward?
Sure. So we have made Eno available there's really two sides of Eno right now. There's the proactive side, which we've invested a lot in, and probably in a differential way versus some other folks who run their own assistant. Eno has more than a dozen capabilities that will do proactively for customers. There's no opting in. They don't have to do anything special to get Eno working on their behalf. And Eno will proactively reach out, just like you would want a human assistant who was obsessing over your finances to do, through email, through SMS, or through a push notification, and let you know of important things, whether there are irregularities like, hey, you were charged twice for the same amount within a couple of seconds. You might want to check and make sure this is correct. Or you left an exorbitantly large tip. Hey, was the decimal place in the right spot there? Those types of things customers really seem to appreciate. In addition to things where we're just doing work for them, not just irregularities, but things like, hey, at the end of the year, Eno shows up without being asked with an email summary of all the charges from the past year that Eno has identified as charitable donations and potential tax deductions. And so just trying to live that vision, sort of interaction by interaction. Then the other side of Eno is the reactive side, which is more familiar to folks, where you can go into our website or our mobile app and ask Eno a question in natural language, and Eno will route you to the right place to take care of what you want to do, or take care of it right there in the chat window, and even predict what you might want to ask next. So,
Ken, you personalized Eno really well. It sounds like understanding 99% of the conversations is quite a feat. Are there any metrics that suggest it's actually leading for more business, or to better results, or above trend line for customer retention or engagement?
Yeah, we haven't publicly released any data on things like customer retention or customer acquisition and so forth. The data we've been focused on has been around the customer satisfaction that we see, the response rates we get to these, or the customer response we get to these proactive things that Eno's done for them. And I'll say that on the reactive side, we monitor those conversations very closely, and we have a team of folks who review Eno's interactions with customers and see where Eno's doing well, see where Eno can do better, and continue to try to drive customers to success while staying in the digital channel to make things as easy as possible for them.
That's great, Ken. So can we talk a little bit about what parts of Eno you built in-house? You referred to investing a lot into NLU, or natural language processing and understanding side. How did you make that decision about what to invest in and what to use third parties for? And I think your journey a few years ago has evolved, and now there's a lot more providers of NLU out there. How do you make that decision now and going forward?
Yeah, for us, we started with a general NLU solution from a third party, and this is back before we had released anything publicly, but just in our testing, that's where we began. And over time, what we found was that we had the talent in-house, or we brought the talent in-house to build things ourselves. And so we brought in one of the folks who worked at IBM Watson and built the AI that won on Jeopardy. And that team was able to build a banking-specific NLU that outperformed the general one that we were licensing, both using using what we had learned generally about the space, and then also hundreds of thousands of transcripts that we had from chat logs between customers and our agents. And that helped our AI learn the language of banking to an extent that was beyond what we saw from the generalist providers. And as I've said to you before, I have great empathy for my peers at Google and Amazon and Apple who are trying to answer any question about anything posed anyway. It's a heck of a challenge. We're focused on just answering bank questions, and Eno's getting very good at that. Still terrible at sports questions, but that's not the topics that we're trying to train Eno for.
Yeah, hey, Ken, that's great. So, the industry talks about these various levels of natural language understandings. Depending on who you talk, 4 stages or 5 levels. You referred to 90%, 99%, I think, in terms of understanding. What are you also referred earlier in a conversation we had about adopting BERT, which is one of the latest developments in NLU. Can you talk a little bit about where that industry stands? What sort of trends do you see there? What sort of breakthroughs do you need to get to? Is it 100% that you're looking for, or 99.5? How much difference does that really make?
It's all contextual, and so in the way that I just mentioned that Eno would be terrible at sports conversations, right? Eno's NLU would be at 0 if we went there. In the example I gave you about the fraud responses, we've got a very narrow set of things that people are trying to say. Generally, it's an affirmative or a negative, or maybe something about the transaction. So the variability of inputs is constrained, and that's where we can get to something like 99%. In a general website or app environment, you're somewhere between the two, and you're trying to train the NLU to be great at the most frequent intents, and then try to understand how you're going to understand all the long tail intents as well, and get as granular as a human might be able to with the context for the customer and the type of question they're asking. And so that, yes, there's lots of providers out there, and they try to put numbers on where they are in different contexts, but it's for us, it's really about pursuing that 100% that human level understanding of being able to not just understand the customer, but help them with whatever they're raising. Yeah,
are you suggesting that there is a lot of breakthroughs to be made there in terms of the contextual full understanding, or do you feel like that's not necessarily a place that needs a huge amount of advancement for you to see more returns?
Well, I'll say 2 things. One, there's the low-hanging fruit, and sort of the 80-20 rule and I think a lot of progress has been made there. The investments that continue to come in and that are, I think, going to be game-changing are when we add in a lot more customer context, and you can tell when an AI knows you versus just knows words, and so when you and I show up to an AI and get a different reaction because they know you just signed up for a card and I didn't, for example, and can respond to questions differently in the way that a human would when given that context, I think that's when you're going to see some of the differentiation really take off. And that's why there's so much investment across folks who are in this space on their data transformations and getting that data available to train the AI.
There's a lot of decision makers listening to this, business decision makers from maybe the line of business, tech decision makers, wondering how to set up their AI products and probably making some decisions about their infrastructure. What would you say is something you can tell the audience in terms of the most impactful decisions you've made in infrastructure, whether it's relying on the cloud, relying on third-party best of breed, or not?
Yeah, so I won't profess to have a solution that is the best one for everybody, but in our case, we have a cloud native application, and like I mentioned, we built the NLU and the recommendation system we have that predicts customer questions in-house. And for us, it was a good match of the talent we had available, the willingness we had to invest for the long term. And building and releasing models isn't the same as building and releasing widgets. There's a lot of trial and error and learning that goes on. And so we believe over the long term, this is a space that has the potential to create a lot of differentiation for our customer experience and our business. And so those have to date been decisions we're glad we made.
Ken, you mentioned the team there. How do you deal with bias in AI? And I think there's two sides of that, right? I think there's the increased awareness of bias in AI models, racial, gender, fairness, for example, a transparency about how decisions are made, but also the team that is put together to build the product and to govern the product. Can you talk a little bit about how you deal with that bias?
Absolutely. And I'll give you two examples. In many ways, products can be a reflection of the culture of the company that built them. And in our case, when we were building Eno, we went through a naming exercise, and we were looking at, well, what kind of name should we pick for our AI? And we looked around, and there was there was Siri, there was Alexa, and there were a number of others that all seemed to gravitate towards female names. And we had a discussion about, well, what is that saying about why do assistants all have to be female? And then we thought, well, maybe we'll go against the grain and go with a male name. And then we had well, what does that say about, oh, so this one involves math, so it has to be a male gender? And so we didn't feel like we really had it right in either case. And so we went with a gender neutral name, which enables customers to conjure up whatever it is they want in their minds about Eno without unleashing any biases they may have. And even in the avatar that signals Eno, it's just a chat bubble with a smiley face. We didn't want to get too far into anthropomorphism or giving a race or an age or anything like that. So we felt it was a good outward expression of our inclusive culture to go with a gender neutral name that sort of steered clear of any biases. The other example I'll share is when we go to train the NLU, we started, like a lot of folks did, with a very small team. And one of the things we noticed was, we're aware of other examples of where folks training a model found that model reflected their view of the world, but not everyone's, right? And so it's very important to us that we have a diverse population of folks who are doing the actual training of Eno's NLU, so that we understand how all of our customers communicate, not just how a certain demographic does. And so that's been a great exercise of understanding another representation of our culture playing into the product.
Hey, Ken, there's been some recent developments in awareness around racial injustice, specifically in the U.S. And again, I'm aware that you're not necessarily on the training side of a lot of these models or algorithms. Perhaps you could just comment in terms of what you're doing with Eno specifically. But has that changed thinking within Capital One at all in terms of how you recruit? How do you put a team together? Reviewing how the product development is done?
Well, look, like I said, I like to think that our cultural principles about being inclusive preceded the most recent events, which have been impactful to everyone's culture, and necessarily so. And so maybe it's a emphasis on how can we, through the products that we're building, make positive change that help folks. We think we have that opportunity. An assistant used to be something you could only have if you were very wealthy. And so there is a part of what we're doing that can help at scale enable customers to have access to some benefits that previously they didn't have access to. And so we believe in that vision. We believe we can bring that to customers, and we're continuing to go piece by piece to building towards it.
Ken, we've just got a couple of minutes left, so I just wanted to move on to maybe trends that you're seeing currently in the industry that are interesting, or maybe on the worrying side, keeping you awake at night. You talked about NLU and some of the advancements there, BERT being one. What are some of the other areas in possibly investments that you're going to be making to take advantage of these trends?
Yeah, again, I think we have a tremendous opportunity to unleash the power of data and customer context into these experiences. And the more that data becomes available in real time, the more we can train our models, the more context we can give them, the better we'll be able to get to that one-to-one personalized experience. It's not going to be an overnight thing, but over time we can really see the potential of the technology and where it's headed, where we're going to be able to do some amazing things for customers that not only match what humans can do today, but even go beyond.
Ken, there's a lot of conversation around cost, right? You talked about building those models and algorithms to take advantage of the data that you have and to make the experience even better. Do you see that same issue of cost at Capital One? Do you see the increasing capacity to do this data crunching and take over server farms that are warming the Arctic Ocean? But you potentially you're seeing more efficient models in machine learning models and trends on the other side that help. Can you talk a little bit about what you're seeing there in terms of cost?
Yeah, look, certainly by being an early adopter of the cloud, we're the first big bank to go to the cloud. We see both the opportunity to be lower cost and more well managed by running our infrastructure through the cloud. And so we've been really excited about that journey. It's definitely beginning to pay dividends for us and will allow us to continue to scale in an efficient way as we do more and more interactions with our AI.
Ken, as a Capital One customer, I really look forward to where you're taking Eno, and I'll keep following it. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thanks, Matt. I appreciate you having me.
Ken, welcome back. We're just going to ask a few more questions for you with myself. Ken, you talked about the two big trends in IT, right? Going cloud native and AI, and your version of AI, which I've been talking about, is the most powerful technology in enterprises. You're focusing on NLU with Eno. But if we're coming back to your tech stack, if we could double click on that, how else would you characterize your approach? Right, there's the need to move to modularization. A lot of companies are focusing on speed to deployment. Can you talk a little bit about what you've done there and how you see your stack?
Sure. So Eno was built as a cloud native application using a microservice architecture approach. We rely heavily on open source frameworks. And so things such as PyTorch and TensorFlow. We have all the standard conversational AI components in our stack. So NLU components, we have a dialogue manager. We've got a grammar-based natural language generation component. We even have a recommendation engine, a recommender, that tries to predict what questions customers are going to have before they ask them, to take that element of friction out of the experience. And so this is a new field. We are learning as we go, but we've been building for the long term in-house with our approach to Eno.
Great, Ken. And then a question around challenges that you might be seeing where you'd like to see some answers from the industry in terms of maybe technology challenges, process challenges you might have you'd like to see the industry address, whether it's Eno or otherwise.
Sure. For us, as we were talking about the ability to bring customer context seamlessly into the conversation, right? So when you and I talk, we have a lot of context about each other and can adapt our dialogue accordingly. And we don't really have that capability yet, right? And so we have more one-size-fits-all dialogues for customers. And as we all know, customers are not all alike. And we would love to be able to bring more of that context into the conversation. That requires both internal progress within each organization to make to publish their data in a way that's consumable with low latency so that it can be fed into models and so forth. It also requires some external advancements from folks who are living and breathing the NLU and the dialogue management processes forward.
And on the external source of this change, can you talk a little bit more about what those are? I mean, is there any particular field of research that you're referring to?
Dialogue management is a big one, and just we tend to when we first start out in natural language understanding and NLP generally, it's more about customer has a question, here's our response, but that's not how conversations go. And so they are a back and forth, and the ability to not only bring the customer context into the beginning of the conversation, but to carry it through just as a human would. So, okay, I understand what's been expressed, and I can then bring that into my knowledge of the customer and adapt my response accordingly. Is something we're excited to see come to market.
Great, Ken. Great conversation. Congratulations again on everything you've done, and we look forward to following the story. You've been at this a while. Capital One's made a mark in this space, and so look forward to hopefully seeing you again on future transforms. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, Matt. This has been great, and I look forward to seeing you again.
Okay, see ya.
Well, thank you once again to Ken and Matt. That was a wonderful conversation. And now it is time for a virtual networking break. It's your chance to stand up, stretch, get some caffeine or some not caffeine. I think they call that decaffeinated. Get something, make sure that you're hydrated, and connect with speakers and attendees virtually. For those with the invitation, there is an executive forum roundtable on how AI is transforming retail and e-commerce from personalized shopping to customer delight. And that's presented by Globant and moderated by a partner at Globant, Juan Bertish. We want you to all come back here at 11:15, and please do make sure that you go and visit the expo area. Don't forget that we have that amazing competition going on right now. Visit the expo area, visit at least 5 of our wonderful expo partners. Go and talk to them. You have to talk to them. You can't just wander by. Go talk to them. Remember, in Tame, you may need to expand your screen, go full screen to see the broadcast button. I do promise it's there. But go talk to at least 5 of our expo partners. If you do, your name will be in the hat for the $1,000 in cold, hard cash and the 2 complimentary passes to Future Transform event. So go take a break, and we will return at 10:45 a.m. Pacific time. And once again, if you're not quite sure what 10:45 a.m. Pacific time is in your local time zone, I'm pretty sure there's a conversational AI assistant that you can ask. Thank you, everybody. Well, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a nice break. Hope you did a lot of networking. Hope you went and got yourself entered into our wonderful competition by visiting the expo booths. Now it is time to go into a presentation from the Director of Product at Google AI, Barak Turovsky, on Can We Trust a Machine to Be Fair? How to address the challenge of bias in conversational AI algorithms. Which will be followed by a Q&A, of course, so get your questions in on Slack as it plays. Over to you, Barak.
Hi everyone, my name is Barak Turovsky, and I'm responsible for natural language understanding product area within Google AI. And I'm very excited to talk to you about a very hot topic of ML fairness using one of the products I'm responsible for, Google Translate, as a premier for this. So AI, as you probably know, will affect every aspect of our life. It's this transformative technology that it's in Sundar Pichai, CEO of Google, view it's more profound impact on us than electricity or fire. And Google is obviously a leader in artificial intelligence, and with leadership comes big responsibility to address machine learning biases. And there's multiple examples of those about race and sex and gender across many areas, including conversational AI. And one of the examples in the product that I'm responsible for is this gender bias that comes, frankly, from historical and societal reasons, because a lot of our training data is hundreds, if not thousands, years old. And in many languages, a profession, human profession like doctor, was exclusively or predominantly male for thousands of years. And nurse, as an example, was predominantly female for thousands of years. Therefore, in languages like Turkish, that in many cases is gender agnostic, you will get a translation that will say she's a nurse, he's a doctor. She's a babysitter, he's an engineer. So this inherent bias happens a lot in translations, and we are responsible to deal with it as a leader in AI. Specifically, we introduced our AI principles, specifically say that we will not reinforce or introduce new unfair biases. So that's basically the topic of my conversation today. But before that, let's step back and ask the question why Google cares so much about translation. And the answer is very simple. Roughly 50% of the content on the internet is in English, but only 20% of world's population have any English skills, including basic. So that creates this big mismatch that a lot of people, especially in emerging countries like India, Indonesia, Brazil, China, they come to the internet, but they cannot use it effectively, make it not very effective place to be. Therefore, to be able to make world information accessible, we do need translations. That's why Google Translate is such a huge global and loved Google product. Just to give you a sense, we translate more than 140 billion words every single day. It's mind-boggling, even on Google standards. We have more than 1 billion monthly active users. Not surprisingly, 95% of users are coming from outside of the United States. Obviously, almost half, more than half of our users are mobile, and we have more than 1 billion mobile app downloads. Now, we started with text translation, but we transformed to very rich experiences for translations. For example, this experience of what we call word lens, where you point the camera to a sign or a menu, and very quickly, faster than you blink, the phone Google Translate app recognizes the text, translates it on device. You don't need internet connection, and replace the text with augmented reality, so it looks like in context. On conversational AI front, we invest a lot in overcoming language barriers for conversations. Here it's an example of the product we launched together with Pixelbot's built-in translation capability to translate conversations. And finally, obviously, Google Translate is at the forefront of machine learning research. To some extent, one of the big breakthroughs in Google, called Google Brain, happened together with Translate team, where we were able to use deep neural networks on vast, huge sets of training data. And if you're interested to learn more, there is a great article in New York Times Magazine that talks about it from 2016 called The Great AI Awakening. It's a really great background about AI, how it all developed, etc. Okay, so gender bias. what is the right thing to do when you have the situation that you translate from language that is gender ambiguous or gender neutral to a language that is not gender ambiguous? For example, she is a doctor, he's a doctor, she's a nurse. There is multiple ways to do it. The problem is that it's not a trivial answer what to do. One thing you could do, just look at the training data, and basically if there is more masculine forms of he's a doctor, just keep it as it is, because that's a very statistical approach. But that's not really satisfactory. That's the current behavior. It's not very satisfactory. We can also flip a coin and basically make a random decision, but it's also harder than it sounds, and I think it's very random. We can also adopt gender-neutral novelties, like several academies of languages, for example, in France, started to address how you would say gender-neutral form when it's not masculine, not feminine. But that's very new, and it might not even need user needs, because they just need to translate something, to email someone, to talk to someone, and it's not necessarily they need those novelties. They actually need, they have a specific task in mind. So we decided when it's possible, we will just change the tasks. We will offer multiple answers with explanation and give users more control to choose feminine or masculine form. So for example, in case of English to Spanish, when you translate nurse, we will show two forms of nurse, feminine and masculine. In Turkish, Oberdoktor, that effectively means he or she is a doctor, will show both. She is a doctor, he is a doctor. And we provide those alternatives for both single words and short phrases. Now, it sounds very simple, but actually it required us to build not one, but three new machine learning models to address three tasks here. One is detect gender-neutral queries. The second one is to generate gender-specific translations. And finally, you need to check for accuracy to make sure the translation meaning didn't change when we did this. So the first task is to detect gender ambiguous queries, because the AI, the machine learning models, don't have a notion of gender. They don't understand that this particular topic, or this particular query has some gender ambiguous thing. So we need to understand language-specific gender rules. And by the way, this comes very specific to every language. Then we need to use this gender rule, and we need to actually extract positive and negative training examples to train our models. Positive examples, for example, from him to her, from him or her. This is in one of the languages. A negative example is like at 10, has nothing to do with gender. AI, ML models don't understand the difference, so you need to train them. This is gender ambiguous queries, this is not. And then we had to train machine learning model that we call text classifier. So that's the first task. The second task is to extract male and female data from existing training corpus. You need to tag this training data to control gender in the models. For example, male data is Oberdoktor, he is a doctor. Female data, Oberdoktor, she's a doctor. And then you basically find the right trade-off to create this optimal model training process. And finally, it's super important task. You actually need to check that translations are valid. And let me show you an example. For example, he wants to make everything his own. When you train a model to show you gender variants, you might get, she wants to make everything her own. This is great. Same meaning, just gender is changed to show it to users. But there is another example. For example, Yuan, did he really say those words? That's masculine form. But Yuan, did she actually say those words? This is different, slightly different meaning. And you actually need to filter out, because you might actually change the meaning when the system is creating masculine and feminine forms. And what's really, really important is that we realize that we developed ML model that is very good at the specific task of producing male and female translations, even when those do not make a lot of sense. So here's an example. It's a bit extreme, but I like it because my favorite example. The correct translation is value-added tags. This has no meaning and no notion of gender. However, the system is laser focused and laser trained to create female and male variants of value-added tasks. Here you go. Instead of just value-added tasks, it created a variance, her value-added tasks, his value-added tasks. So as you can see, translation meaning completely changed because of we created this amazing model that trained and focused on creating those masculine and feminine variants. So it's very important to make sure the quality of translation stays the same, and also find this right trade-off between size of the model and how much focus you put on debiasing the model. And that's also not trivial thing to to deal with. So that's more or less it. That's our story on this particular topic. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this really fun part of this session where we get to talk with Barak a little bit more. My name is Noelle Silver, and I lead instruction for university programming at HackerU. But I've been in a bunch of different AI organizations, but specifically actually on the other side, in a very similar organization, but in Alexa. And so I was so excited to have an opportunity to talk to Barak about the way they do things in Google. And the last 10 minutes were so fascinating. Hopefully you all will enjoy the next few minutes of us just diving a little bit deeper into some of the things that you said. I thought it was really cool. So the first thing I heard that I was like, oh, I really want to know more about this, is around, you had decided to create 3 different models. And I thought it'd be interesting to understand a little bit more context about, like, how did you pick 3? How did you, like, what problem, how did you get there from where you were?
Yeah, great question. And it's actually a fun discussion. It was to some extent also a stressing discussion because a lot of people, frankly, didn't understand why it's so difficult. They're like, just put a toggle, male and female, just put it. Like, what's so difficult? And again, just to explain the context, we have insane amount of training data usually, like billions of words, right? So those billions of words include bias because of historical bias. For example, for many languages, one of our biggest sources of training data is the Bible. Obviously, in the Bible, the male is the doctor is probably male, right? So that's how it starts. And as I said, both Google position and our AI principle says we should do something. We should start doing something to address it. But then people would ask, why it's so difficult? Why it takes you for so long, like, etc. And the problem is you have billions of training sets for a language. Our AI models have no notion of gender. They don't understand what gender even means, right? So like, what does it mean you will show toggle? 99% of words or sentences has nothing to do with gender. So like, how you will do it? So we definitely had this big problem to even identify what needs to be, that has gender ambiguous query, right? So that was the motivation to actually work with linguists, work with language specialists to basically, based on those linguistic rules, and by the way, that's language by language, right? Because the rules are different, to basically identify, create a model, train a model. This is a gender ambiguous query, this is not, right? It's like, I will give an example in text recognition. This is a letter A, this is letter A in different script, and this is not letter A, it's just a piece of dirt on a menu, right? So it's more or less this, and it's not what is obvious to second grader, like my kids at school, it's not obvious to a machine. Machine has a specific task. So that's the first one, right? You first identify. Now, the second task is also very interesting. Hey, you now need to have gender variance. Again, AI doesn't know. AI can translate things, but she doesn't understand the difference masculine, feminine, right? You now need to create those. You need to collect training data, label training data, understand this is masculine, this is feminine, and basically create a specific task that will basically start creating those variations of translation. Same meaning, and that's very important for the third model. Same meaning, not a different meaning, and basically to allow you to do that. So finally, when we started to do that, we discovered pretty significant and fascinating topics. When you train a model, usually the model works best when it's narrowly defined. So this definition of the model, second model, was create feminine and masculine variants of the translation, no matter what, right? I gave that example, but we had a lot of those examples. It's like, will you marry him, right? Now, what is this if you need to create a feminine variant? Will you marry her, right? The meaning completely changed, right? So yes, you devise a system. You now have very nice system with choices of feminine and masculine, but sorry, for a user who wanted to send an email, by the way, it will also work on a even more extreme. Will you marry me? The female and feminine and masculine variant will be, will you marry him? Will you marry her? Imagine yourself, somebody wants to send an email or ask people, and he will ask it and it will completely change the meaning. So that was fascinating, interesting, but very complex exploration to some extent, and a lot of work to basically create the system to check them on all 3 parameters. A, find those ambiguous queries. B, create the variants, and C, make sure it doesn't actually change the meaning of the translation.
Yeah, the reason I wanted to dive into that is because it's so important that people understand that it's it's much more complicated than you originally think, and that even models, when you use them, you think it's a single model when it actually could be a collection of them solving multiple tasks. So as people look at this, I think that's really important. So thank you for that.
Yeah,
The next question I wanted to ask you was around the data that you're using to train the models. And if you could talk a little bit about, we're trying to cover algorithmic fairness and, how do we create a balanced and diverse data set? So what are some of the things that you were thinking about when you were trying to create, the training data set specific to like the male and female, and how did you go about that?
Yeah, there is multiple variants, and I will actually expand it beyond Google Translate, because one of the not unique but a different thing about Google Translate is that we use what is called semi-supervised learning. What it means is that we employ search technologies like at Google Search, and we crawl the web to find content that was already translated, right? Publicly available data, UN documents, newspapers, etc. Anything publicly available, we crawl it. And the beauty of it, that's why it's called semi-supervised, that effectively people for thousands of years was doing labeling work, right? So that makes it so scalable, right? We crawl this way and we can do 100 languages very quickly, covering 99% of online population. But we crawl and we create, but we also inherit all the biases that happen over the years, right? When nobody knew about AI, nobody knew about training data. It was just data on the internet. There are other techniques, and a lot of techniques today actually cannot use semi-supervised learning. It actually requires a significant number of human labeled text, right? And even there, if you think about that, for example, labeling speech, labeling faces, you have biases. And by the way, AI is always biases. There are always biases. The question is whether it's unfair or not. Because when you train a face recognition model, you bias on faces instead of other parts of human body, hands, legs, etc. Right? The key is to make sure that you're not creating those unfair biases. So one tool that we use, we have this tool called crowdsourcing, which is an amazing tool. You wouldn't believe how many people want to help Google to get better on translating, to get better in recognizing pictures, etc. And one of the things we do is that we actually invest to make sure we have a representative set of raters or those labelers who volunteer with us, coming from different backgrounds, from different races, from different locations, to make sure the labeling includes a wide variety of things. As you can imagine, a policeman or policewoman in Sweden is very different than policeman and policewoman in India. And if all your training data is more or less people from Sweden, you might not recognize the policeman or policewoman in India. So we focus on that and use those techniques to make sure we have more diversity that will obviously help with training less biased models.
That's great. I think that leads us right into maybe the last thing. A lot of the people listening to this are probably considering, either building teams or have teams that build machine learning models themselves. It might be interesting to just hear your perspective on what can they do to make sure that their engineers feel empowered to recognize unfairness in their models? Maybe, what mechanisms have you seen work, whether you've used them personally or not? It would just be great to hear your perspective on that.
Yeah, I would say back to my point about crowdsourcing approaches that we use. If you can, either hire a diverse set of people who can label your data, because people come with unconscious biases, right? That's one. Right. If you can work on community angle, for example, you develop something that benefits a lot of people in the country, in a location, use that. Try to get much more diverse pool of people, right? Reach out to people. Today it's very easy. A lot of people can do it on the phone. This crowdsource app that I mentioned, it's literally an app that people, when they search in Google Photos and they cannot find what they need, there'll be a promo saying, hey, would you like to help us to improve our search algorithms? And then we basically get people. And we do all those campaigns to recruit people from different countries, India, Indonesia, etc. You want this diversity. That would be probably most important thing. Two, to understand their biases, but make sure you define which biases you consider unfair. There's multiple approaches. You can take a legal way. For example, in the US, you can take away, here's a protected categories that cannot be discriminated against. Let's say when they apply for a job, or they apply for rent, or for mortgage, etc. It could be race, gender, social orientation. You could start with that and saying, okay, here's my well-defined set of things that I would like to debias, and focus on those.
Yeah, I totally agree. Well, thank you so much. I think it's really important for everyone to understand that it's not an unsolvable problem solving for fairness in our machine learning models. So really great examples. Thanks so much for your time.
My pleasure. It's amazing, very complex problem, but the key is to start somewhere. That's my main message.
Thank you.
All right, that was an absolutely fascinating presentation and a great discussion with Noel. Thank you so much. I have a question for you before we get to the audience questions. It's just something that I've been noodling around. Obviously, I think a lot of people in this industry think that the best way to solve this problem is debiasing the training data. But of course, Google has all the data. Is there any hope of that ever actually happening, or is that just a bridge too far?
I think obviously it's a very important goal to try to do it. It's just enormous task, as I tried to expand in my presentation. When you have tens of billions of sentences per language, none of them have this notion of gender. It's very paramount task. As I said, what we do, we're actually using ML to create the data that will help you effectively debias it, right? I don't think it's a practical term to debias all the data, but to create a model that effectively compensates or fixes many of outcomes of unfair bias. Because again, ML is all about bias. When, as I mentioned in the presentation, you need to do face recognition. You're biasing. You mostly train faces. You might train on something that is not faces, right? But that's your main training data. So I think to make sure you're not treating or unfair bias, and the focus.
Excellent, thank you. Question from Harry at VentureBeat. What do you think are the main contributions that conversational AI can make to eliminate all kinds of bias, not just gender, but also race and other types of bias?
Yeah, diverse will create, especially when human writers go and label it. For an example, in our crowdsourcing effort, when you recognize policemen and policewomen, it's very important that you look at different races, different countries, etc. So you will not create a stereotype ML model. What does police or policeman or policewoman look? So I think that's where both conversational AI or any type of, to some extent, human contribution could help. And obviously, all big tech companies are investing resources to do it better, but that's where it could help.
Another question for you from the audience, and thank you, by the way, audience. Questions that are coming in are amazing. Way too many, we can't cover them in time, but are there any data sets or synthetic data available to help train gender?
Yes, that's a tough one. I'm not aware. If we had, we'll obviously use it, but basically we actually had to recreate it from scratch by basically creating to create the model, ML model that will actually identify the data that is gender ambiguous, and then train a model to generate it. I would say the synthetic set in many cases should be probably self-generated. Train a model that will be narrow focused on creating feminine and masculine version of the translation. Make sure you account for quality, because as I mentioned, we had to build another model to check quality. But that's, in my opinion, the way to go.
Excellent. Interesting question from Saloni. Thank you, Saloni. How does one handle bias and fairness in cloud services, which predominantly rely on customers to provide the data, and the service just returns a trained model, like, for example, Google Dialogflow in conversational AI?
Yeah, it's a great question. Unfortunately, probably not very qualified to answer that. That's because going into intricacies of specific customer data. But I think it's to some extent maybe a mini version of what Google has to go through. The customer needs to invest in kind of trying to identify biases and debias the data to a large extent. And probably our tools can help. But obviously, when you have a custom data, it's important to make sure it's done right.
Thank you. We've only got a few seconds left. So during your presentation, you mentioned a tool. One of our wonderful attendees is asking, What is the tool that you mentioned, because they could not make out the name?
Yeah, it's called Google Crowdsource. It's an app or a web interface that allows people who are very excited about languages or about helping Google better recognize photos, etc., support more languages, support more translations. They can go and basically see tasks like a Wikipedia model, rate images, translate text, etc. So it's called Crowdsource.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Barak. This was fascinating. Thank you for being on VentureBeat Transform.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Well, that was wonderful. Thanks once again to Barak. Now we are going to go straight into another fireside chat, creating the world we want to see, advances in NLP research and beyond, with Chief Scientist and EVP at Salesforce, Richard Soja.
Hi, everyone. I'm Julie Choi, and I'm an independent advisor to enterprise AI companies and a collaborator with academic institutions. I've been working in AI for the past 5 years or so, and I'm so excited to be here today as part of VentureBeat Transform, speaking with Salesforce Chief Scientist Richard Soja on the topic of NLP and conversational AI and how these are really rapidly transforming enterprises today. Hi, Richard. How are you?
Hello, Julie. I'm great. How are you?
Doing well. So let's get started, Richard. Let's just dive in and maybe we'll talk a little bit about just general AI. There's been so much written and done in the space of AI over the past 7 to 10 years. And many enterprise organizations are still at the beginning phases of their AI adoption and deployment. What are some of the general AI methods that are gaining traction with your customers at Salesforce?
It's a great question. So we have a whole host of different AI applications across sales, service, and marketing. We see a lot of adoption actually very recently in chatbots and service automation. A lot of companies aren't able to keep up with the new influx of traffic and the resulting service issues that come in their organizations, and chatbots are a really great way to help me scale theirs. And in the beginning, chatbots are mostly seen as a text interface, but really in the future we will see chatbots that are basically once being defined. So if a question comes in, you define what the right answer should be, and then you can deploy that answer to a chatbot over the phone, or a chatbot over text, or a chatbot over emails. Essentially, it's the same kind of knowledge that should be behind this. And we're working on all three of those. And you see already things like article recommendation, service staff. You see reply recommendations as features that are getting deployed and getting a lot more traction. Case classification for incoming emails. So a lot of point solutions that are being combined into more complex full bot solutions. And then on the sales side, you have things like lead and opportunity scoring, which is taking off a lot. Companies don't want to spend time calling or emailing folks who don't want to buy their product. So you have models there that help triage potential leads and opportunities. And then in marketing, it's actually a very active field already for AI. And we see things like attribution finally come to market, where customers can actually know which of their various marketing efforts actually yielded the most results. So across the board, we see a lot of interesting AI adoption in recent years.
Amazing. So as chief scientist, how do you define NLP and conversational AI to your customers that are a little bit newer to these areas?
In the end, we work on a lot of different modalities: voice, structured data, tables, images, and also text. And text and natural language in some ways is the most ideal modality to work on, because in the end, every company talks to their customers in some form or another through natural language, whether that's voice or written text. And so it's actually quite intuitive for a lot of companies to do it, where they often struggle then chatbot now over past transcripts and learn from that automatically. Well, there might be bias issues there, and in some cases, companies don't want to continue and they want to actually change what the right answers should be and not just take over historical data. So sometimes they want to change these chatbots, for instance. And so that becomes a complex issue of how do you help companies create training data, create unbiased training data, and work on the right kinds of problems in their AI efforts.
So let's talk about chatbots for a minute. You know, for chatbots, I think the accuracy, right, of the bot and the type of answer that's being delivered to the person asking the question is really important. How do you train the bot for maximum accuracy? And, you know, what are some of the challenges that customers need to be aware of in creating these very complex language applications?
It starts with, do you actually understand? So if you have, for instance, do you actually understand your customer? If you have, for instance, a voice chatbot, you need to make sure that your speech recognition with all kinds of different voices and accents, even if it's just for the English language, let alone try to support other languages in the future. But once you actually have a sense of being able to understand the customer, then it comes down to intent classification, where you actually try to understand what is the main intent. And then there's this fine balance between having giving customers our customers enough control so they actually can decide for a specific question, this should be the right answer, this should be the right process. You know, you have a package that you need to replace. This is what the steps you need to take to get a replacement package, versus letting it just be learned from historical data. And that is always a fine balance. Having, you know, admins in our case, they can define these complex decision trees, and then over time, these get also more and more complex. So helping them deal with that complexity is another big issue for those that actually have seen the impact and have realized, oh wow, if I can answer 10% of these incoming requests, that's a huge savings for me. Those folks can do a lot of other things. They can do cross and upselling in service rather than deal with these very mundane sort of, how do I authenticate? How do I recover my password? Where do I log in again? And things like that. So we see across our customer base a wide variety. Some folks are just still getting started and make that first leap, actually integrate the chat capabilities in their websites in the first place. And that is still often, for a lot of AI applications, it's actually 80% non-AI related engineering work and changing your workflows and things like that, to customers who are very much at the forefront, already seeing big cost savings, are now more competitive and want to now say, okay, it's great we have it on English. Now, tomorrow we want to have it in French and German and Japanese and Chinese and all these other languages. And then trying to see how many of the processes and how much of the training and these decision trees can you transfer from one language to another, versus, you know, maybe their French office has a slightly different process for handling returns. Maybe there are different regulations in another country that you have to adhere to. And so it's a fine balance and a lot of interesting issues.
So it sounds like, I mean, the tools, NLP as a technology, are very important, but then there's quite a bit of human process, business process, that also needs to be defined. Can you speak about the balance in terms of, you know, I'm a new enterprise building my chatbot, my customer service assistant for the first time. How do I have a roadmap for developing this bot? How much is the business process versus all of the tooling? And what kind of trade-offs and considerations do I need to think about?
So I guess it starts first at, do you have the scale, right? If you have the first consideration you need to make is this actually a problem that really, once we did automate it, which is also some amount of effort and has a little bit of a consultative aspect to it, and a service component of trying to help set it up and have human work kind of unify your process, is that worth it because you actually spend that much money on it doing it manually right now? And once that decision is clear, then it boils down to getting your training data labeled The most ideal setup for AI, and this is true for chatbots, but all other AI applications, is that usually if your standard workflow also creates your training data, then you don't have to have a separate huge process and consulting and service job to create that training data. So for instance, if you're already using a CRM and you already have people answering chat requests, then you can use that standard workflow to collect the training data to then learn how to give good answers automatically. But if you don't have that at all, then it's a huge effort to try to think of the training data, try to transfer learn from other possible data sets, and trying to create more manual processes around and manual decisions to try to get your chatbot up and running. And that is true for a lot of other examples. For instance, if you want to understand sentiment in your marketing campaign on social media, you need to, ideally, if that was important enough to you, you already had people say, for all the tweets that, mention our handle or have a hashtag pertaining to our products, we have people going through these tweets and labeling them and marking them up in some structured way so that we understand how people respond to our marketing campaign or to our newest products. Now, it's very different if you don't have that. Then you have to actually go out, go on social media, collect training data, then label it, and then you can only benefit from it. So these are considerations. And I think as a company, you always have to decide whether something is very core to your expertise and you should have your own data scientists work on it, versus these are things that aren't part of your core expertise but are really crucial to how you interact with your customers. And in those cases, you want to rely on partners, and ideally they have already pre-trained solutions that are turnkey.
Fantastic. So I think that many of the listeners, they want to learn from the best practices of organizations that have done this successfully. Do you think you could share kind of 3 of the best practices that you think are common across successful deployments of NLP and conversational AI?
Boy, where do I start? I think the first thing is making the decision whether this is something you need to have in-house or this is something you can outsource and you can have the right partner for. So the partner versus build kind of decision. Once you've made that decision, and for most companies, it makes sense in this particular case to partner because it is a lot of work. And if your main goal is insurance, then your data scientists probably are best equipped to think about risk and trying to quantify risk and all the various AI and bias issues around that versus a chatbot to help communicate with your customers. So that is the number one decision, and I think it needs to be made in a way that you help understand whether it's part of your core business or not. And then the second one is to really collect the training data and make sure you think about how this will affect your customers. How important is the decision that your chatbot, for instance, might make for your customer? And the more important that decision is, the higher the bar has to be to avoid a variety of bias issues, accuracy issues, and had that impact on your customers. So you might want to refrain from automating a certain aspect if for instance, it's about really tough things like justice or loan classification, and knowing that there are all these bias issues potentially in there, you might want to keep people, and then of course having, avoid those people having biases too, and have people work on those really high impact decisions that your AI might be part of, or that your processes are just generally working on. And maybe the third one would be about not just the impact and the system and the people that are working on this, but also then the training data and having a good process where you consistently have, for instance, feedback mechanisms where if the AI does make a mistake, it can be flagged and escalated to a person. If somebody feels like the AI hasn't made a mistake, and they can personally give that feedback, they also get understanding of why the AI made a certain recommendation or gave a certain answer. And this again is when you think about these really high impact scenarios like loan applications that can really change people's lives.
Yeah, the human is going to be increasingly important in making sure that the bias is vetted out of these applications. Thanks so much for that detailed answer. I want to switch gears. We've been talking a lot about the things we need to consider in terms of deployment and successful deployment of NLP and conversational systems. I'd love to hear some of your thoughts on research. As chief scientist at Salesforce, that is also part of what you're doing. So can you share a little bit about, as a scientist and future research, what you're excited about in this domain?
Yeah, absolutely. I really enjoy the research that we're doing here, and we've had some really impactful lines of research. One that recently was released was the AI Economist. It's a two-stage reinforcement learning model that tries to optimize not what people usually do with RL, which is sort of zero-sum games, trying to beat people in various war scenarios like war games or chess or Go or something like that, but see if we can deploy this technology to do something good directly with the application versus sort of indirectly, hopefully through the technology in the future. And the particular problem this system that we built in this framework is working on is taxes. Taxes and economic equality are a huge issue of our time worldwide, and in the US also. Seeps into a lot of other issues that are really crucial. And goes all the way down to sort of, are we working on just shareholder capitalism or stakeholder capitalism? And this RL system is trained to optimize for an entire simulation productivity of the economy multiplied with equality, which is 1 minus the Gini index, a measure of equality. And then tries to optimize as the AI economist, that whole system. And inside the system, you also have AI agent, and each AI agent is trying to maximize their own gain. And they can trade resources, collect resources, and things like that. And we're going to open source that actually in a couple of weeks. And I'm really excited to build a community around the AI economist, where people worldwide can contribute code and think about their scenarios and apply this to taxation questions, housing questions, and all kinds of other equality questions, and try to say, look, if we agree on what the objective is that we're trying to optimize, then let's get another piece of advice on how to get to that objective. And I think oftentimes people would ostensibly agree on what the objective is that we're all trying to optimize. Nobody would argue we don't want to have a more productive economy, we don't want to have equality. But when it comes down to actually deploying these systems or actually making changes, people will very widely differ, because in many cases we don't know what the right answer is to fix certain problems. And so with this new framework, we can play through millions of years, for instance, of different taxation schemes, and then see what actually results in the fairest outcome.
That's incredible. So it's almost like crowdsourcing and really inviting the developer and data science community to create a more equitable economic framework globally. Am I right in kind of summarizing?
That's right. And it's very important, and not just sort of by coincidence, that we want to open source this, because of course this could be used. You just add a bug somewhere and you say, well, the AI system said X, Y, Z, and so now we have to do it. So of course, it will give feedback, and then people will still have to make the final decisions. But it will allow everybody in an open source way to make this transparent and collaborate on this technology together.
Amazing. So AI Economist, powered by Salesforce's AI research team. Can't wait to see that come out, and looking forward to global participation. That sounds like an incredible program. All right, maybe just 30 more seconds, Richard. What is it about the field of AI, NLP that just keeps you going, right? And where do you think we're going to be 5 years from now?
That's a great question. To me, AI captures sort of one of the things that makes us the most unique species on Earth, and that is intelligence. And language is the most interesting manifestation of intelligence. And of course, animals have certain intelligence too, but as far as we know yet, no other animal has as complex of a language system. And so, to me, it comes and connects all the other areas of AI, right? We can talk about visual stimuli, and language is connected to culture. And then, of course, to automation in many ways. Civilization is kind of a sequence of increasing a sequence of increasing automation, right? Like moving from hunting and gathering to agricultural society, electricity, the steam engine. And so natural language processing, I think, is at the very forefront of that next level of automation. But it will automate things that we may find boring if you do it over and over and say, like, the 500th person in the last month tried to recover their password, and I'm explaining the same process to them again. And instead allow us as humanity to focus on sort of interesting, creative, and empathetic kinds of tasks and working together.
Thank you so much. Richard Socher, Chief Scientist at Salesforce. Wonderful chatting with you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie.
Oh, Richard, really? Really? Yay, you're back. Can't hear you. Hi, Richard.
Aloha. So we're live.
Aloha. Good to hear you. Thank you so much. We had such a great chat so far. I think that there's a lot of questions coming in. Let's just chat about, some of the latest things that we have been discussing in the field of AI broadly, but also, of course, NLP and NLU. You and I were chatting offline about surfing and, how maybe where are we in terms of AI? Is it like a big wave that you foresee coming, or is it more of a consistent pattern of waves that we can surf? So if you can talk a little bit about the stage of the game in terms of AI and where we're at.
Sure, yeah, be happy to. I think AI is in this dual state now of there's the sci-fi future exciting promises of artificial general intelligence and this massive explosion, and then there's the electricity state. And I think as we've made a lot of progress on the research side, now it's actually more and more important to just take what we've learned and take the technology and apply it to really important, impactful problems and solve them. And sometimes people are less excited about, okay, we know now how electricity works, we know now how AI works to a large degree for a lot of the applications, sort of an 80-20 type of scenario, or for 80% of the problems. If you have enough training data, you can do it. But there is a little bit of the realization too that you need to have that training data. There's a bit of a service component to help other companies get it started. And so it's now just a serious endeavor. There's a lot less of the random hype of AGI and so on, but it's actually having real business impact, and we see impact also on the consumer side in a lot of different places. So I'm very excited still. I don't think we'll ever have an AI winter again. If anything, it'll be a very warm California winter because it works and we see it used everywhere.
Yes, and as a lifetime Californian, I'm really happy to hear that the winters are going to be mild. We do have an interesting question from some of the community here at Transform about customers and customers that are working with black box AI in machine learning cloud services. When service providers are dealing with dark data from enterprises, i.e. data that they don't have access to, and companies are trying to do their own algorithm, right, and their IP, what are some of the mechanisms that you think we should have in place to address protection of IP and still, building meaningful AI applications using the data we need?
Yeah, it is worrisome when none of the main stakeholders have access to the data. I think we need to be very careful as we build tools to think about potential systemic issues of the people building the tools, the systems that are being used, and then also the data sets. And so there are a lot of issues around that. I think we need to push hard for transparent AI, for AI where you can give feedback. If you've been affected by the AI, that you need to be able to give feedback back and say, hey, this didn't make sense for me, this doesn't work. And especially if they're important decisions like who should get a loan or something from a bank, it's very important to have these feedback loops. And the explainability is also really crucial. We've seen this in some cases people don't really care. They say, find me all the images where my company logo is shown on Twitter. And then if there's one wrong one, they really don't care that like there are these 5 neurons that said this is your company logo, but it wasn't. You just kind of scroll through it and you ignore that message. But in other cases, when you ask, for instance, a service employee or a sales person, you should talk to these people and you should say this. They want to know why. They want to know why they should change their standard patterns. And so in those cases, it is really crucial to give explainability for your AI results. And the more important the applications are, like in medicine and so on, the more important it is that we understand the why. But of course, in some cases, even humans don't have a concrete why. Like as you're driving, you can't really say, why did you move your fingers a little bit and then steer the steering wheel just like a third of a degree to the left, even though you're still in the lane. Like people don't really know all the whys either of some of their low-level decisions and motor cortex and visual understanding and so on. So I think we have to balance this. Sometimes we do need to have the highest accuracy, and in some cases we still need a lot of the explainability behind it. So I would caution companies from just using pure black box where the service provider doesn't understand the data super well, and the people who are using that service who know the data well don't understand the algorithm very well, and then there might be zero information flow between them, and those are tricky scenarios.
Okay, great. I think that's all we have time for as far as I can tell. I mean, we can keep going. I think maybe one more question.
We'll have the next session after this.
Yeah, so awesome. Let's see, I think if we did have time for one more question, people really are excited about the announcement that you made about what you're going to be doing next. I'm sure you can't say much, but we all wish you well. And if you want to just give us a little hint of the category or something about what you're going to be doing next, we'd love to hear.
I'm very passionate about it. It will be some very exciting things that I think, hopefully in the limit, will have a huge impact on people. But indeed, I can't share too much yet.
Well, congratulations on making that important decision. And, thanks again for all of the contributions you've made through the time at Salesforce. We're really, it's just been an awesome ride since you joined, right? About 4 years ago?
Yeah, a little more than 4 years ago. I'm incredibly grateful for the team and the opportunity to have been there. It's such an amazing set of people, and I'm really excited to stay on as an advisor and help continue being a cheerleader for them and give some advice on AI. It's going to be an exciting time for the group.
Yeah, and then maybe if we can just talk about some of the research that, some of the things that you've been really excited about in terms of the top contributions, and as you look forward for Salesforce and your customers using NLP, can you shed a little bit of light on what you're excited about in terms of the future?
Absolutely, yeah. I think the biggest thing for Salesforce is going to be AI and service automation. We'll eventually see a world where a company has an answer to a specific type of question, and it doesn't really matter if that question comes in over a phone call, over an email, over a text chatbot. You have to give the same answer. And so Salesforce is uniquely positioned with their customer 360 and a full understanding that to provide that kind of answering systems. And at the core of all of that is natural language processing. So I think it'll be super exciting for Salesforce. And I guess we have a big wrap up blinking screen. So thanks everyone. I guess we'll go on to the Q&A chats after this. And thanks.
Perfect.
Julie.
Thank you. Sir. Okay. Bye.
Bye.
We're going to move straight on into how Twitter is using AI ML at scale to detect and label fake or hateful tweets. Telling us about that is the CTO at Twitter, Parag Agrawal, and he is in conversation with founder and CEO of VentureBeat, Matt Marshall.
I'm Matt Marshall, founder and CEO of VentureBeat. I am here with Parag Agrawal, CTO of Twitter, who's setting Twitter's vision. And we're talking today about how Twitter uses AI and ML at scale to empower the public conversation, but also to flag harmful speech. So Parag, thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me, Matt.
Parag, many viewers here and other speakers at the summit on conversational AI today are obviously talking about how you build a bot or a conversational agent to apply in this or that setting or field. But in many ways, Twitter is doing the reverse, right? You're actually battling adversaries that are building these bots. Can you talk a little bit about how you see Twitter's activity with AI and conversational AI?
It's a great question, Matt. If you think about most people working on conversational AI, people are building agents to interact with humans conversationally, right? To do that, there are advancements like better understanding of language, better capturing context around a conversation, as well as building a better knowledge base so you can interact with a human. Now, Twitter does not build a bot that interacts with humans in some way, but our platform is all about conversations. In fact, our mission as a company is to serve the public conversation, and we spend a lot of time doing work on improving that conversation. And all of the advancements I mentioned earlier help us improve that conversation. You rightly mentioned that we also have to think about the flip side of these advancements, right? We have to worry about our adversaries who are trying to manipulate the public conversations and how they might use these new techniques and how they might use them to manipulate the conversation. And that's actually a fascinating space that we're diving into. I would be remiss if I did not mention sort of the positive side of conversational AI. We host good conversational AI bots on the platform. In fact, one of my favorite follows is this account called @RealHumanVC, which surprisingly went silent a few weeks ago, which is built on GPT-2 and is really fun to follow. So for those watching, I'd recommend that.
Parag, thanks for that. We see a lot of advancements in conversational AI. So over the last year, I think we're seeing what we saw on the computer vision side a couple of years ago, right? There's these breakthroughs with BERT and other models and algorithms. Can you talk a little, is this an arms race where, so the adversaries get more advanced and then you have to advance as well? Can you talk a little bit about the advancements, what you're seeing maybe on the positive side, negative side?
Oh, great question. In some sense, some of the adversarial cases are an arms race. But it's useful to sort of take a step back on the overall context around how an adversary or a bad actor might be structured. We roughly think of bad actors as being of four kinds. One, just an entirely machine-powered bot. A second kind is one which is a machine-powered bot, but with some human in the loop somewhere. A third one might be an entirely human manipulator, which is coordinated by a single entity. And a fourth, and not surprising one, is real accounts from people that get compromised by an adversary. Now, a typical attempt at manipulating the conversation actually uses some combination of all of these four to achieve some sort of an objective. Now, the way conversational AI ends up playing into this is, think of someone trying to manipulate the conversation and what allows them to do the most harm. It's actually not an account that on its surface looks like a bot that causes harm to the conversation, right? Like we're all immune to things that look like bots. And in fact, a lot of accounts that people on Twitter look at them and they say, oh, this looks like a bot. They're often actually real people who just didn't do the work to make their account look real. But the most harmful accounts are the ones that don't look like bots on the surface. And in fact, mislead people into believing that they're real people and allow people to be influenced by them. Now, the way conversational AI advancements can play into this is it makes our world challenging in multiple dimensions. One, it makes it harder for us to detect that this is an attempt at manipulation because it's more realistic and it looks more like a human. That's the entire premise of the research area. Second, it causes more harm because people believe it's real and are more influenced by them. And third, we lose sort of a core primitive, right? Like we talk about a human label as a ground truth for a large number of machine learning techniques. If you believe humans are being prone to not being able to tell if something's generated by a machine versus from a real human, you lose that reliable ground truth to be able to build upon. That's why conversational AI poses this sort of unique challenge when in the hands of an adversary for us to navigate.
Yeah, those are big issues, Parag. I'd like to come back to that in a second. I did want to touch on this idea of bias. So there's some research that has been coming out recently, I think, including from the University of Washington, and they refer to how when processing natural language, on tweets and flagging hateful speech, that African Americans are more likely, they're 1.5 times more likely to be flagged than speech from others. There's a recognition of bias in the data from a lot of the research that companies like Twitter and others obviously have to rely on. You are relying on the research that is out there in terms of the data and the research on top of it. How do you counter that? What is Twitter doing?
It's a great question. I'm not familiar with the specific research you mentioned, but bias, fairness, transparency, these are key considerations in how we do this work. One thing to note about why we as people building Twitter and in general the community around machine learning need to think carefully about topics of bias is that if you think about biases, there are biases all around. What machine learning is unique at is encoding those biases through feedback loops, which are very, very fast. Previous feedback loops used to operate at the scale of years or decades. And with machine learning models in the loop, these feedback loops have gotten really, really compressed. Like they're of the order of like days or sometimes even minutes. And when you start with biased data and feed it into this rapid feedback loop, it can actually not just calcify the bias, but potentially make it worse. That is why we as practitioners in this field need to really be thinking about how we're dealing with bias, how we're ensuring that we're looking at the data and the models carefully, how we're not just thinking about the root cause of the bias, but also the outcomes that result from our models and these feedback loops and these products that we're building. That's why that's an area of major focus for us, and we're a part of the greater community that is focused on these issues, which is super cross-functional.
Yeah, Parag. Yeah, certainly this is a moving target. What you're articulating is that Twitter has a very dynamic environment that it's dealing with, right? Where conversation changes depending on what happened yesterday. Today, you're going to have to then stay up with the adversaries that are changing their tactics. This idea of the feedback loop. Can you talk a little bit about, for others listening, is this applicable in other areas outside of where Twitter is active, right? Twitter is obviously active in following speech, labeling speech. Is this a field that other practitioners are taking or should be taking a look at, that offer opportunities elsewhere?
Certainly. There's a lot of areas of research embedded. There's like a pretty healthy field around dealing with fairness and bias in models. There's also a lot of people thinking about providing more transparency in machine learning or providing more control on machine learning, as well as where data resides. These are all really interesting and exciting fields for us to benefit from as we continue building our service and our product. Additionally, there's a lot of work going on in the area where people think about adversarial machine learning or machine learning in the adversarial context. Today, if you think about how typical models are built, they're trying to learn a distribution in a data set. And by definition, they're making a stationary assumption that tomorrow will look similar to today, and then trying to do some work to make sure you learn rapidly and adapt as the distribution changes. There's more work happening now where you can model things in a slightly adversarial context, where you think not just about the data distribution as it exists today, but like how it might evolve. And those sort of topics sort of give us hope for advancements and be able to navigate some of these issues in more systematic ways. Other areas of advancements in machine learning that are particularly interesting to us are ones which sort of take ML techniques and make them more real-time, whether they be recommendation algorithms to promote healthier content. Because as you noted on Twitter, like things change really fast and things happen really fast. If a piece of content is going to matter in a good or a bad way, it's going to have its impact within minutes and hours and not days. So it's not okay for me to wait a day for my model to catch up and learn what to do with it. And I need to learn in real time. And the last field I'll mention is being able to compose together advancements from various fields, right? There's people working on graph deep learning. There's people working on media and vision-like things. There's people working on NLP. In reality, to solve an end-to-end problem, we have to compose together data and insights from all of these fields into a product experience. Today, we end up doing them somewhat heuristically by layering one on top of the other or in some way. Being able to do that systematically, which a bunch of people are working on, would hugely benefit us in solving problems better.
Parag, this is interesting. A lot of these things, I imagine, you'd been working on previous to May and June, where there's been a big conversation, an increased awareness around racial injustice with some of the events in the United States that has happened. And then you've been in the news, obviously, being forced into the news, labeling tweets from the President of the United States with additional information and perspective around so-called hateful speech, right? Can you talk a little bit about the cultural and institutional changes Twitter's made at the engineering team side, or how you're conducting AI and ML?
So it's useful to think about the last few months in context. To us as a team, it's become increasingly clear what our role is in the world. It is to serve the public conversation. And these last few months, whether they be around the implications on public health due to COVID, or to have a conversation around racial injustices in this country, has emphasized the role of public conversation as a concept. And we are one small part that serves this conversation so that we move forward together as a people. As we've sort of gone through this time, there's a bunch of things that we as an organization have learned, right? We've learned everything from the importance of our service being resilient, as we've seen a surge of usage across the world, and highly variable across the world, like different weeks when different countries become interested in engaging on the platform, evolving topics and ways people engage, as well as to deal with the complexities of disrupted supply chains in a moment of increased usage on the platform. On the other side, we've had to work through an increased amount of passion on the service, on whatever the topic of conversation be, because of the heightened importance of these topics. And I've had to prioritize our work to do our best to help people and improve the health of the conversation during this time, right? We relatively quickly worked on a policy around misinformation around COVID-19 as we saw that threat emerge. This was a policy which was meant specifically to mitigate harms. And our strategy in the space is not to tackle all misinformation in the world. There's too much of it, and we don't have scalable approaches to navigate that. And in fact, it's not our role to do so. But to focus our efforts on where it can cause most harms. We recently actually shared our principles around how we think about this space. The two I will note are, one, we're not tackling all misinformation, we're prioritizing based on harm. Two, our efforts are not focused on determining what's true or false. They're focused on providing labels and annotations so people can find easy access to reliable information as well as the greater conversation around the topic so that they can make up their mind. As we've gone about doing that, we've had to quickly adapt and build in both human as well as automated solutions to scale these policies and build these policies and improve the conversation as a result. So those are just some of the examples of the ways we've gone about doing things. In terms of how we think about bias, right? We build systems. That's why we ground solutions in policy and then build using product and technology. And our processes, are designed to avoid biases, right? By doing things through well-defined policies and processes, we're able to avoid biases. At the same time, it puts us in a situation where things move slower than we'll all like, right? It takes us a while to develop a process to scalably have automation to enforce the policy. I'm not proud that we miss a large amount of misinformation even where we have policy, because we haven't been able to build these automated systems in place. And when we have built them, we sometimes fail to label them. We've labeled many thousands of tweets on the COVID misleading information policy across the world in many languages. But I don't believe that's enough. And we have far too many false positives. So we need to work on things and make things better.
Parag, I could tell this is a very complex product that you're building. So you do have process, you have product specifically in terms of how it's implemented, you have the policy. So AI and ML is just one small component. In that sense, in your view, is it a relatively, I guess, a static input or a commoditized input, or do advancements on the ML and AI side really make a difference? Can you talk a little bit about advancements you'd like to see there, perhaps that may not exist yet?
Yeah, it's definitely not like a commoditized input for us, right? Like we fundamentally believe in sort of the whole being a lot larger than the sum of parts, right? And that's how we like to build things at Twitter. So you only end up building a meaningful machine learning or AI solution when there's a product designed around it. The product needs to understand and accommodate for the potential false positive. It needs to provide feedback loop when the model gets something wrong, and it needs to reinforce the model when the model gets something right? And if you think of using machine learning like Kaggle contests, you don't actually build meaningful solutions in doing so. That's why machine learning is a key part of product development and how we think about it. When you talk about advancements, I mentioned some of these earlier, but we're really, really excited to be a part of the greater machine learning community. We try to do our work in the open. We host competitions. We're trying to make more of our data available for academics and researchers to advance techniques, build feedback loops with academics and other practitioners in the field so that we can learn from them and we can make available some of the assets we might have to advance their work. And the advancements I'd like to see are more work on transparency, control, fairness, bias of machine learning models, improved way of thinking about real-time recommendation systems, advancements in composing signals and models from various fields like vision, graph machine learning, or NLP, and to be able to compose them together into holistic models.
Great. Parag, you've been relatively humble talking about some of the challenges, the complexity, and feeling bad for not having gotten or done certain things. I just wanted to look at the bright side. Anything you've been particularly proud of or that you felt like you've done especially well?
There's a lot to be proud of when you get to represent all the people who work at Twitter and the great work they do. In the last year, we made it objective to take pain away from people while we enforce our terms of service. As a result, today, if you look at all of our enforcement actions, more than half of them happen as a result of a machine learning flagged tweet that might be in violation, rather than requiring a human on the service to go and report a tweet for a violation, right? So you're doing a bunch of things when you do that. You are taking pain away from people to have to report, and you're getting to action faster, even before people see things. That work and the future promise that it creates is one thing I'm proud of. Another thing is not just about, like, we've spoken a lot about like bad conversation and how machine learning mitigates or matters there. It's worth talking about how machine learning can help elevate good conversation. We do a lot of work to bring people the most relevant content, whether it be in the home timeline or in search or in your conversation page, and encourage more thoughtful, more relevant, more healthy content to get more attention rather than everything else. And lastly, I'll talk about our work on topics, where we are gradually transitioning Twitter to be not just focused on following people, but to start to follow topics so that you can see a more diverse set of points of views, as well as a diverse set of people who you hear from when you spend your time on the service. That we believe will help a lot when it comes to getting people to develop more empathy, see diverse viewpoints. And a lot of the underlying mechanics are about advancements in machine learning that are enabling us to solve these critical problems.
Thanks, Parag. We're going to take some questions from the audience now over on Twitter. Excuse me, Slack. Let's see. So we have a question from Hari Sivaraman. Question for Parag. Most companies pass the blame to data and say the bias is in the data. What concrete steps are you taking, such as data labeling, model training, etc., at Twitter?
That's a good question. Data is one aspect of potential for biases. Biases can come from various different aspects. And even if data is the source of bias, we have to do active work to sort of not let that bias affect the outcomes as a result of us using that data to build our product. The kinds of steps we take are around sort of making sure, one, we have a very diverse team. We work on making sure that we build transparency for people using this data and building models so that they can easily see certain kinds of biases or be able to ask questions around potential for biases. We also have a small team where we collaborate with some academics to proactively look for potential for biases in some of our models, and then we try to figure out how to react to things we learn as we learn them. We, of course, review and understand. There's a lot of data that is public that a lot of scientists across various disciplines look at and do great research on. And we, of course, benefit from that research. We learn from them and then follow up on them by doing our own investigations to ensure that we're constantly working towards decreasing any potential biases or fairness issues.
Great. We have another question, Parag, from Saloni Potdar. How do you deal with sarcasm when it comes to detecting hateful tweets?
That's a good question. I haven't specifically looked at how we've dealt with sarcasm. In general, there's a class of problems, there's a class of evaluations that we do with humans in the loop, wherein humans have specific decision points and are able to take more context into account than just the specific context of that tweet in deciding the outcome about whether it is a policy violation versus not. Of course, oftentimes sarcasm is likely one of the reasons some of our models might misfire on certain tweets.
Great. Thanks, Brock. I know a few folks on the team, and there's been some chatter around the Twitter hacks yesterday. You were actually talking about in our conversation the four threats, as it were, to speech, and one of them was when somebody hacks somebody else's account, right? And it just happened in a big way yesterday. Apparently, it delayed the release of your most recent API. Can you talk a little bit about, we're coming back to the AI conversation. How much does security play into your AI platform and approach?
Security is fundamental to everything we try to do. To talk about the incident yesterday, I feel terrible that this happened, and so does everyone who works at Twitter. We've been working continuously since we found out, and our investigation is ongoing. We're constantly taking actions to address and eliminate potential risks. Yesterday, we moved rapidly to lock things down, but it was not fast enough, and some very high-profile accounts were attacked during that time. In terms of how AI factors into it, security sort of spans AI and everything else we do. Security systems don't particularly distinguish whether there's a machine learning system or a non-machine learning system, because issues around user data, how we secure them, how we make sure it's protected and safe. span way beyond AI systems, and their solutions tend to not be very AI system specific.
Great. There's a question from Arjun Rajan. Do you believe that Twitter represents human society effectively, or does it only have the loudest humans? I think this kind of moves into territory that we were talking about, over the course of this morning. We had a great diversity and inclusion conversation around the need for this to be a multidisciplinary approach. You talked about cross-functional, right? In NLU and graph and various approaches, but it's almost like it's even wider now, right, to accommodate the kind of human-centered approach that I think many are advocating. Any comment on the representation there?
Yeah, so as I said earlier, our mission is to serve the public conversation. Human society, human conversation is way larger than any one country, any one organization, any one product, any one service. And it's constantly evolving. Twitter is one part of it, and we are here to serve it and enhance it. The role that we play is more meaningful, the more representative the conversation is on platform, the more inclusive it is, the more voices that we can enable on the platform, and the more people that can end up being better informed and find more ways of connecting with other humans and building empathy with them as a result of our platform. To do all of that, we constantly do work to improve the health of the public conversation to make it more inclusive, which is our thesis for how the conversation on Twitter can be more representative, but still a small part of the overall sort of civic conversation all over the world.
Parag, we're out of time. Thank you very much. It seems like you got a lot on your hands, a lot of good work you've been doing, and a whole lot more. And we'll be following you on VentureBeat, and look forward to having you back again. Thank you very much. And we'll see you in private Q&A now. All right.
Thank you, Matt. It was a pleasure.
Well, thank you so much to Parag and Matt. That was a fascinating conversation. Don't forget to head over to the Offstage Q&A where you can ask more questions. Right up now, we're going to see how Amazon's working backwards approach to conversational AI works. Talking about that is Director of Research Science, Amazon Alexa AI, Janet Slivka. And that's in conversation with Head of Conversational Research at Versa Agency, Dr. Joan Palmita Badrek.
Janet, it is a pleasure to speak with you. Could you tell me a little about your role at Amazon and your work there, the current projects you're working on?
Sure. Super happy to be talking with you today. And just for context, in the Alexa org, I'm part of a team called Alexa AI. And within that org, we have a natural understanding team. That's where my team is located. And we are a cross-functional team, and we have the responsibilities to deliver the NLU models and experiences for our international customers, our international languages, as well as deliver science and engineering advances to automate what we do. And maybe, since you asked about current projects, I'll give you an example of the automation that we're pretty excited about. Is we're looking to bring a new capability to an existing language that significantly reduces the time that we need to get the job done, and almost no manual intervention. Why we're excited about this is because it enables us to deliver new capabilities to our portfolio of languages more in lockstep, rather than saying, oh, do it in this one language first, and then this one and that one. Better experience for our customers overall.
Awesome, wonderful, very exciting. And specifically, what's your role in these projects? How do you fit in overall with these orgs?
Yeah, so our team, we actually build the models that are deployed to production in all of these languages. And when I say model, that's maybe an oversimplification because there's a lot of other artifacts that go into delivering a holistic experience. And then we have our eyes in two directions. One is on the newest, latest, and greatest, both in the community and within Amazon, and how we can make use of that to advance what we deliver. And the other eye is on the day-to-day. And once we kind of get a hint that a process has become very regular, we look to automate that, because once it starts to become regular, team members get a little tired of doing it and they want to move on to the next challenge, and we want them to move on to the next challenge, but it doesn't mean that we can stop doing it. So the idea is we want to automate it. It's an interesting science and engineering challenge itself.
Absolutely. Awesome. Well, I look forward to learning more about these processes throughout this talk. And today's talk, we're really thinking a lot also about Amazon's working backwards approach to conversational AI. This is relatively well known, but could you just give us the basic definition as what is this working backwards approach at Amazon? How does it function?
Sure. The working backwards approach is used widely throughout Amazon, and it basically says that we want to start by saying, how can we delight our customers, and then work backwards on how to make that happen. I'll just say why that's different than what I've seen. It's in my varied history in the tech world. It's different than saying, here's a cool new tech. I want to use that. How do I use that? Because we work with really smart people, and they're going to find a way to use it, but was it the right choice? And then once you've used it, how do you keep iterating on it, guiding you? There's nothing there guiding you. Well, there could be nothing there guiding you. But if you start with the customer and you say, this is how I want to delight the customer, you look at all your tech options. You may or may not choose the newest one that caught your eye. But then you have a shining light guiding you for how to implement it, when to sunset it, how to fine tune it. And does it make sense for the customer? So that's sort of the high level, I guess, summary of the working backward approach. I'll just add one other detail, is that it's embodied in a document, a written document. It doesn't mean you have to have the perfect document that goes through all the details before you can bring an idea forward. The first docs are meant to be rough, just like the idea is rough. Get feedback and iterate it. And the doc will get more refined as you learn more, but you always want to keep moving and iterating.
Awesome. And I love having that document to really align to, and that you can go back to, right? That everyone on the day of was aligned. Okay, so that's kind of the approach. Can you tell me specifically that approach related to Alexa? You were there from the start, I believe.
There a while, just over 8 years, and certainly the sort of concept of the Echo was a working backward doc, but also every component and iteration is also its own doc. So I don't want to give the impression that there is this like monolithic doc that somehow 8, 9 years later we're still iterating. We can start afresh with ideas, and maybe I'll give one that has impacted my team a bit, an example of an idea, and that was for the Alexa Skills Kit, and sometimes called ASK. And what customer need were we trying to solve there? And basically there was this acknowledgement that customers are very individual, and they really want their own preferences, whether it's within a country, across countries. We are hungry for what I want, right, as a customer. And to meet that need in that working backwards sense, it was said, we're not going to surface all that if the onus is on our Amazon developers to build everything, to keep up, to go deep on every single topic. And there'll be topics, that would mean your prioritization list, you would never get down through it. So the question is, right? I can barely make my own, let alone every of these custom ones. So the result of the working backward doc is let's open up the developer opportunities. And if someone wants to offer a very custom experience and go deep on it, they can. And we'll offer it to Alexa customers. So that person who wants to, I like the Sleep Sounds app, wants to deliver that for me, great, I'll take it. But also in my world with the global customers, you'll find, like in Japan, the earthquake forecast skill that may not so relevant here, or in Germany, Bundesliga news. So that lets us deliver via this community of developers on that promise of a very custom experience for our customers.
Awesome, wonderful. Well, and I think it's really interesting you're talking about different goals for different people, right? And I think that's a wonderful way to frame it, especially I think, Amazonians are so driven to really think about the customer in general. Could you speak to some, I think these are big topics of today, but kind of privacy concerns or kind of customer-facing goals. Could you speak to some different types of end users, whether it's developers working on those skills or the end user of Echo products?
Yeah. So, in terms of that developer experience, I did acknowledge that that my team is populated with developers as well, and we're trying to automate the work that they do. And we have our external developer community who might come at it with a different approach. But some of the goals that we have is to merge those offerings in a way so that if I learn something about the way I might deliver an experience in a new language more quickly, how can that also help out our ASK developers who want to reach customers in other countries as well? So there's always this notion of sharing, sort of convergence. How can you offer more from what you've learned rather than just having it an option for one population?
Absolutely.
And then the other part of your question was?
It was a long question. I think I also was hoping to just ask a little bit about kind of privacy concerns, which in voice tech is, a question we get all the time. But just to speak to people who might be wishing they were asking you this type of questions.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think in a simple way, that's a case where working backwards from the customer works as well as that guiding light. What do I want as a customer? What would make sense for me? And again, we're acknowledging all customers are different. So the goal there then would be to be transparent. Here's the interactions. Give control to the customers. That's what I want. If I want to delete it or not, put that control in the hands of the customers. In that general sense of talking about people making decisions, that's true for all of ML, right? Like you just noted. How much data do you want to share? Are you comfortable with it or not? For years, I haven't had a car because I live in the Boston area. I don't need one. Recently started driving again, which is its own kind of experience, but discovered this whole set of navigation apps. And just, it's an interesting question for me. I'm sharing my location all over the place. But for me, I'm happy with what I'm getting out of it. I'm getting traffic information, not that there's much these days, but it's sort of, I've made a particular choice there because I personally see some value in that.
Absolutely. I think, data is transactional in that way. And, nothing is free when we want to use those navigation apps, or we're hoping our NLU will understand us. I think there's some customer, and I think the option to opt in or opt out, I think is more and more common these days. And I love seeing those options for our end users. Since I'm talking to someone who thinks so much about data and machine learning, could you talk a little bit about, getting the right data and training algorithms, especially in this era, thinking about how we can make them explainable and also as fair and ethical as possible?
Obviously the right data is important. I mean, I'm sure that everyone in the audience is aware that machine learning algorithms have that egg problem. You need the right data to learn on to deliver an experience, but you sort of need the data before you can deliver an experience. It's interesting with, if I think back about Alexa and Amazon entering the speech space altogether, that idea of the right data is wasn't new in the speech world. I'm sure you're aware as well. There's always this acknowledgement that in language, it's very individual. Style, word choice, we change it all the time for trends and group identification. It's very lively. And so even before I joined Amazon, that was sort of the norm. If you're working in this space, you have to understand you're looking at the right data to serve your customers. What's kind of different and fascinating now, I think, is some of the types of algorithms that we have access to. Like you said, we have more choices today in sort of the semi-supervised learning or active learning, self-learning, where we have different options to say, here is an area of my data is underrepresented for this cohort, and I want to apply some data augmentation techniques in order to supplement. We have more options today to guide that algorithmically, and more options today to generate those data from techniques like paraphrasing or natural language generation, so that we can iterate much more quickly on offline experimentation. And that's a very active area of research. I think it's a nice time right now to make some good progress on that.
It's awesome. Yeah, it is a very exciting time in our field. I would agree with that. You've been working in this ecosystem for 8 years, I think you said. I'd love to hear kind of your lessons and learnings about things, especially people interested in conversational solutions. What are people who aren't as familiar with conversational AI, what are some takeaways that you might give to them from this talk?
Yeah. So this might sound funny coming from someone who's a modeler, is don't think the model is it. The model is one part of an overall experience, and you always want to keep your eye on that overall experience. Your customers will think that this is artificial intelligence. That means they expect it to be intelligent. So if they alert you of a problem or an issue and it lingers unfixed for a long period of time, that word intelligence just goes out the window, right? You've probably all been there. Just you have to respond quickly, and that will earn trust with your customers that they are getting response from you. Make a commitment. We have made a commitment to continually learn. Intelligence might not be that out of the box, I'm omniscient, but intelligent means I keep learning, I keep responding. So design your overall system so that you have those mechanisms and those levers to be responsive to the feedback that you get. Would be my advice.
That's such a great point. I think a lot of people think, like, I've heard the phrase, like, we're just going to put machine learning on it and it'll fix the system, right? And I think really thinking about what is artificial intelligence, and would you artificial intelligence, what percent of conversational systems do you feel like are artifacts of humans? And what percent do you think are more algorithms or looking at deep learning? I'm just off the cuff here, but I think it's an interesting interplay of what percent is actual artifacts of our hands.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And of course, the answer would be different tomorrow because things are moving so fast. right? So I guess I have this sense for us. So I have a team that sort of is active on triage, so that if, for example, someone calls customer service and they say something that has the general gist of Alexa doesn't understand me, they will try to figure out what is it the gist of that, and what is actionable in it. And in many cases, we can be faster to the customer with sort of a manual fix. In some cases, it's it's almost required when new words enter the lexicon. You're probably not going to wait until you rebuild and deploy a statistical model if a new word suddenly gains prominence, like Brexit or Fukushima, or words come out and they're not in your lexicon. You need to get them in there. But the idea would be, over time, roll back any or remove the manual fix, because the statistical model is the stronger option for the customer. And if you might allow that the newer things that you're doing, if they're super new, they're messier, they're more challenging, that you might have more manual in there, like I was saying at the beginning, until you really hone what it is. And then you can definitely remove that from the experience.
Yeah. And I think it's great to talk about that interplay, that push-pull, right, of how much is making sense. And I think really listening to your customers. I love you talking about that. And it's wonderful to hear about how, Alexa was thought of, and the, ecosystem, and how it's rapidly grown today. It's a ubiquitous product these days, mostly. I really want to thank you for your time, and it was great hearing from you. It was a pleasure meeting with you.
You as well, Joan. Thank you so much for today.
Thank you.
Wow.
Great. Thank you so much, Janet. That was a wonderful fireside.
Thanks, Joan. Happy to answer some questions.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we already have some rolling in, so let's start. All right, so question for Janet. A question around emotional intelligence, I believe, EQ and IQ, which I believe is emotional intelligence. I think a lot of people are thinking more and more about conversational solutions and kind of the humanistic qualities thereof. Do you want to speak to some of the things you and your team might be thinking of around that right now?
Yeah, great question, and is certainly, on the roadmap and aspiration of things that we're thinking about. And a lot of that is driven by specific feedback that we get from customers, especially, and interestingly, we've gotten some more and more recently along the lines of, and this is true for me with my own mom, is about that sort of responsiveness to remote. You might want a different kind of responsiveness from your assistant for someone maybe who's separated from people that they talk to frequently. And that, I think, falls in line with that emotional intelligence. So there's that sense of saying, I have an appropriate response to who I'm speaking to. I have an appropriate response to the times. And maybe even, I like to think, to the time of day, so that, if you're used to more chatty experiences at some time of day versus the other. I would like to say that we have this all built out and in our system, but we don't yet. But if you're really great at that, look me up. So we can talk more. I think it's important.
That's awesome. On our Fireside chat, I definitely talked about kind of like the role of writers and the role of kind of, AI and machine learning. And I think a lot of those kind of humanistic, sometimes more personality or style flair, sometimes are added in that way. But I think it's a really great question. As we move the field forward, thinking about small changes, time of day, that might really affect the user experience. Questions rolling in. A question about, let's see, what's your percentage of manual messy fixes to statistical errors? How do you endeavor to bring that percentage close to zero? I think just kind of maybe how we fix statistical models or how we think about changes and tweaks. Do you want to speak to some of that?
Yeah. So I think you're right about the person who asked the question. I think you're right about how do we bring that close to zero? That is definitely our aspiration. And, you know, every time we make kind of an iteration, we're challenging ourselves to move closer and closer to that. Not 100% there yet, but I will say that the percentage has dropped dramatically every year that I have been with Alexa. And, you know, it's been had this statistical grounding from the get-go. And I think it's just also a matter of, well, like you said, language, not only manual processes are messy, but language is messy. And especially when you're dealing with the creativity in media, like the names for movies and books and songs and artists, that there can be creativity that creates ambiguity. Homophones, the homographs that sound exactly the same, but they mean something different. And until we sort that out, you know, it's still the case that we might deliver that patch manually, but so insignificant these days that I'm encouraged that we can keep pushing towards that goal.
I love it. Awesome. We have about 30 seconds left, so we may have to move this one a little bit towards the Zoom Q&A that might happen next. But I've got a question, a fabulous one about language and code switching, specifically thinking about multiple languages. You know, we have this for English and Hindi, English and Spanish, or conversations I see really often. We only have a few seconds left, so maybe what we should do is pause on the answer and get people to join us for the answer in the next one. Producers, would that work all right? I think hopefully they'll let us do that. Hopefully see you all in the Zoom, and we'll work on that question.
And thank you, Joan. Thank you all. See you in a minute.
Thank you, Janet.
Well, thank you so much, Janet and Joan, and kudos to Joan for pulling a marketing trick there, leaving you with a cliffhanger. You have to go to the off-stage Q&A to hear the answer to that question. So now we have great pleasure in bringing you our tech showcase. We're going to showcase 3 different solutions for you, and right now you're going to see augmented intelligence automating AI and model development with CEO and founder of Prion, Igor Yablokov.
Today, I'm super excited to announce and give the first public demonstration of Prion's technology. Hi, I'm Igor Yablokov, the CEO of Prion. My last startup was Amazon's first AI-related acquisition. If you've ever spoken to Alexa, you've leveraged technology we built there almost a decade ago. Prion is building an AI for work. Of course, it won't be anything like Alexa, because professional data is specific to your industry, your company, your job. It needs to be private and secure, and at most enterprises, it's all over the place. It's getting harder to find answers and remember where those documents are stored. That's because we have more of everything nowadays. More apps, more documents, more messages, more storage. Many workers now spend half their days reading or hunting down information, and that's predicted to go up until it'll literally be impossible to stay on top of things. Now let me show you what Prion is doing about all that. We find the knowledge you need when you want it. You can think of our AI as software that can read and understand documents almost as well as you can. With Prion, you can keep information wherever it is. This is key because we don't want to create more data silos. For this demo, I have a bunch of documents in a Box account. It includes Word files, PDFs, presentations, and web URLs. I'm going to make a new little AI that will instantly know all about this information and be able to pull answers from it for me. One of our clients is using Prion to help nursing home caregivers stay on top of new advice, regulations, and rules relating to the pandemic. Each facility has company policies, guidance, and state regulations. After pointing Prion to the cloud folder where these documents are stored, it ingests them all. This creates a semantic layer, which is a way of storing the information based on what it means, so that the AI can compare all possible outcomes from the documents, then provide the answers that are the best match for my natural language question. I'm next going to try something a caregiver might ask on the job. Do Alzheimer's patients have to wear masks? Boom! I'm getting answers back from different authorities. One is from the company's policy manual, so I'll definitely want to know that. One is from the CDC, and I can select that answer to read more if I'm so inclined. I can save any answer I want to keep at hand and share others with team members with a click. User feedback is just one of the ways this AI will get smarter over time. The ability for a machine to comprehend a plethora of text and retrieve the right answer is on the cutting edge of research. But I'm even prouder of everything Prion's R&D team innovated to make this kind of process efficient and accessible. To make it efficient, we brought together techniques and technologies that drastically reduce the compute resources needed, imagined from our previous successes in speech and language processing. And to make it accessible, we threw ourselves at automating everything so that companies of all sizes would have access to the advantages of this without needing special AI talent, spending tons on consultants, or waiting months. This technology fits all over the enterprise, improving the precision of search for employee experiences, expanding what chatbots can do for customer experiences, and enhancing automated workflows. Right now, there is a huge focus on connecting remote workers to company information of all kinds just to survive. When we tell them they can just point Prion to the private data behind their firewalls to securely deliver answers to their employees wherever they are, and that they can update that as fast and often as they need to, we see a lot of relief in their eyes over Zoom. This is just the beginning. Today, Prion can bring back answers. The ability to understand and bring you what you want is the foundation. Soon, though, Prion's knowledge engine will help you speed through workflows, coordinate with your colleagues, and give you business intelligence. Imagine going through your workday without hassles and with the answers and advice you need instantly available. That's our mission at Prion. Thank you.
That was wonderful. Thank you, Igor. And next up, talking about empowering citizen developers in NLP and democratizing it for all makers in developer-friendly workflows, it's the senior AI evangelist at Rasa, Maddie Mantha.
Hi everyone, I'm Maddie Mantha, senior technical evangelist at Rasa. Rasa builds the standard infrastructure layer for conversational AI. So if you're a company or an individual that wants to build chatbots, you'd use Rasa to make that happen. Today, I'm going to talk to you about two products that deliver far more accurate and performant chatbots built for production than some of the biggest language models. These products take what's proven to work in research and apply it to production so that all makers, product teams, and individuals can use it reliably. So mission-critical conversational AI is hard. AI assistants that can handle complex tasks are transforming business from internal operations to banking to healthcare. But building enterprise-grade AI assistants requires tools and techniques that go beyond basic FAQ bots. In addition, making the latest NLP advances available in developer-friendly workflows, to democratize conversational AI has been instrumental in cutting costs and increasing revenue. Everyone can build bad bots. But building something that can handle complex tasks and something that actually drives ROI is not easy. At a fundamental level, there are two parts to this, and we come up with the latest research to improve upon both aspects and make it accessible for non-technical teams. So let's start at the very beginning. An AI assistant needs to do two things. It needs to be able to understand what the user is saying, and it needs to decide what to do in response. A Rasa assistant uses machine learning to accomplish both. We start with a message from the user. For example, here the user wants to change the address associated with their account. They send their message through a messaging channel. The text of that message is handled to the NLU model, where it's transformed into a numeric representation that the machine learning model can interpret. The NLU model makes a prediction to classify the meaning of the user's message, and it extracts other key details. The output is sent to the dialogue management model, whose job it is to decide what the bot should do next. Then, the Rasa chooses a response to send back to the user. We came up with a neural network architecture called Dual Intent and Entity Transformer to do both intent classification and entity extraction. It's a lightweight plug-and-play model that you can use out of the box. Diet actually advances the current state of the art in intent and entity classification and is far more accurate than anything we came up with before. Another super exciting result is that Diet outperforms the popular language model BERT and is 6 times faster to train. It reduces iteration cycles and compute cost. Diet is open source and is available today for anyone that wants to download it and use it. The second part of what an assistant does is responding to the user. Now, you can use rules where if a user asks to change their address, respond with, okay, I can do that. But if we wanted to include all of the ways that someone might ask to change their address, that list would get really long. And even then, if someone said something that wasn't an exact match, the assistant wouldn't recognize what the user said and it would fail. Or, as is typical in mission-critical use cases that deliver value, the user could interject and ask a follow-up question. The user could loop back to earlier topics. Simply put, real conversations don't follow a happy path. Users could engage in chit-chat, they could change topics, switch context, and rules aren't equipped to handle all of the ways that users typically behave. This is why most chatbots fail to produce the value that they promise. So we came up with a way to handle this type of complexity with machine learning. TED, or Transformer Embedding Dialogue Policy, can actually untangle subdialogues. It's a new dialogue architecture that uses attention to do so. It uses attention to handle multi-turn interactions with fewer training examples. TED learns which conversation turns to pay attention to and which ones to ignore in order to achieve its goals. And it generalizes from the training examples it has, so even when it sees something that it hasn't seen before, it's better equipped to make a reasonably confident prediction as to what should happen next, and based on that, what it should respond with. Both Diet and TED are open source and available in Rasa today. Now let's actually take a look at a chatbot built using TED and Diet and is able to support multi-turn interactions. So this is Rasa X. Rasa X is a tool that allows you to talk to your chatbot, make corrections, make changes right in the UI directly, so you don't need to change the code for any of that. Now let's actually talk to a financial services assistant that can transfer money, it can pay bills, answer your questions about banking needs, and so forth. So what I'm going to do is talk to this assistant about maybe transferring some money. So let's go ahead and do that. So let me say, transfer money to a friend, to Percy. And so it's going to ask me how much money I want to transfer. Now, what if, as a user, I wanted to change my mind and I actually want to, pay off some bills first? So pay off my Iron bank account first. All right, how much do I want to pay? Let's do my current balance. For the date, let's just pay it off today. And let's use a button here instead. Yep, I do want to pay off. Schedule it. And as you can see here, it realized that the main goal is to transfer some money to Percy, to a friend, right? I changed context and I wanted to pay off my bill first, so it was able to really handle that and recover very well. And now it is reminding me if I want to go back to my previous or original task of wanting to transfer money, and I do want to do that. So it nudged me back onto a happy path, and I'm going to say yes. How much money? Let's just go with $40. Do I want to transfer that to Percy? Yes, I do. And it successfully transferred it. And as you can see, it's telling you how it exactly thinks, and you can make corrections right there. And then if you were to make a change, you can hit train, and then that new model would be available. So as you saw, TED and Diet are both machine learning policies that we use within Rasa to do intent identification and entity extraction and handle subdialogues and so forth. So you saw that real conversations often use and often include interjections and context switching. And we were able to successfully do that using the TED policy. And we also saw the joint NLU prediction from Diet. Now, this financial banking assistant is also open source and available on GitHub if you're interested to clone it and play around with it, or maybe even use it in your company. And to recap, conversational AI is not easy, and it's not solved. Our approach is that in order to build contextual and production-ready assistants, and not just POCs, you need state-of-the-art research that allows you to achieve better performance, better representation, and better results. We also make this available in developer-friendly workflows, so you don't need your own in-house team to leverage the best NLP. So that's been our approach to this really exciting problem. Thank you for attending the session. I'll take some questions now, or if something comes to you later, feel free to email me or reach out on Twitter. All right, thanks.
Rob.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Maddie. And for our third and final showcase for this section, we'd like to go from black boxes to glass boxes, making AI trustworthy and explainable for all enterprises. Presenting this is CEO and co-founder of Fiddler.ai, Krishna Gade.
Hello everyone, I'm Krishna Gade, founder CEO of Fiddler. At Fiddler, our mission is to enable businesses to build trust with AI. In order to do this, we are building an explainable AI platform that helps companies to successfully and responsibly deploy AI. Today, at the VentureBeat Transform event, I'm super excited to announce we are launching an explainable ML monitoring solution to extend our platform. Using this solution, our stakeholders can stay on top of model performance when they deploy machine learning models to production. There are many operational challenges when it comes to monitoring machine learning models, whether that is data drift monitoring, outlier monitoring, model decay monitoring, bias monitoring. All of these challenges need to be solved in order to successfully operationalize machine learning. Fiddler provides deep insights into monitoring your models using our proprietary explainability technology that helps you quickly resolve incidents that you find in production and therefore build high-performing and trustworthy AI products. I'll be using a credit lending example to go through how Fiddler can help a lending agency or a bank. Here is what's already available with Fiddler. As part of the explainable AI platform, users of Fiddler can get point explanations for individual loan applications. Imagine you are a credit analyst at a bank. You want to know why a particular person's loan is denied or why a particular set of loans were denied. You can use Fiddler's explainability technology that helps you understand groups of loan applications or single loan applications. And you can then compare outcomes with subsets of data and understand how the model is performing as a whole or in parts. Today, we are introducing a new set of features that help data science teams monitor their models while they're running in production. So let's discuss data drift in machine learning monitoring. In this lending example, imagine you're a data scientist or a machine learning engineer at a lending company. You want to get alerted when there are significant changes in your data. You want to look at a drift window and drill down into which features have changed compared to the training set, because this is important for you to catch pipeline breakages in your data pipelines that are feeding these features to your models, or to catch any seasonality or scenario changes that might be happening. Data drift allows you to stay on top of how your models are performing, in what kind of data that they're receiving, is the data changing week over week or compared to your training set. For example, here we find that the debt to income ratio is drifting quite heavily. This is actually important because if you're a credit lending agency like a bank, you want to ensure your models are high performant and also ethical. You want to get alerted when there are significant data changes. It's possible that one of these changes can lead to your model becoming potentially biased. Proactively catching these is critical to maintaining responsible AI systems. Similarly, you can use Fiddler to detect outliers in your features and predictions. With the ability to see univariate and multivariate outliers, you can easily understand how critical a particular outlier is. you can use outliers to catch loan applications that are coming with very high egregious risk and dig into why that is the case. Today, we'd also like to share a snippet from our latest customer, Hired.com, who are a leading HR company in the Bay Area, and why they use Fiddler's explainable ML monitoring to build responsible AI solutions in hiring.
Our mission is to find everyone a job that they love. Through our career marketplace, our intelligent job matching platform matches great tech talent with innovative companies. Doing that responsibly and at scale requires advanced AI technology. Fiddler really helps enhance our understanding of AI algorithms at the heart of that matching process. And they do that by comparing insights and explanations with our own internal tools to empower our tech teams. Fiddler's explainability AI platform lets our team build trust in our AI algorithms and lets us further our commitment to an equitable future for all.
Thank you for watching, and I'm happy to answer any questions live about Fiddler and how we are helping businesses build trust with AI.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Krishna. And if you want to ask questions to Igor, Maddie, or Krishna, they're in the offstage Q&A. So head over to there and you can go ahead and ask them questions directly. Now it's time for a nice break. It's our virtual networking and lunch break. It's your chance to refuel and connect virtually with industry executives. But first, before we let you go, we would like to announce that in partnership with AnyClip, we are now able to offer you the opportunity to watch Transform 2020 at your leisure on our new Netflix-style video hub. If you missed a great session, or you want to rewatch or share one of the amazing sessions from this event, nearly all sessions from Transform 2020 will be there. All videos are free. So all you need to do is head to this page right here. You can see it there. It's venturebeat.com/transform-2020-video-hub. We could not have possibly made that longer. We spent ages making that the longest URL possible. So remember that. I'm leaving it on the screen for a few more seconds. venturebeat.com/transform-2020-video-hub. And that's in partnership with AnyClip. Thank you to AnyClip for working with us on that. So now it's your chance to go and refuel, get some food, make sure you rehydrate, get your energy up for the afternoon sessions because we've got some incredible content coming your way. Of course, if you have the invitation, there's the Executive Forum Roundtable on how media and entertainment companies are leveraging AI to bring the best content to your screens. That's moderated by the head of AI product marketing, Alexis Kral. So please go ahead, get your break, and we'll see you back at VentureBeat 2020, VentureBeat Transform 2020 real soon. Enjoy. Thank you, everybody.
AI in the enterprise is all the rage. But put the hype aside. How are today's organizations actually executing and seeing value from enterprise AI? Dataiku is the platform, democratizing access to data and enabling companies to build their own path to enterprise AI. To make enterprise AI a reality, Dataiku provides one simple user interface for data preparation, data exploration, automated machine learning, model deployment, AI monitoring, and management. Dataiku is built for everyone with robust features for both the code-free and the code-first. From business users and analysts to data scientists and engineers, Dataiku makes working with data faster and smarter. Each company's path to enterprise AI looks different, so Dataiku supports the creation of a spectrum of applications. Whether that means building out a self-serve analytics platform or fully operationalized AI integrated with business processes. No matter what the underlying changes in architecture or advancements in technology, Dataiku remains at the center, the cornerstone of data governance and responsible AI. Dataiku's centralized, controlled, and elastic environment fuels exponential growth in the amount of data, the number of AI projects, and the number of people contributing to such projects. Dataiku, for every industry, every use case, and also for everyone. Discover your path to enterprise AI at dataiku.com.
Free trials can be great, but sometimes it can be hard to remember when they end before you get charged. Thankfully, Eno, your Capital One assistant, is always looking out for you and your money. You'll receive a message when Eno spots a potential new free trial. Tell Eno you want a reminder, and Eno will let you know the day before your free trial ends. You decide whether to cancel your trial before you get charged or to continue with your new subscription.
Resistance. Sarah, your Movie Plus trial is about to expire. Do you want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
Meet Jackson, an IT leader who's at his best when he's empowering the business to harness data and analytics at scale. But Jackson can't provide on-demand access to specialized computing resources and his team's favorite tools for data science. So they're going rogue and using unapproved, ungoverned tools to do their work. And he's worried about security risks and frustrated by lack of visibility. The data scientists face workflow roadblocks and can't easily access the right business data. The CFO is upset about runaway departmental IT costs, and balancing business-critical workloads and governance while enabling AI innovation is keeping Jackson from being the best IT leader he can be. Jackson needs a vacation, and he needs Cloudera. Cloudera Machine Learning lets IT leaders give their teams the resources needed to experiment, iterate, and impact the business with machine learning without compromising data security and governance. So Jackson can focus on maintaining efficiency and scalability for multiple analytics workloads and onboard new projects and teams without impacting workloads or SLAs, while his data scientists experiment and innovate with self-service access to govern data and scale out compute resources on a single, secure, managed platform. And thanks to Cloudera, Jackson knows that changing deployment infrastructure and evolving technology won't disrupt future operations because Cloudera Machine Learning, together with integrated multifunction analytics experiences for Cloudera Data Platform, can be deployed anywhere with the same experience, including on-premise or in public and hybrid clouds. Cloudera Machine Learning means Jackson is always at his best, empowering innovation while driving the business forward by efficiently securing and delivering data from edge to AI. Now's probably a good time to put in for that vacation. Learn more about Cloudera Machine Learning today.
Every enterprise has its superheroes. Data scientists are the math whizzes. They give the organization the ability to fly with Python and R-based machine learning models that power competitive advantage. The League of Data Scientists knows everything about the latest open source technology innovation and how to put it to work. Their ally? Team IT. With protection superpowers, IT casts force fields around data science workflows, so nothing gets in or out without their sign-off. Their mission: keep everything safe, governed, and auditable. Team IT and the League of Data Scientists are united against a common enemy: vulnerability. From minor bugs to serious security gaps, vulnerability knows how to exploit open source software and can cause real problems in an enterprise. It breaks audit chains, opens the door to unauthorized users, and creates havoc. Fortunately, they have a secret weapon: Anaconda Team Edition. Anaconda Team Edition fuels Team IT's force field. It's a repository of thousands of data science and machine learning packages, curated by Conda experts, with vulnerability screening in place, so IT can curate, safe list, and block packages based on CVE scores, alerts, and reports. Team IT stays in charge of the who, what, when, and where of the data science lifecycle, keeping the enterprise safe and secure. And data scientists get to use the latest and greatest tools from the open source brain trust. Anaconda Team Edition. Powerful protection to help the enterprise fly. Good guys prevail.
Data science is a critical strategy for many enterprise companies. It's at the heart of AI and machine learning projects. The hard truth, however, is that data science projects fail. In fact, according to a study by Dimensional Research, 96% of companies run into problems with AI and machine learning projects. Whether it's a lack of data scientists, domain knowledge, business insights, or simply because of a lack of measurable value, achieving success with data science can be hard and frustrating. It doesn't have to be. Data is a complete rethinking of how data science is done. Through acceleration, augmentation, democratization, and operationalization. Our platform takes the complexity and failure out of your data science projects. It all starts with acceleration. Data frees up data scientists from the tedium of low-level manual tasks and gives them the freedom to focus on solving problems, allowing them to deliver 10 times more projects. Artificial intelligence in data augments your expertise. Our AI engine explores millions of hypotheses and helps you find deeper business insights that you would never have imagined. Data democratizes data science and makes it easier to put the power of data science into the hands of more users. With Data, citizen data scientists help your business scale data science and establish a true data-driven culture. Finally, Data enables faster data science operationalization. It takes your data science projects out of the lab and into your business. With Data, your data science process generates business value on an ongoing basis, giving you the ROI you've been searching for all along. When tested against top competitors, .data was able to shorten data science development cycles from 5 months to 5 days, all with raw customer data, while maintaining accuracy and, in some cases, even improving accuracy of the results. Acceleration, augmentation, democratization, and operationalization of data science. .data is data science without the headaches.
AI in the enterprise is all the rage. But put the hype aside. How are today's organizations actually executing and seeing value from enterprise AI? Dataiku is the platform, democratizing access to data and enabling companies to build their own path to enterprise AI. To make enterprise AI a reality, Dataiku provides one simple user interface for data preparation, data exploration, automated machine learning, model deployment, AI monitoring, and management. Dataiku is built for everyone with robust features for both the code-free and the code-first. From business users and analysts to data scientists and engineers, Dataiku makes working with data faster and smarter. Each company's path to enterprise AI looks different, so Dataiku supports the creation of a spectrum of applications. Whether that means building out a self-serve analytics platform or fully operationalized AI integrated with business processes. No matter what the underlying changes in architecture or advancements in technology, Dataiku remains at the center, the cornerstone of data governance and responsible AI. Dataiku's centralized, controlled, and elastic environment fuels exponential growth in the amount of data, the number of AI projects, and the number of people contributing to such projects. Dataiku, for every industry, every use case, and also for everyone. Discover your path to enterprise AI at dataiku.com.
Free trials can be great, but sometimes it can be hard to remember when they end before you get charged. Thankfully, Eno, your Capital One assistant, is always looking out for you and your money. You'll receive a message when Eno spots a potential new free trial. Tell Eno you want a reminder, and Eno will let you know the day before your free trial ends. You decide whether to cancel your trial before you get charged or to continue with your new subscription.
resistance. Sarah, your Movie Plus trial is about to expire. Do you want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
Meet Jackson, an IT leader who's at his best when he's empowering the business to harness data and analytics at scale. But Jackson can't provide on-demand access to specialized computing resources and his team's favorite tools for data science. So they're going rogue and using unapproved, ungoverned tools to do their work. And he's worried about security risks and frustrated by lack of visibility. The data scientists face workflow roadblocks and can't easily access the right business data. The CFO is upset about runaway departmental IT costs, and balancing business-critical workloads and governance while enabling AI innovation is keeping Jackson from being the best IT leader he can be. Jackson needs a vacation, and he needs Cloudera. Cloudera Machine Learning lets IT leaders give their teams the resources needed to experiment, iterate, and impact the business with machine learning without compromising data security and governance. So Jackson can focus on maintaining efficiency and scalability for multiple analytics workloads and onboard new projects and teams without impacting workloads or SLAs, while his data scientists experiment and innovate with self-service access to govern data and scale out compute resources on a single, secure, managed platform. And thanks to Cloudera, Jackson knows that changing deployment infrastructure and evolving technology won't disrupt future operations because Cloudera Machine Learning, together with integrated multifunction analytics experiences for Cloudera Data Platform, can be deployed anywhere with the same experience, including on-premise or in public and hybrid clouds. Cloudera Machine Learning means Jackson is always at his best, empowering innovation while driving the business forward by efficiently securing and delivering data from edge to AI. Now's probably a good time to put in for that vacation. Learn more about Cloudera Machine Learning today.
Every enterprise has its superheroes. Data scientists are the math whizzes. They give the organization the ability to fly with Python and R-based machine learning models that power competitive advantage. The League of Data Scientists knows everything about the latest open source technology innovation and how to put it to work. Their ally? Team IT. With protection superpowers, IT casts force fields around data science workflows so nothing gets in or out without their sign-off. Their mission: keep everything safe, governed, and auditable. Team IT and the League of Data Scientists are united against a common enemy: vulnerability. From minor bugs to serious security gaps, vulnerability knows how to exploit open source software and can cause real problems in an enterprise. It breaks audit chains, opens the door to unauthorized users, and creates havoc. Fortunately, they have a secret weapon: Anaconda Team Edition. Anaconda Team Edition fuels Team IT's force field. It's a repository of thousands of data science and machine learning packages, curated by Conda experts, with vulnerability screening in place, so IT can curate, safe list, and block packages based on CVE scores, alerts, and reports. Team IT stays in charge of the who, what, when, and where of the data science lifecycle, keeping the enterprise safe and secure. And data scientists get to use the latest and greatest tools from the open source brain trust. Anaconda Team Edition. Powerful protection to help the enterprise fly. Good guys prevail.
Data science is a critical strategy for many enterprise companies. It's at the heart of AI and machine learning projects. The hard truth, however, is that data science projects fail. In fact, according to a study by Dimensional Research, 96% of companies run into problems with AI and machine learning projects. Whether it's a lack of data scientists, domain knowledge, business insights, or simply because of a lack of measurable value, achieving success with data science can be hard and frustrating. It doesn't have to be. Data is a complete rethinking of how data science is done. Through acceleration, augmentation, democratization, and operationalization. Our platform takes the complexity and failure out of your data science projects. It all starts with acceleration. Data frees up data scientists from the tedium of low-level manual tasks and gives them the freedom to focus on solving problems, allowing them to deliver 10 times more projects. Artificial intelligence in data augments your expertise. Our AI engine explores millions of hypotheses and helps you find deeper business insights that you would never have imagined. Data democratizes data science and makes it easier to put the power of data science into the hands of more users. With Data, citizen data scientists help your business scale data science and establish a true data-driven culture. Finally, Data enables faster data science operationalization. It takes your data science projects out of the lab and into your business. With Data, your data science process generates business value on an ongoing basis, giving you the ROI you've been searching for all along. When tested against top competitors, Data was able to shorten data science development cycles from 5 months to 5 days, all with raw customer data, while maintaining accuracy and, in some cases, even improving accuracy of the results. Acceleration, augmentation, democratization, and operationalization of data science. Data is data science without the headaches.
AI in the enterprise is all the rage. But put the hype aside. How are today's organizations actually executing and seeing value from enterprise AI? Data IQ is the platform, democratizing access to data and enabling companies to build their own path to enterprise AI. To make enterprise AI a reality, Data IQ provides one simple user interface for data preparation, data exploration, automated machine learning, model deployment, AI monitoring, and management. Data IQ is built for everyone with robust features for both the code-free and the code-first. From business users and analysts to data scientists and engineers, Data IQ makes working with data faster and smarter. Each company's path to enterprise AI looks different, so Data IQ supports the creation of a spectrum of applications. Whether that means building out a self-serve analytics platform or fully operationalized AI integrated with business processes. No matter what the underlying changes in architecture or advancements in technology, Data IQ remains at the center, the cornerstone of data governance and responsible AI. Data IQ's centralized, controlled, and elastic environment fuels exponential growth in the amount of data, the number of AI projects, and the number of people contributing to such projects. Data IQ, for every industry, every use case, and also for everyone. Discover your path to enterprise AI at dataiq.com.
Free trials can be great, but sometimes it can be hard to remember when they end before you get charged. Thankfully, Eno, your Capital One assistant, is always looking out for you and your money. You'll receive a message when Eno spots a potential new free trial. Tell Eno you want a reminder, and Eno will let you know the day before your free trial ends. You decide whether to cancel your trial before you get charged or to continue with your new subscription.
Resistance. Sarah, your Movie Plus trial is about to expire. Do you want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
Meet Jackson, an IT leader who's at his best when he's empowering the business to harness data and analytics at scale. But Jackson can't provide on-demand access to specialized computing resources and his team's favorite tools for data science. So they're going rogue and using unapproved, ungoverned tools to do their work. And he's worried about security risks and frustrated by lack of visibility. The data scientists face workflow roadblocks and can't easily access the right business data. The CFO is upset about runaway departmental IT costs, and balancing business-critical workloads and governance while enabling AI innovation is keeping Jackson from being the best IT leader he can be. Jackson needs a vacation, and he needs Cloudera. Cloudera Machine Learning lets IT leaders give their teams the resources needed to experiment, iterate, and impact the business with machine learning without compromising data security and governance. So Jackson can focus on maintaining efficiency and scalability for multiple analytics workloads and onboard new projects and teams without impacting workloads or SLAs, while his data scientists experiment and innovate with self-service access to govern data and scale out compute resources on a single, secure, managed platform. And thanks to Cloudera, Jackson knows that changing deployment infrastructure and evolving technology won't disrupt future operations because Cloudera Machine Learning, together with integrated multifunction analytics experiences for Cloudera Data Platform, can be deployed anywhere with the same experience, including on-premise or in public and hybrid clouds. Cloudera Machine Learning means Jackson is always at his best, empowering innovation while driving the business forward by efficiently securing and delivering data from edge to AI. Now's probably a good time to put in for that vacation. Learn more about Cloudera Machine Learning today.
Every enterprise has its superheroes. Data scientists are the math whizzes. They give the organization the ability to fly with Python and R-based machine learning models that power competitive advantage. The League of Data Scientists knows everything about the latest open source technology innovation and how to put it to work. Their ally? Team IT. With protection superpowers, IT casts force fields around data science workflows, so nothing gets in or out without their sign-off. Their mission: keep everything safe, governed, and auditable. Team IT and the League of Data Scientists are united against a common enemy: vulnerability. From minor bugs to serious security gaps, vulnerability knows how to exploit open source software and can cause real problems in an enterprise. It breaks audit chains, opens the door to unauthorized users, and creates havoc. Fortunately, they have a secret weapon: Anaconda Team Edition. Anaconda Team Edition fuels Team IT's force field. It's a repository of thousands of data science and machine learning packages, curated by Conda experts, with vulnerability screening in place, so IT can curate, safe list, and block packages based on CVE scores, alerts, and reports. Team IT stays in charge of the who, what, when, and where of the data science lifecycle, keeping the enterprise safe and secure. And data scientists get to use the latest and greatest tools from the open source brain trust. Anaconda Team Edition. Powerful protection to help the enterprise fly. Good guys prevail.
Data science is a critical strategy for many enterprise companies. It's at the heart of AI and machine learning projects. The hard truth, however, is that data science projects fail. In fact, according to a study by Dimensional Research, 96% of companies run into problems with AI and machine learning projects. Whether it's a lack of data scientists, domain knowledge, business insights, or simply because of a lack of measurable value, achieving success with data science can be hard and frustrating. It doesn't have to be. Data is a complete rethinking of how data science is done. Through acceleration, augmentation, democratization, and operationalization. Our platform takes the complexity and failure out of your data science projects. It all starts with acceleration. Data frees up data scientists from the tedium of low-level manual tasks and gives them the freedom to focus on solving problems, allowing them to deliver 10 times more projects. Artificial intelligence in data augments your expertise. Our AI engine explores millions of hypotheses and helps you find deeper business insights that you would never have imagined. Data democratizes data science and makes it easier to put the power of data science into the hands of more users. With Data, citizen data scientists help your business scale data science and establish a true data-driven culture. Finally, Data enables faster data science operationalization. It takes your data science projects out of the lab and into your business. With Data, your data science process generates business value on an ongoing basis, giving you the ROI you've been searching for all along. When tested against top competitors, Data was able to shorten data science development cycles from 5 months to 5 days, all with raw customer data, while maintaining accuracy and, in some cases, even improving accuracy of the results. Acceleration, augmentation, democratization, and operationalization of data science. Data is data science without the headaches.
AI in the enterprise is all the rage. But put the hype aside. How are today's organizations actually executing and seeing value from enterprise?
Hey, welcome back, everybody. I hope you managed to get some sustenance and make sure that you're fully hydrated for the rest of the afternoon. We are going to get straight into our amazing panel. What's the next in Convo AI? So to get us started, this panel session is going to be moderated by Managing Director, Head of Technology and Innovations at Full Cycle, Rachel Payne, and Rachel will introduce her panelists. Over to you, Rachel.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of the VentureBeat Transform AI Summit. This panel is a Titan panel and we'll be focusing on what's next in conversational AI. I'm Rachel Payne. I will be your moderator. I am currently Managing Director at Full Cycle Private Equity Fund. I'm a serial technology entrepreneur and a former Google executive. Joining me today are Prem Natarajan, who is Head of Product and Vice President of Alexa Artificial Intelligence and Natural Language Processing. As background, Prem was a multidisciplinary science, engineering, and product organization leader, and he focuses on customer experience worldwide. He was, prior to this, a senior vice dean of engineering at the University of Southern California. Welcome, Prem.
Hi, Rachel.
Joining us also is Barak Toravsky, who's Director of Product for Google AI. He's responsible for product management and user experience for natural language understanding for AI Google Translate within the Google AI team. He, prior to this, was also working as Director of Product in Microsoft's mobile advertising, Head of Mobile Commerce at PayPal, and CTO for an Israeli startup. Welcome, Barak.
Thank you, Rachel. It's a pleasure to be here.
To kick off our discussion today, our audience would really enjoy learning more about your product implementation journey. How have you approached data and training models to improve the user experience? Are there any insights that you've learned along the way that might be helpful for our audience as they might be grappling with similar challenges?
Yeah, happy to kick off the discussion with that, Rachel. As with all Amazon customer journeys or product journeys, this one also starts with the customer. And in fact, it starts with the experience that we want to launch with the customer, even before the data. So the first question is, what's the experience we want to launch? At the time that Alexa was being conceived and was being launched, conventional wisdom, I've been in the ASR field, speech language field, for about 25 years. Conventional wisdom then, very well established, was far field speech recognition is too hard. So people would have started off imagining with close talking microphones, etc. But the team at Amazon recognized early on, if you're going to put microphones here and there, etc., it's just going to not be a natural experience for the customer, which immediately now has data implications. So how do you now go about saying, I want to do far field speech recognition? There is no prior art or substantial prior art for it. So even starting from designing the data collection infrastructure, how do you go about collecting data? What are the different factors in the room or in the ambient environment that might affect the characteristics of the audio that you're collecting? So all of this has to be thought through. So I'd say the first takeaway I'd offer to people is that think about the experience you're going to launch. Don't start with the data that is available to you and then constrain the experience with it, but think about the experience that you want to launch and then work back from that to the data that you need to get. The second thing I'll say is, obviously, you collect a lot of data ahead of product launch. You think of training as mostly supervised learning, etc. But you quickly realize that as you launch and lots of people are using it, supervised learning doesn't entirely scale, whether it's for performance or for the diversity of experiences that you want to launch. So very quickly, you start needing to think about unsupervised learning. So a second takeaway I would offer is, don't wait for the unsupervised learning realization to come to you yet again. Start from the understanding that you're going to have to use unsupervised learning at some level of scale. Third, when we think about data from a machine learning perspective, we tend to think about it for the content of the data. But a lot of the information that comes in data is in the form of the signals the customer is telling you. Hey, I wish it worked in this particular way. right? When you launch this thing and people are asking you for a few different things, you see a lot of customers saying, hey, Alexa, turn on the light for me. And then you realize, gee, there's a hunger for like turning on the light. And now that becomes a feature that you want to launch. So even in terms of expanding the experience, it's not just improving an existing experience. So there's a bunch of things like this. So think about the experience, work back from it, look at the trends that you see, unsupervised learning, active learning. The last thing I leave with you is have a defect reduction mentality up front. So which means you have to be able to measure the defects in the experience that you're delivering to customers, which means you need to have a metrics and analytics infrastructure instrumented within your learning environment so that it's directing your efforts in the right way. Much more to talk about, Rachel, but I'll start with that for now and leave some for later.
Yeah, on my end, I wanted to reiterate, obviously, it's Pram's point. It starts and ends with the user in mind. And one additional insight that I wanted to contribute is also importance of access and coverage. For example, as an example, language coverage, that was one of the areas that Google really invested in. For example, when we compare and look at, for example, Apple Siri, it took them 9 years, at least when I last checked in 2018, it took them 9 years to get to 22 languages. And obviously that in many cases creates a situation that we cannot cover as many people that we would like to provide access to this technology. And so Google and Google Assistant and Google AI team really invested in that angle to basically rapidly scale to as many languages as we can using a variety of techniques. For example, combining techniques from classical, let's call it monolingual natural language understanding and translation technologies that Google obviously pioneered to basically rapidly scale number of languages. So we, within 3 years of Assistant, we now cover on Assistant mobile phones, we cover 44 languages. That's to me very important aspect, not only in terms of access in developed markets, but also very important aspect in developing markets. One of the big assistant markets for Google is India, where obviously for a variety of reasons, people use voice much more and it delivers so much value to people when they can, instead of typing, which is much harder in different Indian scripts. They basically use voice to search, to do tasks, etc. So that's another insight that I would like to kind of contribute in that regard.
That's very exciting. And I'd like to remind the audience that we will not be sharing any proprietary information or product launch information in the session. But given that, could you tell me about some of the big trends that are emerging in AI and specifically improvements in machine understanding? What are some of the advancements or opportunities that excite you the most, particularly as it relates to conversational AI?
So there's several. I mean, I'll just pick a few of my favorite ones because given the amount of activity that's going on in AI research in general, it's hard to be comprehensive. But one trend that excites me a lot is the use of, as I mentioned earlier, unsupervised learning, because I think that offers a pathway to many, many, many improvements. Ultimately, in my mind, our aspiration is that all of our systems should perform equally well for everyone, right? Sometimes that aspiration is talked about in the context of fairness or ethical use, etc. But really, in the end, we want it to work equally well for everyone. And the only scalable way to get to that performance, where Alexa works just as well for me, Rachel, as it does for just as well for me as it does for you and for Barak, is for us to be able to leverage unsupervised learning. There's also a second sort of, I would say, complementary trend, which is self-learning in the field. Now, there's some people will call, in the AI world, unsupervised learning as self-supervised learning. But leaving that debate to the side, here by self-learning, what I'm talking about is a system that has been trained and it's configured and it's out in the field. And as it's observing different users using it, it learns from those patterns to say, oh, gee, maybe the best way to answer that or to serve that request is as follows. Let me give you an example. You might go up to Alexa and say, Alexa, play SiriusXM channel Chill. And Alexa says, I don't know what Chill is. And so you get an unsatisfying experience because it doesn't know what Chill is. Now, what we want is for her to be able to learn over many such experiences, because what will happen, somebody will say, as a follow-up, play SiriusXM channel 53. And if you see that kind of behavior happen multiple times, that starts being a signal to you that, gee, actually, I think chill and channel 53 must be the same. And so now you can start automatically expanding your ability to understand based on the user signal. This, to me, is a very powerful concept because it's entirely automatic. It's out there. We're using it. We're fixing tons of customer defects this way automatically every day. And what it does is, it's that old thing, if you fail once, that's okay, but don't make the same failures multiple times. And we're trying to build systems that learn from their past failures. A third trend, which is sort of on a different vector, is the fact that our worlds are multimodal and multisensory. They're not unimodal, unisensory. So while without question, voice is the natural interaction medium we're all born with. If you listen to Steven Pinker, he'll say, okay, babies are born with the instinct to speak. They're not born with the instinct to write, which is very true. But along with it, there are ways in which you can even serve up information. So if as you're responding to a query with some information on screen, you want to incorporate that screen context into your future processing of the voice queries, etc. So I don't even mean like some kind of super. I find this whole trend over the next 10, 20 years fascinating. But in general, I think even in the short term, there are things on the output side of delivering things and then using that output and the knowledge of that output to direct your understanding of the future. Last thing I will mention is, in addition to us delivering experiences to our customers or users, a very critical aspect of providing a rich set of experiences to Alexa users are the developers who work with Alexa, who are developing skills, etc. with Alexa Skills Kit. Rachel, you know this very well. So on that front, we keep learning from them as well. What are the challenges that they're facing? Because sometimes developers are also our customer. Sometimes their challenges are different from the end user challenges. And so for the developers, we want to say, how can they develop skills with much less data, with much less code? And to that, we launched Alexa Conversations at the last REMARS in June of 2019. You'll hear more about it at the Alexa Live developer event later this month. But Alexa Conversations is our way of serving sort of this democratization aspiration that we have for AI by enabling our developers to launch skills at scale, make the experiences rich, not fragile, overcome the brittleness barriers to natural language conversational experiences, etc. I'll stop there for now.
Yeah, I would add to that, if you look at the major trends facing conversational AI and more broadly user experience related to product experience related to conversational AI, I believe like what makes me really, really excited to work in this field, that I believe we are in a very early beginning of fundamental change on how people will interact with machines. And by machines, I mean computers, mobile phones, smart devices, IoT devices, etc. Because I believe that voice, and to some extent also camera, since Prem mentioned multimodal, but especially voice, will become as mainstream interaction input-output method as keyboard, as mouse, as mobile tap, etc. And it will happen pretty quickly because every technology cycle accelerates in that regard. So we are in very early stages right now, but in 5 years, we'll literally not recognize how mainstream it becomes. That's kind of my prediction. And what's exciting about it and what's challenging about it is that it fundamentally changed how people interact with machines, because our voice interaction is much different, very different than let's say keyboard or mouse or mobile tap interactions. This is frankly the most natural interaction method that humans are used to. We to some extent learned people to do something different by typing and typing very specific things to interact with machines. And we're kind of going back to our normal human roots, so to speak. But the challenge, and where natural language understanding will become much more important, human interaction with voice is very different. It's very open-ended and in many cases ambiguous. And machines needs to learn, and Prem mentioned that even if you make mistakes, ideally you don't make the same mistake again. So learning, getting those insights, what people mean, and learning about what Rachel said as an example. And if next time you basically understand the context better, that's to me huge challenge, but also huge opportunity of using semi-supervised, unsupervised, reinforced learning, etc., to get better and better in this natural language understanding, but also preserving this context. The second trend, in my opinion, is that the output of Alexa or Google Assistant or Siri or whatever, especially when it's mostly voice output, is very different. It's not 10 blue links, it's not infinite scroll of products on Amazon screen or on Google search screen. It's very different. You need to give people the right answer, and the right answer should be ideally one, maybe three to choose from, but it's not choose from 10 or unlimited number of things that you could do. Obviously, as Prem mentioned, multimodal, I think, will become the future of not necessarily screenless devices, but maybe devices that have both visual and voice output, but still, there'll be a lot of devices that will be screenless. So I think that's important angle where only AI can solve it. And the last thing I believe, it's what I call a proliferation of a situation where there is a huge knowledge in computer world about the world, about different things and about different events and about different products, etc., etc. Obviously, there is also huge accumulated knowledge about you as Prem, you as Barak, you as Rachel. I think the future is, based on my comment about voice and multimodal interactions, is the intersection of those two. It's basically give me the information about the world that is relevant to me. Not everything about the world, but what's relevant to me, given how we interact, both consume the information, how we ask the questions, etc. And as I said, we are in the very early stages of this, but it makes it very exciting, very challenging, because that's why you frankly need AI. Amount of data, amount of context that you need to preserve, amount of understanding what people mean in the context of what they mean is mind-boggling, and that's why I think it's such an exciting and interesting challenge for all of us.
I'm really glad you brought up context because it's so critical. And you also mentioned transformation. So I can't help but ask, right now, the world is being disrupted. Everyday life is being disrupted due to the COVID-19 pandemic. How we work, how we go to school, everything has changed. Are we observing any new trends and patterns as a result of this? Are we seeing higher adoption? Are there opportunities for conversational AI to learn or to play a more meaningful role in assisting people? Or is it accelerating and accentuating longstanding challenges and accessibility issues?
I would say that, thank you, Prem. Yes, I think first of all, obviously, it's in very early stages. I think a lot of the impact will be, in my opinion, long-term impact, but we're still kind of in the middle of it, and we're still learning as we go. That being said, I think many technology companies, I'm very proud that Google and my team in particular, stepped in to help. For example, you mentioned context. I mentioned context, Rachel, and you kind of reiterated that. Context in areas of languages, or for example, translations, is super important. COVID context didn't exist. We don't have a lot of training data related to COVID. A lot of words and translation of those words are very different. So there is multiple companies and multiple teams stepped up, and we're working with organizations like Translators Without Borders and TAOS to provide an open source data set, training data set, to help machine translation products and professionals to basically provide better translations. I think they will create huge opportunities, huge shifts in areas, for example, of conversational AI, things like telemedicine, things like customer service, customer chatbots, etc., whereas this information will become much more important, but specifically related to the changes that are driven by pandemic, the context in several areas will change, especially in medical context or in people looking for trends about infection rates, etc., etc. That requires deep thinking and help from tech companies, and Google is very happy and very proud to step in providing better natural language understanding, better translations, etc., etc.
And I would also say understanding the signals as you're observing this new data coming in.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks, Barak. I think I agree with a lot of what you just said. Just to add a little bit of sort of my perspective to some of those angles, I think this is a moment of sort of tremendous responsibility and at the same time an opportunity to serve customers and users through AI. So, as all of us are stuck in our homes, even on this one, we're dialed in from our homes as we're chatting with each other. The ability to sort of deliver content, deliver goods and services, deliver experiences to the home becomes just that much more important to make sure we're serving sort of the emerging needs. So I'll sort of divide this up into two trends that I see. One is in the short term, I see it as doing good with AI. What is the good we can do with existing AI? And in the longer term, I see it as doing good AI. Like we all want AI to be good, and by good AI, I'm just using my own short form for saying making AI better and better all the time, and better not just in terms of just maximizing accuracy, but in terms of maximizing access, making it equally performant for different people, et cetera, et cetera. Coming to the doing good with AI, one of the most thrilling experiences for me was the experiment that we did with a hospital in the Seattle area, where we donated number of, and you can go check it out in the news, a number of devices. And what was interesting was how we were able to, how AI can actually serve as a force multiplier in a particularly challenging situation. So if a doctor or a nurse has to go and check on a patient every time, each time they go in, they have to use that much more PPE, and that and in an environment of constraints in PPE, that becomes a burden. But now, if you can use devices like ours to allow the patient to communicate, whether it's with their near and dear ones or with the doctors and nurses to ask for things, now that the fact that the communication is remote goes from being a challenge to being an advantage, right? So some of the things that have happened with this recent thing is it's turned around things on their heads. Like remoteness is no longer a disadvantage all the time. Sometimes it's actually a desired feature. And so that allows us to tap into a set of experiences we can deliver that say, gee, let's make use of this remoteness to make life, to connect people where, given current circumstances, they cannot be connected. So whether it's me, I'll tell you, we have a Alexa device on our dining table. When we were growing up, my brother and I, we always had dinner together. But now, even though he's in Dallas and it's 2 hours apart, we can't have dinner together, but we can have that experience together because it's on the dining table. And when we're eating, we can dial him in, his daughters, and we can have a chat. These things suddenly become that much more valuable. Now, on the doing good with AI part, I'll say lots of research areas in AI, like, for example, representations that are invariant to different kinds of contexts. Like when you're recognizing speech, you just want to recognize the speech, whether it's the accent or the dialect or other things, or the noise in the background shouldn't really matter because all you care about is the context. But when you're not faced with all of these challenging circumstances en masse, you tend to focus on the things that advance accuracy the most, right? But now this puts a new emphasis. So in some ways, I would say this makes the current set of challenges has made machine learning an even more exciting area for our scientists and engineers. Because now we get to focus on the really hard parts of machine learning because of the current circumstances. One very specific example to close out on that front, cold start is a bigger problem when you have big changes in behavioral distributions than when things are consistent. So now, if you're in a steady state always, there's less incentive to look at cold start problem. When you see such disruptions, then you say, gee, I need to have more robust cold start behavior as well. So all of those make it for a much more interesting machine learning world to live in. At the same time, it has given us all a humbling recognition of how many ways we could be useful, and therefore how much more important it is to be equally useful for everybody who relies on us.
So many things to talk about there. I wish we had longer. I'll move into the next question, which is related to doing good with AI as well as good AI. We're at a moment in time in our society globally where there's broad recognition of the need to address bias and other blind spots in AI. How are you thinking about the problems specifically in conversational AI?
Yeah, I will start. As I mentioned in the keynote that I did on this topic, it's obviously a very important angle in AI. Part of the big challenge is that a lot of the training data in semi-supervised learning, in an unsupervised learning that we crawl from every publicly available source includes societal bias. As an example, for translation techniques, for Google Translate, we crawl the web to find any translated data available, and this data was sometimes translated 1,000 years ago. One of the major sources of training data for many languages for Google Translate is the Bible. And guess what? It includes biases. For example, gender biases. Doctors are usually male. Well, not exclusively male, because that was the profession, and there are professions that was exclusively female. And those biases to some extent exist for decades, for centuries, for millennials. And obviously, it's very easy for big tech companies just to say, this is just societal bias. It's not a technology problem, it's a societal problem. But I don't think big tech, our responsibility ends there to just say, when society will catch up, we will pick it up. Google specifically announced their AI principle, and one of the most important principles was that we will not reinforce or create unfair biases. And that's one of the areas that I think AI practitioners really need to focus, especially from companies that have this responsibility to society. So as an example, Google Translate took an approach, and we started to make first specific steps in addressing this gender bias. And initially it was just, if we have gender ambiguous query, for example, there are languages like Turkish, where you cannot understand whether the doctor is male or female. And then obviously you'll get biases like, she's a doctor, he's a doctor, she's a secretary, or like he's an engineer, she is a babysitter. So addressing that, we started to collect the data. It actually was extremely hard thing to do because those biases are ingrained, and AI doesn't have a notion of gender. So we needed to create multiple ML models to deal with this bias. And the first step, we started to show both results, both female and male, and provide people more context why we're showing those two. But it's, in my opinion, we are in very early stages of this work. This problem could be deceivingly simple. They think that a lot of people could think it's very simple to fix. It's extremely hard to fix because the notion of a bias in many cases doesn't exist in AI environment, and you need to actually learn and get both training data and train models to actually address it well.
On the issue of bias again, I'd sort of break it down into at least two categories. But I should preface it first by saying we are learning more and more about the different ways in which bias is encoded in technology, not just in AI or conversational AI. So I want to approach it from the fact that all of this framing is about what we understand, or at least what I understand, and what we discuss with the team inside, right? And every day we find that understanding is limited. So I just want to preface it with that. But having said that, there are at least two sort of different aspects of bias to look at. One is bias in terms of how the system performs for different people on shared interests. Like everybody wants to maybe listen to music, or everybody wants to order food, or everybody wants other things. Does it work equally well for everybody in those contexts? That's that's bias, and that's what people usually refer to as bias in AI ML systems. Second aspect that Barak just referred to is the bias that is due to stereotypes that are prevalent in the information that we rely upon to deliver responses to our users, right? And so these require two different kinds of things. On the first one, it's a rich machine learning problem, right? How do you learn representations that are robust to biases that you might know about, or even to variations that you don't know about but should not matter? And so you may not be able to annotate them for bias, but you still want to be robust for those variations. Dialectal variations or accent variations are one such thing. You can't go and sort of label it for every small difference in accent. I spent more than 2 decades in Boston, and within just that city, there's a few different neighborhoods with different accents. You want it to be equally performant. You don't go and annotate everything for that. You just want your learning systems to be better at learning. And so I think we shift the problem, the bias problem. If you just focus on, we are as good as our data, then you're sort of admitting defeat. And you're also sort of faced with an unscalable solution, which is to collect tons and tons of data, which just doesn't scale. So you shift the problem to an algorithmic one. How do I learn so that even if I have to trade off performances across different, I'm giving an equally performant system to everyone. So there's a huge amount of research we're doing, both in terms of characterizing bias, but on an important aspect of our approach to solving that is to recognize that we alone, fixing bias is as much a question of bringing in multiple perspectives into the problem as it is to developing multiple solutions to the problem. So that's why we launched this partnership with NSF, which we call the Program on Fairness in AI, in collaboration with NSF, to bring in academic thought leaders who, in some sense, are not beholden to any particular set of experiences, etc. They're approaching this from the perspective of what are the fundamental problems. And our hope is that we will learn from those different perspectives and incorporate some of those learnings into delivering better AI to our customers. On the stereotype front, it's interesting that Barak mentioned the babysitter. My PhD student Emily just last EMNLP 2019 had a paper titled "The Woman is a Babysitter," right, on bias in NLP. And so, on the stereotype problem, it affects us in multiple ways, right? If you're using things like natural language generation and you give it a certain type of prompt, right? The woman is, right? It completes it with different professional categories than if you give it the man is or a particular demographic of man is, right? So that kind of stereotype bias propagates itself in AI, especially in the context of systems like natural language generation. So there, we need to come up with sort of broad frameworks. This is where Barak was saying we need to understand what are the ways in which these stereotypes manifest themselves. Are there some common patterns to these stereotypes that we can start off by saying, if we can't solve the whole problem, let's at least solve step by step. Let's make progress every day, every week, every month by saying these are some common patterns of bias we found. Let's fix those. What remains? Fix those as well. And so I think what I can say is that this whole area of working on bias is a rich area for research. And the last thing we need to do is, if we can't deliver certain things in a reasonably equitable way, then as scientists and engineers, we have to think carefully about what other things should we deliver in its place that is equitable and usable by everyone.
Thank you so much for the thoughtful responses, and we all appreciate that we're still early in this process and that it takes minds like yours and the teams that we create, including the representation on those teams, to ensure that we address bias effectively. We are absolutely out of time, so I'll bring the panel to a close, and I wish we really did have more time. There's so much to discuss here. I was recently quoted in Forbes for research I did with Google on gender bias in AI. So this is a very rich topic, and it's something that's extremely timely. Thank you both. This has been a really informative and fascinating discussion. And now we're going to turn to audience Q&A. So turning to questions, we have a lot of engagement from our audience, some really terrific questions. I'd like to get started right away on that. First question is, we touched on bias in AI, and a lot of voice is female. What are the implications of so many AI systems having a female voice? How does bias play into these activities, such as helpfulness versus authority?
Ram, would you like to start? You probably know more about this than me.
Happy to. So I think there are, when we talked about bias, Rachel, you recall in this just recently concluded question, we talked about like there being two types, and at least I categorize them at least into two bins. One is about being equally performant versus sort of propagating stereotypes. And I think one thing we know about stereotypes is that they change across the world and across cultures, right? So what we try to do is, there's a whole team that's focused on Alexa's personality. They take great care to make sure that Alexa is localized for that culture, that it performs well. We study it through surveys, through interactions with users, to make sure that wherever we are in the world, that Alexa is supportive, is polite, is considered helpful, and is considered local in that part of the world. English, even if it's a pan-world language, is still spoken so differently in different parts of the world. So apart from just the gender of the voice, the tonality, the pitch, the kinds of phrasings that are used in different parts of the world, all of these matter. And so, and the inflections, the way in which we pronounce things, they all matter, and we take great care to do it. Now, as we go forward with all of these experiments, I think the North Star would be to allow everybody to sort of have the voice they would like to interact with, right? So last year we launched a new earlier this year we launched a new voice that people can interact with for certain experiences. And I think what we will see going forward is that all of these assistants will offer more and more personalization and the ability to configure this to your preferences. So that's sort of how I see this going. And I have this firm belief that by focusing on individuals, we can move beyond stereotype, and that's an important aspect of how we deploy AI technology.
Thank you.
Yeah, just to add, I totally agree. It's about personalization. Also, you can start with giving people a choice to choose female voice versus male voice as they like, right? And it's back to the examples that I also gave in my keynote talk today about how do you deal with gender bias. You can provide people a choice, like to use feminine or masculine. And also, I think eventually we might get to a point that like the voice can sound like you. And I think that could be kind of a more ultimate way of personalization. I think it's probably a bit further away, but it's possible. So.
Great. Continuing our discussion on fairness, looking ahead to the future, what would fairness in Convo AI look like from a software AI development perspective, as well as who's training the AI?
Yeah, I will start, and Prion, feel free to add on this one. I think I mentioned a bit about it, that the AI is as good as the training data is, and there is different aspects of training data. Sometimes it's vast amounts of training data in some supervised environment like Google Translate, where you collect the data from the web. Sometimes it's relatively small amount of data, but it's labeled by human. But you can have, in many cases, unconscious bias in all of them. And I think the key is, as Google clearly stated in RAI principles, is not to reinforce or create unfair biases. And when I say unfair, it's very important, because you always do some kind of bias. I mean, if your model is trained to recognize faces, that's your bias. You're focused on faces, not on anything else. So I think focusing on dealing with unfair bias, be it gender, be it race, etc., that's where I think ML fairness, including and especially in a conversational AI, will be going.
What I'll add to that is the following. I'll refer back to one of the comments I made in my response to your question, last question, Rachel, which is that I see a few different possibilities. So one is I see a very rich field for machine learning research as we become aware of this type of impact of machine learning and AI. What are the techniques we need to develop, etc. Much has been said about it, so I won't belabor that point now. But coming to the question of who is developing, I think this is crucial because what we're finding out is, as there are more perspectives that are informing the discussion of fairness, our understanding of just fairness and of what is bias is expanding. And that's a crucial sort of informing signal, if you will, in this whole conversation. And so in order to broaden that participation, we are leveraging a few mechanisms in the short term, and we will continue to bolster them. But I'll just refer back to the fact that we started this program with NSF specifically to bring in a broad diversity of voices into the fairness discussion, to even define what are the different fairness considerations we should be looking at, then to start translating those into computational objectives for AI and machine learning systems. Maybe even policy guardrails. There are researchers working on even policy guardrails that go beyond computational. Then there is the appropriateness of use. You can do all of this and it might still be inappropriate. So there's a whole collection of work that needs to be adopted there. And there's the fairness in AI research through the Amazon Research Awards that we have started. Again, we're engaging with academics, bringing them in closer. And the last is our Amazon Scholars Program, through which we're bringing in academics to work with us on questions, tough questions like fairness. So that's, and then on in terms of expanding it internally too, there are lots of initiatives underway, and I'm sure we'll talk about them as time goes by.
Thank you. We have a question from Mukesh. Do you see a future where these different conversational agents are unified under a common IoT platform?
Interesting question.
In fact, I will say we launched this thing with a few partners called the Voice Interoperability Initiative. Within the last 7-8 months. I really think this is just the humans talk with each other. Our aspiration for conversational AI also should be that they should be able to interoperate and live in a world and enrich the world of experiences for everyone. I think it also is an important enabler of the democratization of AI, because we don't want people to have to just go this way or that way. Maybe they want to choose different AIs for different experiences, and they should have that choice. Maybe some people operate better in a different language or are available in a particular place. But why constrain the customer to have to choose between experiences that are constrained in one way versus experiences that are constrained in another way? So I think interoperability is important. And then as we look out into the future and we're seeing 75 billion plus IoT connected devices, I don't know, in 10 years or something, it's hard to imagine that as humans, we're not going to try to find a way to sort of effectively connect all of them so they talk to each other and they can help us organize this world better for us than we can on our own.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think interoperability is the key here because, as I mentioned in the main panel, we are just in the beginning of this huge revolution where voice interface becomes the mainstream interface to interact with machines across IoT devices, across smart devices, across mobiles, across everything. And it's just physically impossible that one, even a big company, will be able to cover all of those, and there'll be several players, and making sure that all those devices work seamlessly with each other is the key. It's the key for innovation. It will help everyone. It will help both developers and big technology companies like Amazon, Google, Facebook, and others. So I think that's the future. There will be explosion of those devices across the board. There will be so many manufacturers and so many players. And the key is to make sure we create this huge wave that lifts all ships, so to speak.
Wonderful. Quickly, Saloni would like to know your thoughts on differential privacy and its effect on algorithm performance and productization of conversational AI. Anything you can say on privacy is enough. We only have 30 seconds.
I think it's a very complex topic to cover in 30 seconds. Obviously, there are a lot of discussions. What needs to stay on the premise of the device, what goes to the cloud, how you do it, but it's a very complex topic.
I'd say 2-3 things in 30 seconds. One is that clearly privacy is a crucial foundational element for customer trust. And so we devote a huge amount of resources in trying to figure out how we can improve it. So whether it goes from improving the ways in which users can control their data, right? Initially, you could go to your app and delete it. Now you can say delete it through voice. We've increased sort of ability for users to control that and inspect that data. You can go to your app and look at all the utterances, etc. So that's one aspect of it. So you can control it at least with some small latency. But specifically on the topic of differential privacy, I'm excited about both differential privacy and about homomorphic encryption. I mean, both of these are technologies that have a strong future, and differential privacy has already been proven in some ways. The important thing for anybody building these systems to keep in mind is you can make some part of it differentially private, but the key is to come up with a way to use that differential privacy effectively in an end-to-end way, and that's a problem that we find very exciting.
Thank you so much for a very informative panel, Barak and Prem, and to the audience as well for your engagement and questions. It's been a real pleasure.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Rachel, and VentureBeat for hosting us. It was fun.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, boss. Bye.
Take care, Barak.
That was absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much to Rachel, to Prem, and to Barak. Thank you for the incredible conversation. So we're going to keep things moving right along. Next up, making sure your AI agent can hold the conversation the evolution towards a more natural and continuous conversation driven by NLU. Presenting this is product lead for Google Assistant and Duplex, Valerie Nygaard, and she'll be in conversation with Noel Silver, Head of Instruction, Data Science, Analytics, and Full Stack Web Development at HackerU.
Hello, everyone. My name is Noelle Silver, and I am so excited to be here with you in order to share with you what I'm hoping will be a very exciting and interesting conversation all about conversational AI. My journey in conversational AI started at Amazon Alexa way back in the beginning when it was wee babe, and having an opportunity to go to Microsoft and see their interesting journey in conversational AI. So I really am excited to talk to Valerie about hers. So maybe Valerie, you could take a moment and share with us, your introduction.
Sure. Thanks, Noelle. So for the last few years, I've been working on the Google Assistant, and just like you, I've gotten to see it go from its infancy, from those really early stages to where it is now, which is got incredible breadth in how it helps people. What I specifically work on is Google Duplex, and that is really meant to be pushing the boundaries of how natural, how conversational can machines be. And that's what I'm really excited to talk about today. And it feels like we're in this just moment of conversational AI where no one would agree that we're at the Star Trek computer yet. We're not there, right? But we're a little bit past volume up, or those kind of
set a timer.
Shouting. Yeah. And those functional things are beautiful and they're necessary, but I think we're right at the edge of where, do a thought experiment with me. So if I just say this very simple sentence, let's say timers, right? Hey, can you turn on a time, or hey, can you set a timer for 20? Your gut, for most people, their gut will say, oh, she was talking to a person, right? We don't have the same way of talking with computers and people quite yet. And I think it's interesting to say, well, what if we did? And how well can computers handle it? And what difference would that make in the world? Would it be good? Would it be all good? Would it be mixed? Yeah.
Yeah, it's really interesting. One of the questions that I was curious about is, for those in the audience who maybe don't know, can you talk a little bit about what Duplex is?
Sure. So Assistant overall, right, is this jack of all trades, and it does as much as we can possibly, get it to do. It's really meant to help users throughout their day in their house and in their car and coordinating family, and just it's really doing, that all-purpose job. And so for something like a Google Duplex, what we're doing is, okay, how do we take a single task that is helpful to people, and how do we make it so that it is as natural and easy to talk to it, to get that task done as possible, so that you're not having to, if you're the one interacting with that machine, you're not repeating yourself, you're not learning some special way to talk to that machine, you're really just having a natural conversation. So actually, if we could roll a clip of that. So this will be Duplex having a conversation with a business about booking a hair appointment, and we'll join midway through that conversation.
Sure, give me 1 second. Sure, what time are you looking for around?
At 12 p.m.
We do not have a 12 p.m. available. The closest we have to that is a 1:15.
Do you have anything between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m.?
Depending on what service she would like. What service is she looking for?
Just a woman's haircut for now.
Okay, we have a 10 o'clock.
10 a.m. is fine.
Okay, what's her first name?
The first name is Lisa.
Okay, perfect. So I will see Lisa at 10 o'clock on May 3rd.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Great. Have a great day. Bye.
And so the point there is that she didn't have to do anything special to talk to that machine. She's just going about her business. I think that's really where we want to see how can we be super useful when we have that kind of focus and that kind of capability.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see it, now, years later, after, a lot of work has been done. So I would be really curious to understand maybe some of the early challenges you had, as the project was evolving. Like, where were some of the early things you saw? And how did they end up maybe getting better over time?
Yeah. So I think maybe I'll start with Assistant, since that's like the foundation, I think, for a lot of this. So when we were first starting Assistant, there were a few things that were true, right? Number one, a lot of what was being thought of as conversation was basically taking a very structured interaction, like pushing buttons on an app, right, and voicifying that, and then that's a conversation. And so you mentioned like timers and alarms, right? So let's take that example. So in a structured interaction, a timer has a duration and an alarm has a time that's going to go off, like 4:30. Okay. And so when we built actually the original timers alarms in Assistant, of course we got people saying like, set a timer for 20 minutes, but we also got people saying, set a timer for 4:30. Oh, it's a perfectly reasonable request. And as a person, you have robust enough, flexible enough understanding to know what that person meant, right? But actually, if you're a machine and you've never seen that kind of interaction, you're probably not going to handle it. And in fact, honestly, we didn't at first. And so it was learning, not that example, but learning that like, this is a different paradigm. You've really gone from super structured input to really unstructured input of natural language. So that was a huge early challenge. And it carries through like all, I think, of conversational AI journeys.
I totally agree. And, something else I noticed about that clip was how natural that voice sounded. Obviously, our sounds of our, conversational AI bots, if you will, have not always sounded that natural. So just very curious about how you got there to this, or what drove maybe that natural sounding characteristic.
Yeah. So I think, the question of like, comes up a lot of why do you need it to sound natural, right? What's the purpose of that? The way that I look at it is, number one, it's to make it feel easy. It's something that you're used to and you don't have to learn how to do, right? So that's number one. But number two is it actually makes us able to be more helpful. And so let me explain. So we did an experiment actually pretty recently that was in kind of a troubleshooting domain. So like help guiding a user through doing something. And we had a natural voice and we had a little more robotic, stilted voice. And what we found with the robotic voice was that the user responses were yes, no, very, very staccato, because that's what they expect the machine to be able to handle. And when we had the more natural voice, they would say, no, I can't click the button because da 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 da, right? So they're giving us like a chance to help. We get the opportunity, which is huge. And it means we can go out of the super functional realm and give people assistance in many, many, many other ways. So that's part of why we do it. I think what gets super interesting, like from a technical development side, is once you start sounding really natural, people respond really naturally. And that is a lot harder to deal with than no or yes, right? Depending. So like, we actually have an example of this, if you like. So one of the things that Duplex does is it will call businesses and ask about their hours if that's something that we think people need to know and there's not great information on, like, let's say, right before a major holiday. So you would think that that's a super simple conversation where somebody's going to say, we're open from 9 to 6. That is not how most conversation goes in the world. So if we could play that clip actually of a business just telling us their hours.
So Tuesday through Thursday, we're open 11 to 2, and then reopen 4 to 9. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Saturday, we're open 11 to 9. And then Sunday, we're open 1 to 9.
Okay. So like, yes, okay, granted, they have a little bit of complication in their schedule, but it's the stopping and the starting and the corrections that people do in real conversation that you have to be able to handle if you're actually going to do good real world stuff. And so We see tons and tons of improvement in the assistant, and I think across the industry in those reparations, those repairs, those corrections, those little bits of disruption and interruption that we have in regular conversation, and it's beautiful to see that handled.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch the evolution of it, but sometimes I always wonder, like how natural is too natural, right? As we start using neural nets and getting closer and closer to human sounding speech, and our audience is not technologists, what are some of the considerations, or has anything kind of come up or flags been raised around like, does this sound too much like a human? Or, what's your thoughts around that?
Okay. So how natural is too natural? I think this is a really important question. And when you're, like feel very lucky to say, like when you're pushing that boundary of getting more and more natural, you have a really big responsibility in setting the industry precedent for, so how is this going to go? When you used to call your bank and it would say, say one for account balance, that thing does not need to say it's a machine. Okay. You got it. It's a machine. But as we get more and more easy and natural and conversational and just comfortable feeling, I think there is an obligation to just self-identify as an automated system. It's not hard. On the assistant, you have chosen to interact with a device. So you've got some awareness there. When you're making a call to a business, something along those lines, the interaction is initiated by the system. For example, at Duplex, we say up front every time, this is an automated call. It'll be recorded. I'm an automated system built by Google, something along those lines. You just say it. And in plain language, that kind of has to be the deal. I think that's an important social contract and an important principle to have.
Yeah, I agree. It's almost like the laws of robotics, right? Like there's got to be some standards that we uphold as an industry that just protect people who wouldn't know any better. Because I do think the more of us that, the 1% of the 1% that have been using these technologies that are embedded in them, we sometimes lose sight of like, oh, wait, my dad's using this. He has no idea that this is not a real person. So I love that. And I actually do appreciate that. And in every demo I see, right, we hear that. But I just want, of course, all those practitioners here to know like that's not just Google. Like it's a design pattern. And we should definitely observe those patterns as we're building our own solutions. Cool. So I would like to now switch gears just a little bit. We've talked about some of your challenges. And I even think kind of the approach to how natural is too natural is a bit of it can be a complication. But I'd love to talk about some of the advancements maybe that you've seen. I mean, the nice thing about having time in seat in some of these products as you've had is you've watched some things that maybe you never thought would happen. So I'd love to understand kind of your perspective and experience on that.
Yeah. So what I originally studied was linguistics and then computational linguistics. And so I've always been interested in the language side of things. And one of the things that's made me most proud of the assistant in the last year or so is seeing the multilingual and interpreter support. So there are a couple things where it's like, you actually can use technology exactly like you should, which is to break down barriers, right? And so breaking down the language barrier is a perfect example of that. And so, Assistant has an interpreter mode where, you can ask for it to be your German interpreter or Spanish interpreter, whatever. And it just facilitates a pretty smooth conversation between speaker of language A and speaker of language B. And that's lovely. And then, multilingual, there are just so many people who are in their home in their regular life using more than one language. And so being able to set it to say like, hey, these are the languages I want to interact with you in. And then just in the moment, assistant recognizing which language you're speaking and how to respond to you is just lovely. I love the naturalness angle, but what you want at the end of the day is to be able to help in ways that only technology can help. Right. And that's kind of one of those ways.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that. I have another question that is always, especially because my experience has not just been in voice, it's been in other models like computer vision. And we've seen kind of the industry struggle with data collection around computer vision and facial recognition. And it's kind of a big old mess. So I would really love to understand. And I feel like we've got a bit of a better handle on it in voice, but I want to hear from your perspective, what's the balance of like needing to collect the right amount of user data? And what have you seen in the area of like diverse collection of that data and improving the technology as we go along?
Great. So let's take two topics. Let's take building inclusive products, and then let's take privacy. So inclusive products. Okay. Machine learning learns from data. And so the best thing you can do is make your data set inclusive, right? Representative. And so it sounds like a simple rule of thumb. It's not always that easy to accomplish. In Duplex, the way that we did it was relatively easy. So we, in general, are training a human how to do a task, and then we are letting the bot learn from how the human did that task, and then we're supervising, and then we're letting the bot go about its business. And so when we go through that process, let's say that we want, one thing that we did recently was, because business data was so unavailable, right? Who's open right now in the current situation, who is got dine-in versus takeout versus curbside, and who has special hours, and who has face masks and who has hand sanitizer. When you make those initial calls to get that initial data set, you just want to sample representatively. Like that's it, right? And so that as you're learning how to deal with the huge variety of the way people speak, right? The accents and the dialects and the word choices and the different capabilities people have in speaking, et cetera. So just making your data set inclusive is a great step toward making your product inclusive.
Yes.
So when you're collecting the data, privacy, yes. So in Assistant, the default is that we don't retain your audio data, right? Transparency and control is the fundamental set of principles that we look at, set of considerations for when you're thinking about privacy. And so is everyone going to read every term and condition? So what you need to do is you need to make it as clear as possible, right? What data you're collecting and how you're using it, and how people can have some control over whether that's retained or not. And like that's it. Every product needs to think about privacy every time they're doing an iteration or developing. It's just part of it.
That's right. And I think it's one of those things that we can't get, complacent about. I think these terms have been in place since the beginning, right? And we get these waves of concern. And I always have to remind people we've always been transparent about this. I feel like Alexa and other products have learned that these are core principles that we want our users to know. But as we get waves of new users all the time, we have to remind them and everyone else that this is how we work, and that we are open and transparent, and that you have a choice at any time to not have that information, held persistent or used to train models. So I think it's so great to hear, that it's the same thing with Google Assistant that I've seen with other products. That's really great. Now, finally, in our last couple of minutes, it would be really great to understand, there's so many practitioners listening and watching. It would be wonderful to understand, what are some next steps? What can businesses and even independent developers do to take advantage of conversational AI today, especially from your experience in Duplex?
Yeah, technology is fantastic in that it is so shareable and extensible, and you can build platforms that make other people able to build other technology on top of it. Specifically, so let's say that you have a mobile app. Actions Builder is, App Actions is a great way to just basically extend some voice capabilities there. So that's App Actions. So TLDR there is that if you add an app action, it can deep link right into your app in the right place. So if the voice request is something like, send Noel $20, with PayPal, it can just go right into PayPal and have all that pre-filled and get ready to go. So that's app actions. That's pretty straightforward. And then if you want to be building the conversation yourself, there are a couple tools that are really, really nice. So recently released was Actions Builder, which it's a nice visual building tool. And if you like your own tools, there's Actions SDK. And so that was App Actions and Actions Builder and Actions SDK. You can really get a lot of action on Google if that is. And then finally, for the new smart displays, there are things like interactive canvas that help you build those really rich, immersive experiences. So there's a ton out there. I think it's a great time to be investing in this and to be getting a good understanding of how your customers want to interact with you and engage with you that way.
That's really great. I think there's so many different levels of technical expertise that you can jump in really at any level and find an opportunity to build. And I like the multimodal experiences that are now available. And I just think it's really, really exciting. So thank you so much for spending time with us. I really enjoyed it, and I'm sure our audience did too.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Valerie, that was a wonderful conversation with Noelle. Thank you so much for that. Listen, we're going to get into some audience Q&A, but I have a little pet question. So I've noticed a difference in generations' attitudes to artificial intelligence. Older generations are scared of AI because, they think it's going to take their jobs. And younger people are actually quite happy for AI to take their jobs because, frankly, all they want to do is go and sit on the beach in Bali and enjoy themselves. Do you see when you're developing, everything that you're doing at Google? I mean, Duplex, personally, I think it's remarkable. I love it. But everything that you're developing at Google, do you see those differences in attitudes between the generations when it comes to assistants?
Yeah, it's a really good question, Stuart. Okay, so I think maybe it's better to categorize not exactly along the generational line, but just say there are people who are looking at AI advancements right now, especially in conversation, and saying, "That's awesome. What can we do next? This is going to be great. We can do that. We can do that. And what if this? And what if that?" Okay. And then there are people who are like, "Whoa! Like, let's push pause. Let's know exactly what we're doing here. Let's make sure we all are on the same page about ethics and boundaries and constraints and like, what are we really unleashing here?" And I think like, if you're not paying attention to both of those sides, then you're probably not going to be building the products that we need, right? So even within our team, we talk about, we make sure that we have the what ifs, the like, how might we's, and really dream and really get ambitious. And then we make sure that we channel like whoever it is, whether that's like user studies that we've done really formally, or whether that's like, our mom or dad in the background, thinking like, okay, if I'm channeling that voice, what do I want to make sure that is in place? What are the assurances? What are the safeties? I think it's just important to have both.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that completely. We have a question from Harry. What are your thoughts about consumer privacy concerns? And he specifically asks, are our devices really listening in all the time, or only when we say the wake word? And if they aren't, then how come they hear the wake word?
Great. Okay. So I think the simplest way to think about this is to think about what happens on the device versus what happens in the cloud. Right. And so if what's happening on a device very locally and it doesn't get sent anywhere is just, are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? Right. Then just anything that has a negative answer to that, right? You're not talking to me. It stays on the device. It gets thrown away. It doesn't go anywhere. And so that's a nice privacy safety boundary there. And I think, the more that we develop on device and the better our capabilities get with having machine learned models on device, the more we have control over those safety guardrails.
Yeah, absolutely. Question from Arjun. Thank you, Arjun, so much. How far are we from developing models that work on premise without getting on the cloud? Is that a goal for you?
Yeah. So I'm going to take that question as on device. So working. Yeah. It's really making significant progress. It's been really interesting to see the launches that have already been happening like in the last year. So we have things, the Google Assistant, like continuous conversation that can help keep that mic open. We have things that are on people's phones that are making sure that we can have a really fast response, right? So there are all sorts of reasons to put models on device. Privacy is a huge one, but latency is actually a massive reason to do it. What we talked about throughout this discussion was natural conversation. And if you don't think about timing with natural conversation, oh man, that's super core. Just quickly, like when actors learn how to talk to each other and how to sort of replicate natural sounding conversation, they learn to come over the top of each other's lines. There's very, very little gap, if any, actually, when people are speaking to each other. And so if you want to achieve that naturalness, then timing, which is on device, is a great way to achieve that, is just critical. So everybody's working on this.
And I think we should remind people that, some features that they think maybe do talk to the cloud, don't talk to the cloud. Like, for example, Pixel 4, when it's listening to music and it's telling me what song it's listening to, that's not done via the cloud, that's done on the device. It's, downloads a database of all the latest tracks on a regular basis, and it's doing it purely on device. So we already have that technology on its way from Google and many other people, right?
Absolutely. We ship something that we refer to as next generation assistant, and it is exactly a lot of that stuff being on device so that we can process it locally. It's a right on question.
One last question, very quick one, and this is from Harry at VentureBeat. As ambient computing technology advances, how important do you think the role of AI voice assistants will become in our daily lives?
Ooh. Look, I have a particular interest in it, but I think that even that if I didn't, it's a very natural way for people to interact, right? It's sort of a built-in API that most of us have. And so whenever you introduce something that is more convenient, something that's faster, something that is easier, it's a way that tends to get picked up. And so like the way I think of ambient computing, Google Assistant, voice interactions, like kind of this whole cluster is just convenient ways for you to ask for help.
Yeah, that's perfect. And that's a great footnote for the conversation, Valerie. So thanks so much for being part of VentureBeat Transform. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, it's been great. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Go for it, Stuart. Introduce them.
All right, so we're going to go straight into the importance of Black-owned businesses in AI and enterprise tech. Speaking on this is Executive Chairman and CEO of OHUB, that's Rodney Sampson, in conversation with our very own Matt Marshall.
Hello, welcome, Rodney.
Hey, Matt, it's good to see you.
So Rodney is the CEO of a 7-year-old company, OHUB, that stands for Opportunity Hub, which is doing some great work bringing diversity, equity, inclusion, bringing attention to this cause. And Rodney and I met last year in York, Pennsylvania, when he had just launched Diversity, Equity, Inclusion as a Service, or DICE, which is basically a way for companies to learn how to do this better. So Rodney, tell us how it's going.
I'm doing well, Matt, considering everything that's going on in the world and in our country today. But I'm excited to be here today, and definitely excited about the conversation that you and I will be having. How about yourself? How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. And I too have been hit by the conversation, the gravity of it, the importance of it. And as I hope you've been following along over the last couple of days, we've had some really good conversations around the need for more diversity, more processes and policies around not only the data in the AI projects, but the people around the table that are actually doing it. And we have a report back later this afternoon on the great conversation this morning from with 5 African-American professionals. That was just a riveting conversation. But can you tell us what it means for you, what this confluence of events has meant for you, and the results for your what you're calling the DICE project?
Absolutely. So just to sort of set the stage here, we are existing in this trifecta of challenges in our country. There's this pandemic, of course it's global, also in America. There's this renewed national conversation and hopefully sustained quest to create racial justice throughout the fabric of our nation, which definitely includes edge tech and AI and machine learning and all of the edge tech fields of research and study and practice and entrepreneurship. And that's important because the third part of that trifecta is that both of these seem to have accelerated us into the future of work or the fourth industrial revolution. And so, last year we began to have this conversation when I was a keynote at VentureBeat Transform AI, where we introduced the DAIS framework. And so quickly, just to reiterate that to those who might have been there last year or this is the first time here, when you look at the framework of DAIS, diversity, equity, and inclusion as a service, beyond the performative statements, and we've heard a lot of people saying Black Lives Matter and Black business owners matter and Black AI matters. And so it seems like to be a new hashtag around Black X Matter every day. And people are saying, well, how do we actually manifest that inside of an organization, inside of a company, inside of a fund or a startup? And so the framework is, when you look at building equity inside of an organization, it's around the corporate governance, who the board is, the ownership, what are the policies, procedures based upon data. Then there's the HR, who are we hiring, recruiting. Then there's the procurement, what businesses are we doing business with. The actual product development, when you think about the work of the Algorithmic Justice League, Black and AI, and others who are focused on bringing ethics to the AI community, specifically around the product and development to ensure that no one is harmed. Then once you have the product, you go to market. And so there's strategies there. And of course, there's impact and social responsibility. And then there's investment. So what we're doing is ensuring that that framework and those services and strategies and solutions, folks have to know about them first, and then they have to go through a process on implementing. So I'm hopeful that during this particular season in time that it's just not a performative moment, but it is actually a moment that we can create some systemic change. And if AI is definitely about solutions, I believe we should be utilizing AI and edge tech to be a part of the solution and not a perpetuator of the problem.
Yeah, Rodney, we should always have a slide for this, right? Where you have diversity, equity, inclusion as a service. Actually, not that slide. That's coming, but the slide that articulates what's under DICE, right? Where you have this construct and essentially an umbrella platform where OHub is doing certain things like focusing on the hiring part of that, right? The HR part of that. There's corporate governance and things with the board. And as you mentioned, Black and AI is focused on the product development. There's impact, a few other groups. Can you talk a little bit about how that movement is evolving? Is it a wide movement, focused movement? Give us a sense of how that's working.
Absolutely. It's evolved from a philosophical approach and a conversation. If you look at how diversity, inclusion, equity happens in most companies today, it starts with HR. Let's hire more people, And then there's impact. Let's support this group. Let's donate. So what we've done is really started to build out a value-added network of Black and Indigenous, people of color led firms, a lot of them high growth enterprises themselves that essentially can provide the services beyond just the conversation. So if you're looking at the corporate governance and HR, OHub has been working in that field for 7 years. On the procurement side, you have firms like Connexus, Robinson, and something I'm excited that we're going to be working on, focused on procurement as well. When you talk about product development, the importance of having more developers from all communities involved in the product development. And so when you look at Black in AI and the work that they do, and Algorithmic Justice League, or like Lightship Capital. You have these platforms that are specifically focused there. And then on corporate social responsibility, there's Resilia, which is an enterprise software platform founded by Savitri Wilson out of New Orleans. And then, of course, on the investment side, you see more general partners and emerging fund managers that are specifically focused on investing in AI enterprises founded by members from socially disadvantaged communities. So we have this network of service providers that are joining forces so that we can get scale in terms of working with the decision makers, in the C-suite across and at the board level to create systemic change in the organization and also a particular industry as well.
Great, thanks, Rodney. And you and I have been talking about ways, OHUB and VentureBeat could partner on this very specific area of transformative technology. You're fairly broad in your mandate, and I think where we can help is on that transformative technology community, right, around AI. And so, as part of that solution, VentureBeat, myself and VentureBeat is excited to join OHUB in an announcement of a new initiative to help ensure diversity, equity, and inclusion in the practice of AI. Rodney, do you want to kick it off in terms of what we were talking about? Is this announcement?
Absolutely. I'm excited about joining forces with VentureBeat, and has 4 initial components to it, which include co-producing a DAIS conference with VentureBeat. You produce some amazing experiences from your gaming conference to the Transform AI to Blueprint. OHUB does the same with its Black and Hired, New Jobs Forum, Racial Equity Ecosystem Conference. And so we're joining forces to produce the conference. We're also excited to build out a dedicated content channel on VentureBeat.com to highlight these enterprise companies or the research and just the voices of socially disadvantaged Black communities as well. There's also going to be a marketplace where we will connect these enterprise companies from the Black community with the procurement officers and the CTOs and decision makers there, and also the opportunity for us to have talent connect from our community with the AI community as well. And we're kicking it off today, and I'll toss it back to you with our first step.
Yeah, Rodney. Yeah, and this came together as we were talking because it's very close to our agenda to create a marketplace for enterprise executives to learn more information about the practice of AI. Obviously, and this conversation around diversity has become so core. It's integral, as I think everyone should understand now after at least the first couple of days at this conference. And so, what Rodney was referring to is the 4th cornerstone of the initiative is what's something called the Racial Equity AI Pledge. And so I'd like to call upon our community, VentureBeat's community, the attendees, the people watching this, to join me in bringing their companies to make a pledge on the Racial Equity AI Pledge. Could you bring that slide up, folks? And Rodney, I just walked through that pledge myself and signed off. But you want to talk a little bit about what it's intended to do and maybe some of the people you've actually already had involved?
Absolutely. So we introduced the pledge on Juneteenth, which of course is the new national holiday in America. And so we should leverage that moment in time every year, not just to have a conversation, but to output out on what's actually being done. And so given the field of AI in practice, it starts with data, right? So Brad Feld, the founder of Foundry Group Fund and Techstars, has joined forces with us. We have different congressional leaders on both sides of the aisle that have supported the pledge as well. The Brookings Institution, the Federal Reserve Bank, there are new organizations that are signing on every day. And the idea is that anyone can take the pledge. Our objective is if you are a decision maker, if you are a fiduciary at a company, at an organization, at a university, you can walk through the pledge and make some beginning commitments, and also amongst your team start to put some funding behind the different areas around hiring, around spend and procurement, but also around training for your team and also investment as well. And so we're really excited about it and invite everyone. And then we're going to do what we do best with data, is we're going to make sure that we output it and that we leverage it so that we can move racial equity throughout society.
Great, Rodney. Thank you for joining us. This is a great cause. We wish you the best of luck. We'll be following that, of course, and we'll be syncing around that event you were referring to, so more from us later. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but I do want to remind our viewers that please come back at 4:15, where we're going to have the report back from Crystal Moghan, who was the moderator of the diversity inclusion session roundtable this morning, where we had at least 100 folks gather together at the tail end of that and have a networking session and conversation around that important topic of diversity and inclusion in AI. Thank you, Rodney.
Thank you, Matt.
Huge thank you to Rodney and Matt for that incredible conversation. Thank you so much. It is your chance to get a break now. We're going to have a short break. It's your virtual networking, of course, as well as a break. So go and meet people, go connect with the speakers and attendees virtually. Get yourself a coffee or tea, or something stronger if you like. We are living, after all, in extraordinary times. I never thought there was a time in human history where I'd pour more alcohol over my hands than I do in my mouth, but that's the life we live right now. Welcome to the new normal, everybody. So, by the way, we hope that you are joining back on Tame or on YouTube, whichever you prefer. We'd like to announce a fun contest for all of you. Visit at least 5 expo booths. You must actually enter the booth, not just visit it. You have to enter it and talk to our partners. If you enter the booth and talk to our partners at least 5 times, your name will be put into a drawing to win $1,000 in cash and 2 complimentary tickets to our next Transform event. We will announce the winner live at the end of Transform. Now, please note, I know I've said this a few times, but I'm going to repeat myself. In the Virtual Expo booth, you need to click on the broadcast button. If you can't find the broadcast button, just expand your screen, go full screen or whatever is needed. I promise it's there. Go and find that. Also, don't forget, we want you to tell us about yourself on today's Summit Slack channel. It's really simple. Here's all you need to do. Take a personal video clip, grab your smartphone, 60 seconds or less, and all you need to do is speak to any one of the following. What session did you like the most and why? Share your AI story, maybe. Or who are you most inspired by that you've seen today? Choose one of those topics, record as a video, 60 seconds or less, post it on the Summit Slack channel. We're going to post those into our video hub and share those during the breaks. So be sure to do that. And of course, don't forget, we're getting close to the end. We're not there yet, but be sure to join us live tomorrow. You don't want to miss day 3 of VB Transform. It's the IoT and AI at the Edge and Computer Vision Summit presented by NVIDIA, which will be followed by the 2nd annual Women in AI Awards. So go get that coffee, tea, or whatever tickles your fancy, and we'll see you back here in a few moments.
AI in the enterprise is all the rage. But put the hype aside. How are today's organizations actually executing and seeing value from enterprise AI? Dataiku is the platform, democratizing access to data and enabling companies to build their own path to enterprise AI. To make enterprise AI a reality, Dataiku provides one simple user interface for data preparation, data exploration, automated machine learning, model deployment, AI monitoring, and management. Dataiku is built for everyone with robust features for both the code-free and the code-first. From business users and analysts to data scientists and engineers, Dataiku makes working with data faster and smarter. Each company's path to enterprise AI looks different, so Dataiku supports the creation of a spectrum of applications. Whether that means building out a self-serve analytics platform or fully operationalized AI integrated with business processes. No matter what the underlying changes in architecture or advancements in technology, Dataiku remains at the center, the cornerstone of data governance and responsible AI. Dataiku's centralized, controlled, and elastic environment fuels exponential growth in the amount of data, the number of AI projects, and the number of people contributing to such projects. Dataiku, for every industry, every use case, and also for everyone. Discover your path to enterprise AI at dataiku.com.
Free trials can be great, but sometimes it can be hard to remember when they end before you get charged. Thankfully, Eno, your Capital One assistant, is always looking out for you and your money. You'll receive a message when Eno spots a potential new free trial. Tell Eno you want a reminder, and Eno will let you know the day before your free trial ends. You decide whether to cancel your trial before you get charged or to continue with your new subscription.
Resistance. Sarah, your Movie Plus trial is about to expire. Do you want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
Meet Jackson, an IT leader who's at his best when he's empowering the business to harness data and analytics at scale. But Jackson can't provide on-demand access to specialized computing resources and his team's favorite tools for data science. So they're going rogue and using unapproved, ungoverned tools to do their work. And he's worried about security risks and frustrated by lack of visibility. The data scientists face workflow roadblocks and can't easily access the right business data. The CFO is upset about runaway departmental IT costs and balancing business-critical work workloads and governance while enabling AI innovation is keeping Jackson from being the best IT leader he can be. Jackson needs a vacation. And he needs Cloudera. Cloudera Machine Learning lets IT leaders give their teams the resources needed to experiment, iterate, and impact the business with machine learning without compromising data security and governance. So Jackson can focus on maintaining efficiency and scalability for multiple analytics workloads and onboard new projects and teams without impacting workloads or SLAs, while his data scientists experiment and innovate with self-service access to govern data and scale out compute resources on a single, secure, managed platform. And thanks to Cloudera, Jackson knows that changing deployment infrastructure and evolving technology won't disrupt future operations because Cloudera Machine Learning, together with integrated multifunction analytics experiences for Cloudera Data Platform, can be deployed anywhere with the same experience, including on-premise or in public and hybrid clouds. Cloudera Machine Learning means Jackson is always at his best, empowering innovation while driving the business forward by efficiently securing and delivering data from edge to AI. Now's probably a good time to put in for that vacation. Learn more about Cloudera Machine Learning today.
Every enterprise has its superheroes. Data scientists are the math whizzes. They give the organization the ability to fly with Python and R-based machine learning models that power competitive advantage. The League of Data Scientists knows everything about the latest open source technology innovation and how to put it to work. Their ally? Team IT. With protection superpowers, IT casts force fields around data science workflows so nothing gets in or out without their sign-off. Their mission: keep everything safe, governed, and auditable. Team IT and the League of Data Scientists are united against a common enemy: vulnerability. From minor bugs to serious security gaps, vulnerability knows how to exploit open source software and can cause real problems in an enterprise. It breaks audit chains, opens the door to unauthorized users, and creates havoc. Fortunately, they have a secret weapon: Anaconda Team Edition. Anaconda Team Edition fuels Team IT's force field. It's a repository of thousands of data science and machine learning packages, curated by Conda experts, with vulnerability screening in place, so IT can curate, safe list, and block packages based on CVE scores, alerts, and reports. Team IT stays in charge of the who, what, when, and where of the data science lifecycle, keeping the enterprise safe and secure. And data scientists get to use the latest and greatest tools from the open source brain trust. Anaconda Team Edition. Powerful protection to help the enterprise fly. Good guys prevail.
Data science is a critical strategy for many enterprise companies. It's at the heart of AI and machine learning projects. The hard truth, however, is that data science projects fail. In fact, according to a study by Dimensional Research, 96% of companies run into problems with AI and machine learning projects. Whether it's a lack of data scientists, domain knowledge, business insights, or simply because of a lack of measurable value, achieving success with data science can be hard and frustrating. It doesn't have to be. Data is a complete rethinking of how data science is done. Through acceleration, augmentation, democratization, and operationalization. Our platform takes the complexity and failure out of your data science projects. It all starts with acceleration. Data frees up data scientists from the tedium of low-level manual tasks and gives them the freedom to focus on solving problems, allowing them to deliver 10 times more projects. Artificial intelligence in data augments your expertise. Our AI engine explores millions of hypotheses and helps you find deeper business insights that you would never have imagined. Data democratizes data science and makes it easier to put the power of data science into the hands of more users. With Data, citizen data scientists help your business scale data science and establish a true data-driven culture. Finally, Data enables faster data science operationalization. It takes your data science projects out of the lab and into your business. With Data, your data science process generates business value on an ongoing basis, giving you the ROI you've been searching for all along. When tested against top competitors, .data was able to shorten data science development cycles from 5 months to 5 days, all with raw customer data, while maintaining accuracy and, in some cases, even improving accuracy of the results. Acceleration, augmentation, democratization, and operationalization of data science. .data is data science without the headaches.
AI in the enterprise is all the rage. But put the hype aside. How are today's organizations actually executing and seeing value from enterprise AI? Dataiku is the platform, democratizing access to data and enabling companies to build their own path to enterprise AI. To make enterprise AI a reality, Dataiku provides one simple user interface for data preparation, data exploration, automated machine learning, model deployment, AI monitoring, and management. Dataiku is built for everyone with robust features for both the code-free and the code-first. From business users and analysts to data scientists and engineers, Dataiku makes working with data faster and smarter. Each company's path to enterprise AI looks different, so Dataiku supports the creation of a spectrum of applications. Whether that means building out a self-serve analytics platform or fully operationalized AI integrated with business processes. No matter what the underlying changes in architecture or advancements in technology, Dataiku remains at the center, the cornerstone of data governance and responsible AI. Dataiku's centralized, controlled, and elastic environment fuels exponential growth in the amount of data, the number of AI projects, and the number of people contributing to such projects. Dataiku, for every industry, every use case, and also for everyone. Discover your path to enterprise AI at dataiku.com.
Free trials can be great, but sometimes it can be hard to remember when they end before you get charged. Thankfully, Eno, your Capital One assistant, is always looking out for you and your money. You'll receive a message when Eno spots a potential new free trial. Tell Eno you want a reminder, and Eno will let you know the day before your free trial ends. You decide whether to cancel your trial before you get charged or to continue with your new subscription.
multi-plus trial is about to expire. Do you want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
Meet Jackson, an IT leader who's at his best when he's empowering the business to harness data and analytics at scale. But Jackson can't provide on-demand access to specialized computing resources and his team's favorite tools for data science. So they're going rogue and using unapproved, ungoverned tools to do their work. And he's worried about security risks and frustrated by lack of visibility. The data scientists face workflow roadblocks and can't easily access the right business data. The CFO is upset about runaway departmental IT costs. And balancing business-critical workloads and governance while enabling AI innovation is keeping Jackson from being the best IT leader he can be. Jackson needs a vacation. And he needs Cloudera. Cloudera Machine Learning lets IT leaders give their teams the resources needed to experiment, iterate, and impact the business with machine learning without compromising data security and governance. So Jackson can focus on maintaining efficiency and scalability for multiple analytics workloads and onboard new projects and teams without impacting workloads or SLAs, while his data scientists experiment and innovate with self-service access to govern data and scale out compute resources on a single, secure, managed platform. And thanks to Cloudera, Jackson knows that changing deployment infrastructure and evolving technology won't disrupt future operations because Cloudera Machine Learning, together with integrated multifunction analytics experiences for Cloudera Data Platform, can be deployed anywhere with the same experience, including on-premise or in public and hybrid clouds. Cloudera Machine Learning means Jackson is always at his best, empowering innovation while driving the business forward by efficiently securing and delivering data from edge to AI. Now's probably a good time to put in for that vacation. Learn more about Cloudera Machine Learning today.
Every enterprise has its superheroes. Data scientists are the math whizzes. They give the organization the ability to fly with Python and R-based machine learning models that power competitive advantage. The League of Data Scientists knows everything about the latest open source technology innovation and how to put it to work. Their ally? Team IT. With protection superpowers, IT casts force fields around data science workflows, so nothing gets in or out without their sign-off. Their mission: keep everything safe, governed, and auditable. Team IT and the League of Data Scientists are united against a common enemy: vulnerability. From minor bugs to serious security gaps, vulnerability knows how to exploit open source software and can cause real problems in an enterprise. It breaks audit chains, opens the door to unauthorized users, and creates havoc. Fortunately, they have a secret weapon: Anaconda Team Edition. Anaconda Team Edition fuels Team IT's force field. It's a repository of thousands of data science and machine learning packages, curated by Conda experts, with vulnerability screening in place, so IT can curate, safe list, and block packages based on CVE scores, alerts, and reports. Team IT stays in charge of the who, what, when, and where of the data science lifecycle, keeping the enterprise safe and secure. And data scientists get to use the latest and greatest tools from the open source brain trust. Anaconda Team Edition. Powerful protection to help the enterprise fly. Good guys prevail.
Data science is a critical strategy for many enterprise companies. It's at the heart of AI and machine learning projects. The hard truth, however, is that data science projects fail. In fact, according to a study by Dimensional Research, 96% of companies run into problems with AI and machine learning projects. Whether it's a lack of data scientists, domain knowledge, business insights, or simply because of a lack of measurable value, achieving success with data science can be hard and frustrating. It doesn't have to be. Data is a complete rethinking of how data science is done. Through acceleration, augmentation, democratization, and operationalization. Our platform takes the complexity and failure out of your data science projects. It all starts with acceleration. Data frees up data scientists from the tedium of low-level manual tasks and gives them the freedom to focus on solving problems, allowing them to deliver 10 times more projects. Artificial intelligence in data augments your expertise. Our AI engine explores millions of hypotheses and helps you find deeper business insights that you would never have imagined. Data democratizes data science and makes it easier to put the power of data science into the hands of more users. With Data, citizen data scientists help your business scale data science and establish a true data-driven culture. Finally, Data enables faster data science operationalization. It takes your data science projects out of the lab and into your business. With Data, your data science process generates business value on an ongoing basis, giving you the ROI you've been searching for all along. When tested against top competitors, Data was able to shorten data science development cycles from 5 months to 5 days, all with raw customer data, while maintaining accuracy and, in some cases, even improving accuracy of the results. Acceleration, augmentation, democratization, and operationalization of data science. Data is data science without the headaches.
one.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the break. Hope you managed to network with lots of incredible people. We're going to get straight into our fireside chat, how Oracle accelerates revenue using intelligent virtual assistants. Speaking on this is the Senior Director of Digital Strategy and Innovation at Oracle, Kevin Colosimo, and he will be in conversation with the CEO of Conversica, that is Jim Cascade. Please welcome them both.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jim Cascade, and I'm the CEO of Conversica. And I'm really excited to be able to speak with Kevin here, who is from Oracle, telling us about how he and his firm accelerated revenue using intelligent virtual assistants. And it's really an incredible time right now where, we as a company, we believe that the world's becoming more and more digital, but even more so because of COVID, where businesses are struggling to service their digital natives. And in those digital natives, growing need for personalized and customized experiences. I think digital transformation really needs to be empowered with digital automation. It's our mission as a company to help organizations use intelligent automation to attract, acquire, and ultimately grow customers at scale by using Conversica's intelligent virtual assistants. And those virtual assistants are powered by our intelligent automation platform. We believe, that our vision is to really build the largest augmented workforce in the world. Our intelligent virtual assistants are AI-powered, SaaS-based software applications, and they serve as virtual team members. And those virtual team members autonomously engage, contact, prospects and customers, partners in a trusted, human-like two-way interaction at scale. It drives those folks to towards the next best action, which ultimately accelerates revenue. So with that, turning it over to Kevin.
Thanks, Jim. Well, just as a quick introduction, my name's Kevin Colosimo. I'm part of the Oracle Global Marketing team and have been responsible for digital strategy and innovation. And over the last couple of years, been really focused on bringing new technology, new processes to our marketing and sales teams to try to drive better results. And one of those initiatives has been to deploy Conversica virtual assistants in that effort. So I'm really excited to be here and to join you, Jim.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. So to give the audience maybe a little bit deeper view into who you are, tell us something that the audience, maybe even your closest colleagues don't know about. What kind of secrets do you have?
Well, let's see. One that I'm willing to share, Jim, is way back in high school, I was a pole vaulter. So most people aren't aware of that. And it's kind of a funny story because I started as a freshman and I was not even 5 feet tall. So I went to the coach and he had to saw a pole in half because none was, they didn't have any my size. And it took me a month to clear 5'6". High jumpers used to come over and do it without a pole, but I stuck with it. And by the time I was a senior, I had the school record. But it was a lot of fun, and I was determined to stay with that, and it was great. So that's one thing.
I love it. Start small, finish strong. Perfect. Well,
Perfect.
It's amazing to see how you have been a thought leader, and you've really brought these types of new technologies into the organization. Using intelligent virtual assistants, you've applied our technology across so many use cases in the customer lifecycle, ultimately affecting revenue, increasing or accelerating revenue, from marketing to sales to even post-transaction driving usage. So hats off to you for creating such a set of use cases and getting the organization to adopt. So how did this all start? I mean, what was the driving force behind you being the change agent What was your initial problem that you were trying to attack as you were embracing us and our technology?
Sure. So we started a couple years ago, and at that time, what we were seeing is our marketing and sales leaders were facing, rapidly growing revenue and pipeline targets because of the growth in our cloud business. And in trying to meet those targets, we saw marketers are generating more and higher volume of MQLs to pass to sales. The problem that we saw was that a high percentage of those MQLs were not really ready to have a conversation with our sales teams. And when we took a look at it and analyzed, this kind of composition of our leads, we determined that only about 20% of those leads that were being handed off to sales for follow-up were what we considered conversation ready or core. The other 80% were we deemed to be non-core, non-conversation ready. Those non-core leads, at 80%, a lot of volume, very low conversion rates, were taking up a lot of time of our sales resources to follow up, and we're not delivering, therefore, a high ROI for our marketers. So we wanted to take a look at, well, what were some alternative approaches? We looked at our traditional nurture campaigns, which are, maybe we could educate folks and nurture them better, but they're good at educating, not great at identifying people who are ready to talk to sales. We looked at lead scoring models, but sometimes, even though we're really improving our lead scoring models, just because a lead looks like another converting lead doesn't mean that that individual is ready to talk to sales. So we decided to try something new, and that was, could we augment our human capital, our sales teams, with virtual assistants from Converska, where we could identify and generate more core leads, conversation ready leads at scale, and in fact even convert some of those non-core leads really into core. So that was really the impetus, was to see, can we drive more core leads using virtual assistants?
That's amazing. I mean, 80% of your opportunities not conversation ready, yet the human workforce has to spend time following up on those, and that really is inefficient. And being able to turn that into effectively their time is spent 100% on conversation ready is phenomenal. So you have this great use case, and you start to drive into other use cases. I think Oracle, like many companies who are large, have so many people involved in the decision-making process. How does someone like you champion and get people to adopt, emerging technology like this?
Yeah, it's, and as you said, Jim, I think especially at a large company the size of Oracle, it is hard to build up the right support to drive innovation and change. So what we did was we started small with, and really there were three, principles. The first was, let's identify a small set of executives who are excited about what we're doing, who are invested in what that positive outcome would be, who are willing to take a risk, and who could understand that, hey, with new things, there's going to be learnings and so on. So we identified a really great group of executives who were also really well respected by their peers. So if they said that this worked, it would help drive other adoption. Second was to really pick the right use cases. So we looked at areas where we had low risk but good upside. And there were two areas that we started with. One was these high volume of low converting leads that we said, hey, let's see if we can't get at least as good a results using virtual assistants. And then second was, we had a large volume of leads that we had passed to the sales teams, lead development teams, and who retired those leads because either they were unable to reach the person, or they said, hey, no opportunity in 6 to 12 months. And so those were use cases where we felt, hey, we can drive some good impact, low risk. The third was really to rethink how we approach messaging, and especially using a virtual assistant, knowing that we had an opportunity to have kind of a very human-like exchange using Converska virtual assistants. But we wanted to shift the tone from one of being kind of selling to really being helping. and having a virtual assistant be able to provide a compelling reason to someone that was a relevant message, but a compelling reason to say, yes, I'd be happy to talk with your solution experts. So those were three things that were really important in the pilot. And that pilot program was super successful, and it gave us the right to have an expansion conversation, to invest more in looking at other use cases as well. And as you mentioned, one of the things that we felt was really important or was really exciting was the fact that we could use virtual assistants on kind of both the pre-purchase side of the customer lifecycle as well as the post-purchase. So we started expanding the use from beyond just kind of like new inbound leads and retired leads to looking at people who were suspects that we might be able to engage with, helping drive interest in our events, looking at opportunities that were stuck and not progressing, looking at post-purchase where someone might not be consuming as much as what we had hoped, and we want to engage with them before they hit renewal. So we were excited about the possibilities that we could apply virtual assistants to, and really excited with the results we've been getting.
That's great. I love the start small, earn the right to expand within the organization, picking the right problem and getting the right sponsorship from those that trust you, and that they're going to evangelize the success. That makes sense. So you mentioned the success. So tell us a little bit about the results. What were the outcomes at the beginning or today in your steady state? What are you seeing in terms of opportunity to create impact?
Sure. Well, one of the things that we look at is what type of return on investment we're getting in terms of pipeline impact. And we're really pleased with the results. We're seeing 140, 150 to 1 in terms of investment to driving pipeline. The second area was, I mentioned about using virtual assistants with high volume, low converting leads. And what we were able to see and prove out is that we could send a fraction of leads to sales for follow-up, but generate similar amount of converted leads or pipeline, because we were only sending those that were raising their hand, as opposed to having our human capital follow up on all those, unqualified leads. So that was a big win for us. The third area was, I mentioned about the retired leads, and we wanted to see whether we could get better results in our traditional nurture campaigns. And what we've seen is that a 5 times improvement. When you look at the number of contacts that we have to message per converted lead, we're 5 times more effective using virtual assistants than we do with our traditional nurtures. So those are 3 examples of really solid results that have given us that opportunity, as you mentioned, to continue to expand, Jim.
That's amazing. Again, hats off to you for being such a thought leader. I mean, 150x ROI is phenomenal. And I think you must have much happier sales teams who are, working on the leads that are, conversation ready, and whether they're getting the same conversion or maybe better because they're focused. A lot of that extra effort, that wasted effort now can be essentially digitized. So digital meets digital. And again, as we see more and more people going from offline to online during times like COVID, or generally as people become more digitally transformed, I think you're going to have to use digital to service that growing, digital touch. So again, great to see such a thought leader approach. So given that and the use cases that you've described, I mean, what's next? What are you going to do with intelligent virtual assistants now that you have this baseline of success?
Well, yeah, there's a couple of things that I can share. One, we're expanding the different regions that are using Conversica virtual assistants. We're just about ready to go live in Latin America. We're expanding in APAC and in EMEA. We're also looking at using it to further drive consumption and trial conversions. And then a third area that I'm really excited about is, as you mentioned, so much of activity now is digital, that we are introducing some new automated use cases where we're combining, pulling in data from intent data providers, whether that's folks like Bombara or peer review sites like G2 and Trust Radius and Gartner Digital Markets, and looking at that activity, combining that with our predictive analytics models to identify who are the best accounts showing activity on topics and solutions that we care about, finding the best contacts at those accounts, and then connecting those to relevant messages that we can deliver via our virtual assistants. So now we have an opportunity to get greater ROI from our investment in these third-party data sources by really reaching out in a very effective automated basis to identify who's either ready to talk to our sales teams or who might be interested in just receiving more information. But now we can do this at scale, and I'm really excited about the possibilities from that.
I love it. I love it. Again, hats off to you for being, such a thought leader. I think intelligent virtual assistants, is emerging category. I think a lot of companies, are beginning to dip their toes into to leveraging digital to kind of meet the digital demand. You've applied, automation around pre-event engagement and registration. You've applied it to this response and follow-up set of use cases, the retired leads that you're re-engaging, prospect outreach, pipeline progression, and driving usage. It's just, it's a great example of taking and applying automation across the entire customer lifecycle and journey. And really, again, leveraging that to really transform, I think, Oracle further in its digital transformation itself. So thank you for being such a thought leader. Thank you for trusting us and applying our intelligent virtual assistant capabilities. Kevin, thank you.
Well, thanks, Jim. It's been an exciting partnership, and we appreciate you and your team's support. It's there's a lot more that we can do together, so really excited about it. Thanks.
I can't wait to see you deploy us globally, LATAM, APAC, EMEA. I think obviously global workforces can be augmented. So looking forward to the next step with you, and the journey continues.
That's great. Thanks, Jim.
So Kevin, we've got a question for you. When you looked at Conversica, did you consider the trade-offs of using intelligent virtual assistants versus other technologies like chatbot?
Yeah, no, it's a great question, Jim. We did, but we actually see them as really quite complementary. When we look at our IVAs, our virtual assistants, we really see an opportunity to proactively reach out through an email channel, engage people, and be helpful to them, and to find out whether we can connect them to a solution expert or to get them to connect with some information that we have. One of them being a chat-enabled channel, such as an Oracle.com solution page. So our virtual assistants allow us to either respond to someone when they show interest and we want to reach out and to start a conversation, or to proactively schedule something. Maybe we want to promote, make an announcement of a product feature or drive to a virtual event. The chatbots we see as when we get someone to a web page or a chat-enabled channel, it's an opportunity then to start an interaction on that session. So they actually work hand in hand. In fact, if someone goes to a chat-enabled page and they abandon before we can convert them into a qualified lead, for example, we can actually use our IVAs to retarget them. So we really see them as being complementary, maybe different parts of the customer engagement through different channels. So we didn't see them as so much of a trade-off as to how do we get them to work together well.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I can see a lot of use cases where you want to quickly and intelligently route, prospect customers, no matter what their interest is, to somebody either human that they can then qualify immediately, or maybe even to an IVA that can engage with an intelligent exchange and kind of nurture you through the sales cycle. Yeah, so that does make sense. So another question, when you were looking at solutions within the virtual assistant category, were there other folks like Conversica that were interesting, and how did you view that?
Yeah, we did take a look at alternatives out there. In the end, we kind of evaluated and chose Conversica because you guys have a long history in this space. It's a proven platform. And importantly, for a company the size of Oracle, we needed a platform that could scale with large volumes, that you could support flexibility when we have complex sales organizations, and how do we make sure that we can get people who raise their hands to the right sales teams? Do you have support for multiple languages? So there were a lot of factors that went beyond just the fundamental platform of, is it a virtual assistant? Also, it was important for us to have a partner who, had experience with other clients as big as us, or at least approaching our scale, who could help us. So, the evaluation on one side is like platform capabilities, but there's also, the support components and the ability to scale. So that's how we ended up with this.
Nice. Well, of course, we appreciate that. So when you're, again, when you look at companies that scale, Oracle is uniquely in a position where you have a lot of use cases. Obviously, we talked about a lot of industries that you're targeting in lots of different regions with a lot of different products. As you're kind of looking at each organization within Oracle that is looking at this technology and trying to understand, how to measure its value, I'm curious if there were internally, different ways that you sell from an economic standpoint. I mean, is it just essentially you're replacing BDRs in the call center and the cost is much lower? And how do various constituents within Oracle kind of view this in terms of its, from an economic standpoint?
Yeah, no, it's where we started was really more of, could the virtual assistants be complementary to our human capital as opposed to a replacement? And kind of the way that we look at generally marketing investment is, for every dollar of investment that we're making, are we driving pipeline and revenue? Pipeline that converts into revenue. So it was important for us to be able to show that when you add in the cost of the virtual assistant, in addition to the marketing costs that you spent, let's say, to generate the leads, and when you compare that to just simply using human beings to follow up on those leads, is the overall ROI attractive? So we were able to show that it was an attractive way, not so much to replace, but that we could be much more efficient with having virtual assistants. And that efficiency would allow not necessarily replacement of those BDCs, but maybe we could reallocate those BDCs to higher value activities. So rather than using BDCs, human capital, to qualify low converting, high volume, top of funnel leads, it was like, hey, can we take some of those folks and actually have them help move opportunities forward and progress business that was already qualified, and use our virtual assistants to do the simple qualification. The other thing that we looked at was, would it give us an opportunity to actually explore new use cases where it didn't make sense to use a human being. Great example for us, we have hundreds of thousands of people that go to oracle.com and download software, still on-premise software, to be honest, not just cloud, but they download on-premise software to explore and put it in a sandbox and play with it. So they're early, stage buyers, but they're actually working with their product. We have way too many of these people doing it to ever flow those to human beings for follow-up. Now we're using virtual assistants to reach out in a helpful way. Sometimes they just need additional information to make sure they get value out of the software they downloaded. But other times we're able to start a sales conversation. So that's a new opportunity. It wasn't a matter of replacing human beings. It was like, there's no way we can handle at scale the volume of this opportunity. And it gave us now kind of a new revenue opportunity, so to speak. So.
Yeah, so I guess when you look at it, then the ROI is the revenue opportunity, versus what you're investing to kind of supercharge your human, workforce, your team. Yeah, so I think and of course ROI then from each of the different types of use cases changes, right? It's whether you're just focusing on marketing use cases, and maybe the marketing department solely involved, and then you have everything leading up to the transaction. You get on the other side of the transaction, you're in kind of customer success land. And I think there's lots of ROI there. And I think Oracle isn't the users of any sort of financial virtual assistants, but then even in that department, if you were, there's a different measure of revenue versus cost. Well, very good. So, I got to imagine with the resources of large companies, there's got to be some interest in at least thinking about building these things yourself. And given you had a chatbot platform, was there a build versus buy? You could just kind of expand off of what you've done in chat and just keep doing virtual assistants. Why did you end up going with us with the resources of Oracle?
Well, yeah, no, it's a really good question, and I will tell you, because we have such a large portfolio of products, the first step in any process for a marketing organization is, do we have an existing product that we already own that we can use to meet those requirements? So that's, no matter what we look at, that's a key part of the process. So we did go through that, and Oracle Digital Assistant is a great product, great chatbot platform. But again, we felt it was more complementary, and when we sat down with our ODA teams and looked at it, we actually saw that complementary nature. It wasn't so much that, let's use a chatbot platform to schedule outreach via email channels through all these different types of conversations and messages, and have an exchange over time, not in a single session when someone's on a page, but to continue a conversation over a period of time. That was more complementary to a chatbot platform, which was great. Now we got them on a page or a channel, and now let's have a chat session and really be helpful in the same manner, but it's more of at a point in time when you're, engaged with your chatbot, the chatbot platform works and so on. So what really we came away with the conclusion was, one, we didn't have a product internally that did exactly what Converska did. You're more complementary to our existing product. So how do we build and leverage our existing products with Converska? And so that's how we ended up saying, okay, let's partner with these guys.
Yeah, and it was a quick combination to take what you guys had already done, and I think that probably even helped you understand how to take and leverage what we were and are doing today, which is great. I think having a digital touch where you can progress your customer prospects or your current customers in the expansion use cases, no matter where they are in their digital touch point. So if they're on their mobile phone, or they're on the web, or they're looking at things via email, I think you need to be able to take the conversation wherever it starts and wherever it goes, right? So I think you do need to have that continuum. And I do see, all the comm channels, whether it's coming in through a WhatsApp or WeChat or even on voice through Alexa, it's going to be end to end, and you're going to have to really support your customers who are now going fully digital. So that's definitely going to be exciting to do with you. So here's another question for us. This one's probably more for me. It's around, how does this get consumed? What's the pricing model? And I think from our perspectives, we want to make it simple for our customers. The easiest way that it's worked over the last decade since we started this business has been looking at it from a virtual assistant as a person, right? So an IVA is the pricing model, and you just take and put your IVA in the region of the world, give it a language, and then it's the skill sets. And so we price based on the skill sets, which is a component that really does determine value of that virtual assistant because it's what it is that they're doing. There's a little bit of a component around the number of contacts that you're engaged with or your end customers you're engaged with, but that's just to kind of drive a behavior where you don't have just one virtual assistant. You're doing all 50 million or 100 million of your end users. You want to break it up and be able to have, just like you do people, addressing different use cases. So very simple IVA and skill set combination. So I think that's, I think if we were to kind of close on a discussion, it would be more around how to implement this, right? Was it easy to implement? And what's the typical kind of way to get off and running? Do you recall how you first started with us?
Yeah, we started with a small pilot, but we really built, even during the pilot period, Jim, we thought about, assuming this is successful, how do we scale this, right? So that was important for us to think about the infrastructure, the processes that we were putting in place, the enablement and training that we needed to make sure that people understood it. So it's really about, I would recommend people start with a well-defined pilot that you can define what the success metrics are and either, prove or disprove, that this adds value, but also plan, if this does prove successful, how are you going to scale this? How are you going to, build up the internal resources so that you can grow it? You building up the internal training and content and enablement facilities. All that's important. So great.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Kevin. It's been an incredible journey, and I'm looking forward to doing so much more with you and the broader, Oracle group.
Great. Well, I'm excited to work with you guys, and looking forward to more of it.
Thank you.
Now, this morning, and of course, don't forget, you can go off to the offstage audience Q&A to discuss more with them. This morning, we had an incredible diversity and inclusion breakfast. And now, to give us a report back on that, we'd love to welcome to the virtual stage Crystal Morn, PhD candidate with focus on machine learning, differential privacy, and provable fairness at University of Vermont. Over to you, Crystal.
Hi, I'm Crystal Morn. I'm a PhD student at the University of Vermont. I'd like to report briefly on the proceedings, ideas, and conversations at our Diversity and Inclusion AI Ethics panel today. Today, we saw an interactive discussion about AI and ethics by an esteemed panel that included Ayodele Adebila, data scientist at Samba Safety, Justin Norman, the vice president of data science at Yelp, Will Griffin, the chief ethics officer at Hypergiant, and Yakira Nunez, the senior director of research and insights of platform products at Salesforce. The discussion began with the motivation of the panelists for doing this work and how this work is often demanded in excess by those in underrepresented groups. This is often unpaid emotional work and emotional labor. The panel spoke about their experiences with biased algorithms, even as leaders working within the technology space. We spoke about the need for domain expertise and multiple stakeholders in the AI space, and putting checks and balances in place at every phase of development in our AI software. Tech permeates so many industries and has had unintended consequences to our communities, such as gentrification and spikes in homelessness. Some of these effects have made it impossible for large groups in our communities to ever imagine having access to generational wealth. We need to do better in our communities. We came to the conclusion that nothing can and will change until the decision makers and those in power are representative of all people. Will said that tech companies are citizens of the world and have responsibility, that these are core issues and are not tangential. Justin added that artificial intelligence is so expensive to scale, tech companies have power and hold on to dangerous tools. This means that they too need to hold themselves accountable and educate themselves on the foundations and basics of these technologies. Voices need to be there in the room when design and product decisions are being made about their systems. This is the time for these kinds of conversations, as in the past 45 days, we have heard the voices of those who were silent. Those voices, represented in groups such as Black Lives Matter, have demanded accountability. Accountability means that everyone in the company needs to go through the process of understanding whether AI technologies we design truly benefit our people and our communities. As tech companies, we are part of communities, and it is our duty to uphold values, irrespective of clients or company. We acknowledge the leaders of AI that enforce repercussions for technology used in bad faith. Groups like Black Lives Matter, which were pivotal in calling out police facial recognition and other harmful surveillance technologies. Accountability means that we acknowledge that move fast, break things no longer works. It has been delegitimized. We need higher accountability, and we need to acknowledge the weaknesses of data. We need to acknowledge when the data we use falls short of its purpose, especially when it affects people's lives. Yakira added that this is an opportunity to change the way we do software development. The change involves considering anything with AI to be thought of as a systems design problem. Thinking of AI design and deployment as a systems design problem means we have to consider the vectors impacted: healthcare, access to financial assistance, legal repercussions, and so on. These decisions need to be built in from the start. As data scientists, our profession has so much impact, but we are not required to train or have requirements for social impact in the same way it is required of fields of medicine or law. This is problematic and needs to change. We spoke about the need to acknowledge that the government is the largest buyer of AI products and services, and what that means for the proliferation of AI technologies in all of our lives. We also spoke about engaging with the need for private government regime to uphold ethical standards. Some of the actionable items we spoke about were ensuring diverse teams to give the lens of the end user, and in the process of making technologies, using tools such as consequence scanning, model cards, and holding companies accountable for mitigating risks for how AI technologies might be used. We have a strong responsibility to incorporate learnings from multiple fields, such as the social sciences and liberal arts. We have a responsibility to incorporate into the coding culture reviews that do not optimize for speed, but for ethics and diversity. We incentivize these responsibilities because the failures of the process cost a lot more than doing it right the first time. If you are at a company that is unethical, it is your responsibility to find a company that holds these values, where it is integral to the culture of the company and the products they produce. Today, we see a 1,785% relative increase in searches for Black-owned businesses compared to 3 weeks prior. We have seen technologies that have failed us, such as every single facial recognition program sold to every single law enforcement agency. We need vetting. We anticipate that there are several more AI landmines in use cases currently available in the marketplace that are waiting to go off. We need to take action. Justin said that policy and law will tell us what we must do, but community governance will tell us what we should do. So the practice is ethical. The practice of diversity is ethical. We want to see diversity at the leadership level. Until tech companies have real diversity, they're just talking. Will emphasize a seat at the table where diverse voices can found teams, be founders, and be investors. That's a measure of success with integration. Diversity and inclusion is not a boundary. As Yakira says, it is a tool that allows you to be more creative in the tech space. As she puts it so well, what is tennis without a fence? It is a game of chase. With a boundary of a fence, you can keep the ball in play. I really emphasize that in AI, you can guide products and get a lot of impact, and that it is important to be the squeaky wheel. Be skeptical. In terms of actionable items, as an employee of a company, you can sign up for working groups for standards such as the IEEE. We can amplify the voices of people with diverse stories and continue to have these conversations that will lead to a more equitable society. In her book, Race Against Technology, Professor Ruha Benjamin mentions Sasha Constanza Chock, a professor at MIT who developed the concept of design justice. Professor Constanza Chock says, we have an ethical imperative to systemically advance the participation of marginalized communities in all stages of the technology design processes. Through this process, resources and power can be more equitably distributed. We need to continue to think critically and with diverse voices about the design and impact of technologies we use and the impact of that technology, not just for our generation, but for those after us. Thank you for joining us today. I'm Crystal Moen from the University of Vermont, signing off.
You're live.
So thank you so much, Crystal, for that wonderful insight on the diversity and inclusion breakfast. Thank you so much for that. So that is today's program, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us, for all of the interactivity, all of your questions, all of the networking, the one-to-one matchmaking. I really hope so many of you took advantage of visiting the expo booth area and getting your name in the hat for the competition. And of course, I hope that you found that pesky little broadcast button by opening up full screen. Remember that for tomorrow as well. Talking of tomorrow, absolutely make sure you don't miss it. It's going to be Day 3 of VB Transform. It's the IoT and AI at the Edge and Computer Vision Summit presented by NVIDIA. That will be followed by the 2nd Annual Women in AI Awards. I will be hanging up my MC hat and passing the virtual baton to Andrea Renee, who is incredible, and you're going to absolutely love her MCing. So from me, Stuart Rogers, thank you so much. It's been wonderful to be host of VentureBeat Transform once again. Take care of yourselves, be well, be safe, and enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you so, so much, everybody.